Hey guys, tonight we'll explore how gold miners survived extreme heat and the important factors that tied in with it. These kind souls were not only brave and empowering, but also thrived in places where the sun could literally cook an egg on a rock, and where finding water was often more valuable than finding gold itself. So before we begin, make sure to let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are in the comments. We'd love to hear from you, and don't forget to subscribe to stay updated on our latest content. Now dim the lights, grab your blanket and let's ease in. Imagine waking up one morning and finding out that your neighbour became a millionaire by picking up shiny rocks from a riverbed. That's pretty much what happened in 1848 when James Marshall saw something shining in the American River at Sutter's Mill in California. What began as one man's curious observation would soon lead to the largest voluntary migration in human history. People from every continent except Antarctica loaded their lives into wagons and ships and set off in search of dreams that shone like fool's gold in their minds. The California gold rush wasn't the first in the world, but it was the most famous. This is partly because it happened at the same time as the invention of the telegraph and mass-produced newspapers. Within months, word spread to the East Coast, Europe, Australia, and even small villages in China. It spread faster than a fire in dry grass. Farmers in Iowa were leaving their plows, shopkeepers in Boston were closing their stores, and whole families were selling everything they owned to try to get rich in the Sierra Nevada foothills. But California was only the start. Gold discoveries in Australia in 1851 caused their own rush, bringing people looking for wealth to the hot outback. The Klondike Gold Rush of 1896 sent people looking for gold to the other end of the world. The frozen wilderness of Alaska and Canada, where temperatures could drop to 50 below zero, and it was dark for months. The Witwatersrand goldfields in South Africa turned empty Veld into one of the world's largest cities almost overnight. There were different things about each gold rush, but they all had some things in common that seem almost magical when you think about them. People like teachers, farmers, blacksmiths and seamstresses suddenly thought they could survive in places that would be hard for even experienced outdoorsmen. It was like having gold gave you some kind of magnetic power that made you ignore common sense and the need to protect yourself. It's interesting to think about the psychology of gold fever as you go to sleep. Gold doesn't go bad, rust, or lose its value overnight like other kinds of wealth. For thousands of years, people have thought it was valuable. It was used in the burial masks of pharaohs and the crowns of kings. The weight of gold in your hand, how it catches light, and how it doesn't tarnish or decay are all very satisfying. In a world that is always changing, gold stands for stability and safety, in a universe that is always changing. For the miners going west, gold was the ultimate American dream. The idea that anyone, no matter where they came from or how much they knew, could change their life with hard work and a little luck. Gold didn't care if you were a Harvard graduate or couldn't read your own name. It didn't care about your family tree. What mattered most was your willingness to go through hard times and your ability to see opportunities when they were right in front of you. Getting to the goldfields was often just as hard as mining for gold. Think about putting everything you might need for months or years into a space smaller than your bedroom closet, and then travelling thousands of miles through places that were more in your head than on reliable maps. The overland route to California went through deserts where water was hard to find and valuable, mountain passes that could be blocked by snow even in the summer, and rivers that could be calm one day and raging torrents the next. People who took the sea route had to deal with different problems. It could take 6 months to sail around Cape Horn, and the water was some of the roughest on Earth. Men who had never been to sea were crammed into ships that were meant to carry cargo, not passengers. This would make modern cruise ship passengers ask for their money back. Those who could afford to go through Panama had to deal with tropical diseases, dangerous river crossings, and sometimes weeks of waiting for ships on the Pacific side. But people came anyway, drawn by stories that got more and more amazing with each telling. Stories about miners finding nuggets the size of turkey eggs, rivers so full of gold that you could fill a pan in minutes, and regular people becoming incredibly rich in just a few weeks. Most of the time these stories were exaggerated or made up, but they had just enough truth in them to keep the dream alive. It's amazing how these individual dreams, when added together, changed whole continents. In places where only coyotes and rattlesnakes had lived before, cities sprang up overnight. The search for gold led to the growth of economies, transportation systems, and social structures in whole areas. The effects on the environment and culture would last for generations, long after the gold that was easy to get was gone. As you drift off to sleep, think about how brave, or maybe foolish, It was to give up everything you knew for the chance of something that might not be real. These weren't trained explorers or professional adventurers. They were just regular people who thought the chance of making a lot of money was worth the risk. Their stories show us that sometimes the most important events in history are caused by people who refuse to believe that their situation will never change. Imagine yourself standing in the middle of what would become downtown Sacramento on a July afternoon in 1850. The temperature is around 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air above the hot pavement looks like water. The sun is as hot as a forge, and there's no way to get away from it. There's no air conditioning, ice, or tall buildings to block the sun. Now picture this. Instead of going inside, you're going to spend the next 12 hours bent over a creek bed, sifting through gravel and sand with just a metal pan and your willpower. This was the case for thousands of gold miners who went to areas where summer temperatures often went above what most people today would consider survivable. The California Central Valley, the Australian outback, and parts of Nevada and Arizona weren't places where people were supposed to work outside during the hottest times of the year. But they worked, driven by dreams that burned hotter than the sun above their heads. The human body wasn't meant to be in such extreme heat for long periods of time, especially when doing hard physical work. Your body regulates its temperature in a way that is similar to a simple air conditioner. It sweats to cool the skin through evaporation, it changes the flow of blood to release heat, and it breathes more to get rid of warm air from the lungs. But these systems could only do so much, and miners in the 1800s pushed them to their limits every day. Smart miners learned to change their plans based on the sun's movement. They would get up before dawn when the air was still a little cool from the night before and start working as soon as the sun came up. The early morning hours were very important because you could get things done before the heat made it too much to handle. As the sun rose higher, experienced miners would look for any shade they could find. They would often work in shifts so that some could rest while others kept looking for gold. Miners called the time between noon and 4 in the afternoon the Devil's Time. This was when the sun was at its hottest and the heat from rocks and sand could literally cook skin that was exposed. During these hours, smart miners went back to whatever shelter they could find. Some people dug shallow caves into hillsides to make cool places to hide that were 10 to 20 degrees cooler than the surface. Some people put canvas between trees or over wooden frames to make patches of blessed shade where people could gather to rest and talk. The clothes that miners wore tell an interesting story about how they adapted and used their brains. Forget the Hollywood image of shirtless men working in the hot sun. That was a sure way to get burned badly and have a heat stroke. Instead, experienced miners learned how to cover almost every inch of skin that was showing while still letting air flow. They wore wide-brimmed hats that cast shadows on their faces and necks, long-sleeved shirts that were loose enough to let air flow, and bandanas that could be soaked in water and tied around their necks to cool off. Many miners wore clothes that they learned from Mexican vaqueros and Native American tribes that had been living in these areas for a long time. Eastern gentlemen liked dark wool suits better than loose, like coloured cotton clothes because they reflected heat better. Some miners even started wearing multiple layers, a thin inner layer to soak up sweat and an outer layer to keep the sun out while letting air flow between the fabrics. Finding shade became almost as important as finding gold. In mining camps, trees were valuable because they provided shade and lumber. A single big oak or pine tree could decide where a whole camp would be set up. Tents and lean-tos would be set up in careful patterns to get the most shade possible during the day. Water wasn't just for drinking, it was also very important for staying cool. When there was water, miners would soak their shirts and hats, which worked as a simple but effective way to cool off. Some smart people even came up with complicated ways to move water over canvas awnings, which were like evaporative coolers in the 1800s. The mental effects of extreme heat were just as hard to deal with as the physical ones. Not only does heat exhaustion make you feel bad physically, but it also changes the way you think, feel, and make decisions. When miners worked in very hot or very cold weather, they often got cranky, made bad decisions, and got what we now call heat-induced depression. The constant pain made mental strength weaker, just like it made physical strength weaker. But people were very good at adapting. Bodies that had never been in such heat before slowly got used to it, becoming better at handling heat, sweating more effectively, and circulating blood better. When miners made it through their first summer in the goldfields, they often found the second year easier to handle because their bodies got used to conditions that would have seemed impossible when they first got there. Some of the best mining companies were the ones that knew how important it was to keep workers safe from the heat. Companies that gave their workers enough shelter, encouraged them to rest during the hottest parts of the day, and made sure they could get to cool water usually had healthier and more productive workers. It was an early lesson in industrial safety that most people wouldn't learn for decades. As you picture yourself in those hot mining camps, feeling the sun on your shoulders and the coolness of the evening shade, remember that these were not superhuman people. They were just regular people who learned to deal with unusual situations. The fact that they were able to live and even thrive in such conditions shows how strong the human spirit can be when it is driven by strong dreams. In romantic stories about the gold rush, water is always there. There are babbling creeks where miners pan for gold and clear mountain streams that show off the Sierra peaks. But the truth was often very different and much harder. Getting clean, safe water was often a matter of life and death, and getting enough food in remote mining camps took a lot of creativity that would impress modern survivalists. Ironically, miners often valued water more than the gold they were looking for. On a hot afternoon, a glass of cool, clean water could be worth more than a handful of gold dust, especially if the water cost $1 a gallon, which is like $30 or $40 now. In some of the more remote mining areas, entrepreneurs made a lot of money not by finding gold, but by bringing water in barrels from faraway places and selling it to miners who needed it. Finding water turned into both a science and an art. Experienced miners could read the landscape like a book. They looked for small signs that showed where water was underground. Some plants only grew where their roots could get to water tables. Animals' behaviour, such as where they gathered at dawn and dusk and the paths they wore through the landscape, often revealed hidden springs or seasonal water sources. Some miners became very good at dowsing, which is the art of finding underground water with forked sticks or metal rods. Modern science still doesn't fully understand how they did it. These methods became a big part of mining camp folklore. Whether they really worked or just made miners feel more sure about digging in places where they thought they might find water. It was like playing the geological lottery to dig wells in mining country. The same rocky ground that might hide gold deposits could make it very hard to get to the water table. Sometimes miners would spend weeks chiseling through solid rock, hoping to find water before their current supply ran out. The deeper they dug, the cooler the water they might find. This was a great bonus in places where surface water could get too warm to be refreshing. When water was hard to come by, miners came up with very clever ways to save it that would impress environmentalists today. You could save the water you used to cook with to wash dishes, then use it again to do laundry, and finally use it to clean up dust around the campsite. There was no waste. Some camps set up strict rationing systems with community leaders keeping an eye on how much water people used and making sure everyone had access to basic supplies. The quality of the water that was available was often just as bad as the amount. Minerals that made people sick could be in mountain streams that looked crystal clear, or worse, bacteria from mining operations or natural sources upstream. Miners learned how to tell if water was good by its taste, colour and smell. They also figured out how to clean up water that wasn't clean. Boiling water was the best way to clean it, but it needed fuel and time that weren't always available. Some miners used simple filters made of cloth, charcoal and sand to clean their water. Some people learned how to add chemicals like alum or other minerals that would make impurities settle to the bottom, leaving cleaner water at the top. Getting food in mining camps took a lot of creativity that would be hard for modern campers. There weren't any grocery stores, refrigerators, or dependable supply chains. Everything had to be kept safe, moved over rough ground or hunted and gathered from the area around them. The outcome was a cuisine that mixed old recipes with whatever was on hand, resulting in some surprisingly creative dishes. Beans became the main food for miners and were known as miner strawberries. They were cheap, easy to carry, didn't spoil easily, and gave them the protein and carbs they needed for hard work. A pot of beans that was slowly cooked over a campfire and seasoned with whatever was on hand could feed several miners and give them energy for days of work. Salt pork and bacon did the same things. They gave you fat and protein and could last for weeks without being kept cold. The salt used to keep things fresh also helped to replace electrolytes lost through sweating in very hot weather. Smart miners learned how to get the fat out of these meats so they could cook other foods and make lamp oil. Hardtack, which is made by mixing flour, water and salt and baking it into biscuits that are as hard as rocks, became another staple because it could last for months without going bad. To make hardtack easier to eat, miners would soak it in coffee or water. Sometimes they would fry it with bacon fat to make it taste better. The joke was that hardtack was so hard it could stop a bullet, but it kept miners from starving when they ran out of other food. People didn't just enjoy coffee, they thought it was necessary for survival. The caffeine helped miners stay awake during long work days, and the hot drink kept them warm at night in the cold mountains. Coffee could be stretched by reusing the ground several times. In very bad situations, miners made coffee substitutes from chicory, acorns, or even roasted grain. Hunting and fishing added to basic supplies when there was game to be caught. Deer, rabbits, and game birds gave us fresh meat, and streams and rivers might have fish in them when they weren't too muddy from mining. Some miners learned how to find edible plants by learning from Native Americans which roots, berries, and greens could add to their diet. It was very important to learn how to preserve things. To make fresh food last longer, miners learned how to smoke meat, dry fruits and vegetables, and salt fish. Some camps set up community smokehouses so that everyone could keep meat when they had too much to eat right away after a successful hunt. People in mining camps can't ignore the social side of food. Shared meals became important community events where miners could relax, catch up on news, and keep the social ties that made living alone bearable. A miner who could cook well often became well known for more than just his gold-finding skills. You can start to understand how the simple things in life became very important in the harsh environment of the mining camps when you think about how good strong coffee would taste around a campfire, how good a hot meal would taste after a long day of hard work, and how good clean water would feel on a hot day. These weren't just skills for staying alive. They were the building blocks of communities that would last long after the gold was gone. Imagine seeing a city come to life. One week there are only rocks, empty wilderness, and maybe a thin stream running through a valley. The following week, tents start to pop up like mushrooms after a rainstorm. In a month you might see the rough outlines of streets, a general store, and maybe even a saloon with canvas walls and dreams of painted signs. The amazing thing about mining camp communities was that whole societies could come together almost overnight, with rules that had to be made up on the spot. It was amazing and a little chaotic how quickly these communities came together. There were no zoning laws, building codes, or an urban planning department. People just showed up, found a good place to stay, and started building the infrastructure they needed to stay alive. The result was towns that grew naturally, following the shape of the land and the needs of the people who lived there instead of following a master plan. People in early mining camps had to be creative with the few materials they had to build their homes. The classic miner's tent was often just the start. It was a temporary place to stay while a more permanent structure was built. Miners became amateur architects, coming up with plans for buildings that could be built quickly with materials that were easy to find. People liked to log cabins where there were trees, but most mining areas had their trees cut down quickly. Instead, miners learned how to build with stone, mud bricks, or even canvas and wood frames that could be taken apart and moved if the gold ran out. Some of the more clever buildings used more than one material. For example, they had stone foundations for stability, log walls for insulation, and canvas roofs that could be easily replaced when they wore out. The way mining camps were set up looked random, but they actually made sense. For both convenience and mining, the most valuable real estate was usually near water sources. Secondary locations were chosen because they were sheltered from the wind, had access to shade, or were close to promising geological formations. Streets, if you could call them that, often followed animal paths or mining trails instead of the neat grid patterns that planned cities have. This gave mining towns a natural, almost medieval feel that visitors either loved or hated depending on how they saw it. In mining camps, people ran things democratically. Miners had to make up their own rules and ways to enforce them because there were no established legal systems or government authorities. The outcome was frequently unexpectedly advanced systems of community governance that reconciled personal liberty with communal safety. Most of the time, mining camps held community meetings to set basic rules for claims, fights, and how people should act. These weren't official court cases. They were just people talking to each other as equals and agreeing that some kind of organisation was needed for everyone to stay alive. They often put their rules on trees or buildings and enforced them through pressure from the community instead of through the police. Claim jumping, which is taking someone else's mining claim, was one of the worst things you could do in mining communities. Depending on how bad the crime was and how the community felt, the punishment could be anything from forced payment to being kicked out of the camp. People usually didn't want miners to hurt each other because it made it hard for them to work, not because it was wrong. The way people were divided up in mining camps was different from how they were in their old lives. A man's education, family background, or previous wealth mattered much less than how well he could help the community survive and thrive. A former professor might have to listen to an illiterate farmer who happened to be better at finding gold. This social fluidity led to both chances and problems. Men who had never been treated as equals suddenly found that their ideas were important in community meetings. Others who had been in charge in their past lives had to get used to being judged only on what they could do. In the early days of mining, there weren't many women, but those who did come often found jobs that weren't available in more stable communities. Some became successful businesswomen and ran boarding houses, restaurants or general stores. Others offered much needed and highly valued services like laundry, cooking or medical care. Families with kids in mining camps had their own set of problems. There were no schools, no planned activities for kids, and not many other kids to play with. Some communities set up informal schools where literate miners took turns teaching basic reading and writing. Kids who grew up in mining camps often learned a lot of practical skills and became very independent, but they didn't always get the formal education that would help them later in life. In mining camps, religion was often informal, but very important, because many camps didn't have an ordained minister. Anyone who felt called to give spiritual guidance could lead religious services. These services often brought together people from different denominations and traditions, making a kind of practical ecumenism that came about out of need rather than theology. The general store was the centre of most mining towns. It was a place to get supplies, hang out with friends, and talk to people. Store owners often acted as informal banks, keeping miners' gold dust and nuggets safe. They also worked as post offices, places to send messages and places to get news from the outside world. Medical care in mining camps was basic but often new. Communities had to rely on folk medicine, trial and error, and whatever medical knowledge individual miners might have because there weren't any trained doctors around. Some miners learned how to treat common injuries and illnesses, and the respect and thanks they got for it could be worth more than gold. Entertainment in mining camps showed how hard life was, and how much people needed to have fun and relax. Music was very important to the miners. They loved people who could play instruments or sing well. Dancing, telling stories and playing cards helped people forget about the hard work of mining and the loneliness of living in a camp. When you think about how these rough communities grew from nothing but people's willpower and need for each other, you start to see that the American frontier spirit was about working together as much as being independent. These weren't stories of lone wolves conquering the wild, but of regular people building amazing communities in the hardest of times. The romance of gold mining often centres on the moment of discovery. The glint of metal in a pan, the thrill of finding a nugget, the hope of getting rich. But the truth is that successful mining was mostly about learning how to use tools and techniques that were much more complicated and advanced than most people think. Successful miners had a mix of science, art, physical skill and sheer determination that set them apart from those who went home empty-handed. The basic gold pan, which is probably the most famous tool from the gold rush, was actually a precision tool that required a lot of skill to use well. A good pan was made of steel or iron, and had sloped sides and a flat bottom that let you carefully separate things by weight. It could take months to learn how to pan properly, which means moving water and sediment in just the right way so that heavy gold settles and lighter materials wash away. Imagine standing in a cold mountain stream with a pan full of gravel, sand and hopefully a few gold flakes. The water is moving around your legs, your back is starting to hurt from bending over, and your hands are getting numb from the cold. You need to find the right rhythm. If you go too fast, you'll wash away the gold. If you go too slowly, you'll never process enough material to make the work worth it. Panners who had been doing it for a while could tell if they were likely to find gold in a certain spot by the way the gravel felt, the colour of the sand and the way the water moved in their pan. They had a connection with their tools and their surroundings that was almost magical, and they could read subtle signs that new miners couldn't. But panning was only the start. As miners learned more about their work and found places with good gold deposits, they came up with more advanced methods that could process more material faster. The rocker, which is also called a cradle, was like a gold pan that worked mechanically. It was a wooden box with a screen bottom that was rocked back and forth while water flowed through it, separating gold from lighter materials. Many miners had to learn how to do carpentry on the job in order to build a good rocker. The proportions had to be just right. If they were too steep, the gold would wash away with everything else, and if they were too shallow, the machine wouldn't work well. The rocking had to be smooth and rhythmic, like rocking a baby to sleep. But the baby was a few £100 of wood, metal and wet gravel. The long tom was an even more ambitious piece of equipment. It was basically a long wooden trough with different screens, riffles and catching devices that could handle a lot of dirt and gravel. Most of the time, a group of miners worked together to run a long tom. Some would shovel material into the machine while others would clean out the gold-catching parts and keep the water flowing. The most advanced way to get gold was through hydraulic mining. Miners would use strong streams of water to wash away tons of soil and rock from hillsides, revealing gravel that contained gold. The water pressure was so strong that it could blast away whole mountainsides. This kind of destruction of the environment would horrify people today, but it was seen as the height of technological progress at the time. Hydraulic mining had a terrible effect on the environment that could not be undone. Debris filled whole valleys, streams were permanently changed, and landscapes that had taken millions of years to form were destroyed in just a few seasons. But for miners who wanted to get the most gold with the least amount of work, hydraulic mining was a huge step forward in terms of efficiency. For serious miners, knowing about geology became very important. Gold doesn't just spread out randomly across the landscape. It follows patterns that have been there for millions of years, like the flow of ancient rivers, volcanic activity, and geological processes that made and moved gold deposits. Miners who could read the rocks, find formations that looked like they might contain gold, and guess where gold was likely to be found had a big edge over those who just dug where they thought they were lucky. To mine quartz, you needed a whole different set of skills and methods. Instead of looking for loose gold in streams and on the surface, quartz miners had to find veins of gold in solid rock and then take that rock out and process it to get the gold out. This meant learning how to drill, blast and tunnel through solid rock, which is more like engineering than farming, which is what most miners came from. To process quartz ore, the rock had to be crushed into a fine powder, and then mercury had to be used to mix with the gold particles. This job was both dangerous and hard to do because it needed knowledge of chemistry and metallurgy. Mercury poisoning was a big health problem in mining towns, but people didn't know much about what it did to them at the time. Miners often made their own tools or changed existing ones to suit their needs. In mining towns, a good blacksmith was very useful. They didn't just shoe horses, they also made specialised mining tools, fixed broken equipment, and figured out how to fix mechanical problems that came up when tools were used in ways they weren't meant to be used. Miners were very creative when it came to using technology that was already there for their own needs. People turned wagon wheels into water wheels to power machines. Kitchen tools were changed to do specific mining jobs. Miners even changed their clothes. They learned how to sew extra pockets into their clothes so they could carry tools, gold samples, and other small but important things. Don't forget about the social side of mining technology. Like recipes, successful methods spread through mining communities, with miners sharing new ideas and ways to make things better for everyone's benefit. If a miner came up with a better way to build a sluice box or use a rocker, he might teach his neighbours how to do it, which would create communities of practice that sped up technological progress. Quality control in mining was mostly about how skilled each person was and how much they paid attention to the details. There were no set ways of doing things or ways to ensure quality. A miner's success depended on how well he could find gold, use his tools, and avoid the many small mistakes that could cost him gold or time. As you picture yourself learning these old skills, feeling the weight of the tools in your hands and developing the small skills that made the difference between success and failure, you start to realize that gold mining was much more than just digging in the dirt. It was a skill that required a lot of physical strength, technical knowledge, artistic intuition, and scientific observation, and it was hard for even the most skilled people to do. The blazing sun and extreme temperatures were certainly some of the most obvious problems that gold miners had to deal with, but they were not the only ones that tested people's strength and creativity. The full picture of life as a miner includes a list of problems that would test even the best survival experts today. Each one needs a different plan, set of skills, and amount of mental and physical strength. Disease was probably the most feared enemy in mining camps. It spread quickly through crowded areas and wiped out whole communities before anyone knew how to stop it. Waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid, and dysentery could turn a busy mining camp into a ghost town in just a few weeks. Miners were basically defenseless against epidemic diseases that thrived in the conditions they created because they didn't know about germ theory or how to keep things clean. Irony was cruel. Communities that formed around water sources to make mining easier often polluted those same water sources with human waste, which made it easy for diseases to spread. Miners who survived bullets, heat stroke, and accidents in the mines could die from something as simple as drinking from the wrong stream at the wrong time. At best, the medical knowledge in mining camps was basic. Most miners used folk remedies, patent medicines that may not have worked, and any medical knowledge they had from family traditions or trial and error. If a broken bone isn't set right, it could mean permanent disability or death. If basic antiseptic steps weren't taken, a simple cut could get infected and require amputation or worse. Some miners learned how to do battlefield medicine out of necessity. They learned how to stitch wounds, set bones, and treat common illnesses by practicing and watching others. People in the community often looked up to these informal medics as leaders, and their medical skills were just as valuable as their ability to find gold. Mining operations were always at risk of accidents. Cave-ins could bury miners alive without much warning. Explosives used to break up rock were often unstable and unpredictable. They would sometimes go off too soon, or not at all when they were supposed to. People often made their own mining tools, and they didn't have basic safety features that we think are necessary now. The mental challenges of mining life were just as hard as the physical ones. Being away from family and friends had a big effect on mental health. A lot of miners had what we now call depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder because of the hard times they went through. People who were physically tired, socially isolated, and always worried about the future found it hard to deal with these things. Miners who had left their families behind to look for work were especially lonely. Letters from home could take months to get there and cost a lot of money compared to what a miner made. It was impossible to measure the emotional toll of being away from loved ones in ounces of gold, but it was always there. Even miners who found gold on a regular basis often had trouble with money. In remote mining areas, the same supplies could cost 10 to 20 times as much as they would in settled areas. A simple meal could cost a whole day's pay, and basic tools could cost weeks of carefully saved gold dust. Mining communities went through boom and bust cycles which added to the stress. A miner might spend months getting a claim and building the tools he needs to work it, only to find out that the gold deposit is smaller than he thought, or that the water levels have changed and made his location unusable. To start over, you needed more than just money. You also needed a lot of emotional strength. Extreme heat wasn't the only problem with the weather. Sudden storms could hit mountain mining areas and flood claims, break equipment, and leave miners stuck for days or weeks. Miners who didn't have enough shelter or supplies could die in the winter if they were at higher elevations. Flash floods were especially dangerous in mining areas because mining activities often changed the landscape in ways that made floods more likely. Streams that had been redirected for mining could suddenly change course during heavy rains, destroying months of work in just a few hours. Living in all-male communities was hard on social relationships, which sometimes led to violence. In communities where everyone was armed and stress levels were always high, arguments over claims, equipment, or even small personal insults could quickly get out of hand. Because there were no established legal systems, justice was often informal and sometimes harsh. For many miners, gambling was both a way to have fun and a way to make things harder. After weeks of hard work, it was hard to resist the urge to gamble with the gold they had saved up on cards or dice. Some miners lost months of work in one night because of bad luck or bad judgment. This made cycles of boom and bust that lasted much longer than the normal risks of mining. Substance abuse was another way to get away from the hard life of mining, but it often made things worse. Most mining camps had easy access to alcohol, which helped people deal with physical pain, emotional stress, and being alone. But it also made people less able to think clearly, made accidents more likely, and made people dependent on it, which could be hard to break. Because mining work is seasonal, there were times when workers had to sit around and do nothing, which was almost as hard as the times when they had to work hard. When the weather made mining impossible, miners had to live off of stored resources while keeping their tools in good shape and hoping for better weather. For men who defined themselves by their work, these times of inactivity could be very bad for their mental health. For individual miners or small partnerships, equipment failure or theft could be a disaster. If a sluice box breaks or tools are stolen, it could mean weeks or months of investment that would be hard or impossible to replace. Because people shared equipment and resources, one person's bad luck often hurt whole communities. Even with all of these problems, it's amazing how many miners not only lived through them, but also kept their spirits up and their sense of humour. The capacity to discover joy and companionship amidst adversity illustrates the inherent resilience of humanity, which facilitated the establishment of enduring communities in some of the most formidable environments globally. As you get more comfortable, think about how these individual stories of hardship and hope changed whole continents. Imagine the last embers of a mining campfire glowing against the dark desert. The gold rushes weren't just things that happened in the past. They were events that changed the world and still affect your daily life today. The most obvious thing that will last is geography. Gold discoveries in the 1800s led to the creation of cities like San Francisco, Denver, Johannesburg, and many smaller towns in the American West, Australia, and South Africa. But the effect is much bigger than just the city limits. The transportation networks built to supply mining camps became the basis for transcontinental railroads, interstate highways, and shipping routes that are still used for business today. Think about the Transcontinental Railroad, which was finished in 1869. People often say that it was a great achievement of American engineering and willpower, but it was really built to meet the needs of mining communities in the Western Territories. The economic reason for such a big project was the need to move supplies to miners and gold back to markets in the East. The railroad could have been delayed by decades without the gold rush, which would have changed the way the American West grew up. The environmental effects of gold mining are more complicated and sometimes worrying. California's hydraulic mining moved more dirt than building the Panama Canal, changing the landscape and river systems forever. Some places are still dealing with mercury pollution from mining that happened in the 1800s. But these same mining activities also led to some of the first laws to protect the environment. Communities downstream fought against mining debris destroying farmland. The social legacy of gold mining communities calls into question many ideas we have about life on the frontier. These weren't lawless places where people were violent and selfish. They were communities that built complex systems of cooperation and mutual aid in very difficult situations. The democratic governance systems they established, direct democracy, community justice, and collective decision-making shaped political evolution across the Western Territories and beyond. Social structures in mining camps were very equal compared to the more divided societies that most miners had left behind. Instead of his family background, education, or previous wealth, a man's worth was based on what he did for the community. This idea of meritocracy became part of the mythology of the American West and changed how people thought in the growing country. In the 19th century, mining communities were made up of people from many different countries, which led to a level of cultural mixing that had never been seen before. Chinese miners working with Mexican vaqueros, German immigrants teaching Irish workers new skills, and Australian prospectors learning from American 49ers all contributed to cultural exchanges that benefited everyone involved and set the stage for the multicultural societies that would form in the 20th century. In mining towns, women's roles were often very different from the strict Victorian ideals that were common in more settled areas. The practical needs of life on the frontier and the lack of women gave women chances to start businesses, be independent, and have an impact on society that wouldn't be common in mainstream society for decades. Some of the first successful female business owners, political leaders, and social reformers came from mining towns, where necessity was more important than traditional gender roles. The new technologies that were made in mining camps could be used for a lot more than just getting gold. For decades, methods for moving big amounts of dirt and rock affected how buildings were made. Water management systems made for mining operations were used as models for irrigation projects all over the dry West. When former miners returned to settled communities, even simple new ideas like better camping gear and portable cooking methods spread throughout society. The financial systems that grew up around gold mining helped make modern banking and investing possible. The need to store, move, and trade gold led to the creation of safe vaults, dependable scales and assaying methods, and standardized ways to judge the value of precious metals. Some of the biggest banks in the world today started as banks that served mining communities. The boom and bust cycles that mining areas went through also taught important lessons about how to diversify the economy and make it last. Communities that were able to move away from economies that relied on mining and toward more varied economic bases often did the best in the long run. These experiences were some of the first examples of how communities that depend on resources could change when the economy changes. The tales and myths that came out of mining camps became part of the national mythology, and have had an impact on literature, movies, and popular culture for generations. The idea of the independent prospector, the idealized view of life in mining camps, and the hope of getting rich through hard work became important parts of American and Australian culture. But maybe the most important legacy was psychological and spiritual. The gold rushes showed that regular people could go through very hard times when they were driven by strong dreams. They showed that social hierarchies weren't set in stone, that new communities could be built from scratch with just human willpower, and that the promise of change, both personal and social, was worth almost any sacrifice. The mining camps also taught people how to be strong as a community. Strangers could get together, form useful societies, and help each other through problems that would be too much for one person to handle. People in mining communities helped each other out in emergencies, took care of sick and injured people, and gave each other emotional support during tough times. These informal support systems became models for how to organise communities that had an impact on social development throughout the frontier period. The gold rushes were the first truly international migration patterns of the modern era. because they happened all over the world. People from all over the world, except Antarctica, took part in gold rushes, which made it possible for people to talk to each other and share their cultures. Former miners brought back to their home countries new ideas, stories, and ways of doing things, which spread across borders. The entrepreneurial spirit that was common in mining towns had an effect on the way economies grew in the areas where gold was found. The willingness to take risks, try new things, and quickly adjust to new situations became part of the business cultures in the area that still exist today. The entrepreneurial energy that first came out during gold rushes is still going strong in some of the world's most dynamic economies. Early conservation movements were also helped by experiences in mining camps. Miners were among the first people to see how bad the environment could get on a large scale, and to understand how important it is for communities to be healthy. Some of the first laws to protect the environment were passed because mining was hurting the environment. These laws set the stage for later conservation efforts. The medical knowledge that miners learned in camps through trial and error helped to improve field medicine, emergency treatment, and public health. Methods for treating injuries in remote areas, preventing disease in crowded places, and caring for mental health in isolated communities all worked in places other than mining camps. Innovations in education that came from mining communities also had a long-lasting effect. The informal schools and adult education programs that sprang up in mining camps showed that people could learn anywhere, that communities could offer educational opportunities even when things were tough, and that practical skills were just as important as formal academic knowledge. As your breathing slows and you start to fall asleep, think about how the resourcefulness and strength of gold miners in the 1800s still affect our world today. Their problems with extreme heat, lack of water, building communities, and adjusting to harsh environments can teach us a lot about the problems we face today. Climate change has made extreme heat a bigger problem for millions of people all over the world. Communities that are dealing with record-breaking heat waves and droughts are rediscovering and adapting the ways that miners learn to survive in dangerous temperatures. These include scheduling work around the sun's intensity, making effective shade and cooling systems, and conserving and managing precious water resources. Modern urban planners who want to design cities that will last often look to new ideas from mining camps. The quick formation of communities, the smart use of limited resources, and the democratic governance structures that were common in successful mining communities can be used as examples for modern problems like refugee resettlement, disaster, recovery and sustainable development in places with few resources. The miners' water-saving methods like careful rationing, systems that can be used more than once, and new ways to purify water are very similar to the methods being developed for areas where water is scarce today. People living in areas that are affected by drought are dealing with the same problems that miners did. How to live and thrive when water is scarce and unreliable. The psychological resilience that allowed miners to endure isolation, uncertainty, and physical hardship provides valuable insights for mental health professionals assisting individuals confronting contemporary stresses. The informal support systems, community building practices, and strategies for making meaning that helped miners stay hopeful during tough times can also help people today who are dealing with economic uncertainty, social isolation, and environmental problems. Many modern business owners look to gold rush stories for inspiration, and there are real similarities. Modern entrepreneurs often leave safe situations to chase risky chances in tough situations, just like miners. The same traits that made miners successful, being willing to change quickly, learn new skills, and keep going even when things go wrong, are what make businesses successful today. The way that mining camps came up with new ways to use old tools, made new things with limited resources, and shared improvements with the rest of the community is similar to how modern tech startups and maker communities come up with new ideas. The spirit of finding practical solutions to problems that helped miners survive and thrive is still what drives human progress today. Efforts to restore the environment in areas where mining used to take place have taught us a lot about how ecosystems can recover, how to develop sustainably, and the long-term costs of getting resources. These experiences shape modern choices about protecting the environment, developing in a way that is good for the future, and figuring out how much it really costs to use natural resources. Mining communities were international, which was a sign of our modern globalized world. The cultural exchange, communication networks, and economic relationships that formed among miners from various countries established initial frameworks for international collaboration and cultural comprehension that persist in contemporary relevance. The simple daily routines that miners came up with, like working around environmental limits, keeping equipment in good shape with limited resources, and making comfort and community in tough situations can help anyone who is trying to live well in less than ideal conditions. The medical and health practices that developed in mining camps, especially their focus on prevention, community health, and making do with what they had, have had an impact on how we provide healthcare in places where resources are limited. The ideas that came up in mining communities in the 1800s are still used in remote medicine, emergency care, and public health strategies. Mining camps had egalitarian social structures that weren't perfect, but they were some of the first examples of merit-based societies where what you did mattered more than what you inherited. These experiences shaped the growth of democracy and still inspire movements for social and economic equality. The boom and bust economic cycles that were common in mining areas taught early lessons about how to diversify the economy, develop in a way that is good for the environment, and make communities stronger. These lessons are still used in modern economic planning and development. Communities that successfully transitioned away from mining dependence offered models for economic adaptation that continue to be applicable today. The stories and legends that came out of mining camps are still a big part of popular culture today. They also teach us important lessons about what people can do, how communities form, and how individual dreams can lead to group success. These stories remind us that regular people can do amazing things when they need to. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the people who were able to get through the heat, lack of water, loneliness, and uncertainty because they believed that change was possible. Their legacy isn't just the gold they found or the communities they built. It's also the fact that they showed that people can adapt, survive, and even thrive in the most difficult situations. The miners who worked in the hot sun, saved every drop of precious water, and built communities out of shared need and hope left us more than just stories from the past. They showed us how to be strong, come up with new ideas, and build communities that are still useful when we face problems that seem impossible to solve. Their capacity to discover joy and camaraderie amidst adversity, sustain hope in the face of uncertainty, and derive meaning from challenging experiences serves as a model for individuals navigating the complexities of modern existence. The same human traits that helped them survive and even do well in the tough conditions of mining camps in the 1800s, being able to change, being persistent, helping each other, and being stubbornly hopeful, are still what make people strong today. As the last embers of our pretend campfire fade away, and the stars in the desert sky become clearer, take a moment to think about the amazing journey we've taken through the world of gold mining communities. These weren't superhuman people. They were normal people who found amazing amounts of strength, creativity, and community spirit when they were faced with challenges that would test anyone's limits. The miners who worked in the heat and kept their spirits up, who built thriving communities out of nothing but determination and need, and who used old tools and came up with new ways to get gold from the earth, remind us that people are much more resilient and creative than we think. Their stories aren't just interesting bits of history. They show that we all have abilities that are just waiting to be used when the time is right. In today's world, with air conditioning, dependable water systems, GPS navigation, and emergency medical services, it's easy to forget that our ancestors didn't have these things. The miners' ability to do well without modern technology and to make things safe and comfortable through working together and using their own skills is both humbling and inspiring. We can learn about how to adapt and keep going from their experiences with extreme heat. Their ways of saving water remind us not to waste valuable resources. Their ability to build communities shows us how people who don't know each other can become family when they work toward a common goal. Their technological advances show how useful it is to work together to solve problems and share information. But maybe most importantly, their stories show us that change is possible. People can change who they are, communities can grow from nothing, and hope can help people get through the hardest times. The same spirit that drove an Iowa farmer to leave his plow for a mining pan, or a Boston teacher to leave her classroom for a tent in the Sierra Nevada, still drives people to take risks, follow their dreams, and make their lives and the lives of those around them better. As you drift off to sleep, think of the tough miners coming back to their camps after a long day in the hot sun. They would gather around fires to eat, tell stories, and make plans for the next day. Their ability to find comfort and community under the stars, keep their dignity and humanity in the face of the toughest challenges, and keep working toward better futures despite daily hardships, is a powerful reminder of what people can do when they work together and support each other. They may have spent the gold they found a long time ago, and the communities they built may have changed into something completely different, but the spirit of resilience, innovation, hope, and community that they embodied is still as valuable today. as any precious metal they ever took from the ground. Sleep well, knowing that you have the same ability to adapt, keep going, and build community that helped those miners survive and thrive in the blazing sun long ago. Their legacy lives on not only in the cities and institutions they helped build, but also in the ongoing story of humanity, which you are a part of. This story is about regular people doing amazing things when life demands it, and finding ways to find comfort, meaning and hope, even in the toughest situations. Sweet dreams. May your sleep be as peaceful as a mining camp under the stars, when the day's work was done and the possibilities for tomorrow stretched out forever on the horizon. Thomas Whitmore's lungs had forgotten what clean air tasted like. Each morning brought the same ritual, a violent coughing fit that painted crimson droplets across his wash basin, followed by the bitter knowledge that another day of breathing fire awaited him. The year was 1852, and Manchester's sky wore a permanent shroud of industrial smoke that transformed dawn into a sickly amber twilight. He dressed by candlelight in the cramped quarters above Morrison's Fire Brigade Station, pulling on wool stockings that never quite dried, and boots whose leather had been scorched so many times they resembled charcoal more than hide. The primitive fire station housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a prison warden, but Thomas had learned not to complain. Complaints were about luxury items, and luxury belonged to the mill owners whose factories they risked their lives to protect. The bell's harsh clang shattered the pre-dawn silence, sending ice through Thomas's veins despite the cold-warmed air. Another mill fire erupted. There was always another mill fire. The textile factories of industrial England burned with the regularity of sunrise, their wooden frames and cotton-stuffed interiors creating funeral pyres that could be seen from neighbouring counties. Thomas grabbed his leather helmet, cracked along the crown from falling timber, and joined the thunderous stampede down the station's narrow stairs. Outside, the grimy glory of Manchester was revealed. The streets gleamed with a perpetual slick of industrial waste, horse manure, and human filth that made every step treacherous. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the perpetual haze, casting ghostly circles of yellow light that barely penetrated the smoke-thick air. The city had grown too fast, its medieval street plan completely inadequate for the massive horse-drawn fire engines that now careened through its narrow arteries. Thomas hauled himself onto the side of the engine as it lurched into motion, the horse's hooves striking sparks from cobblestones worn smooth by endless industrial traffic. The leather fire hose coiled beside him like a sleeping serpent, its canvas skin stiff with accumulated soot and chemical residue. These hoses leaked profusely, often burst under pressure, and delivered water with all the force of a garden sprinkler, but they represented the cutting edge of firefighting technology, in an age when most blazes were fought with bucket brigades and prayer. The mill district loomed ahead, a landscape from Dante's imagination, where towering brick chimneys pierced the sky like accusatory fingers. Steam engines coughed and wheezed behind the rhythmic pounding vibrated through the grimy windows, creating a constant industrial heartbeat. Between the factories, ramshackle tenements housed the workers in conditions that would make medieval peasants weep. Entire families crowded into single rooms, sharing their space with rats, disease, and the ever-present threat of fire. As they rounded the corner onto Bridgewater Street, Thomas saw their destination. Pemberton's cotton mill, its upper floors already crowned with flames that danced against the smoke-dark sky like a demonic ballet. The fire had started in the picking room. They always started in the picking room, where cotton fibres floated through the air like combustible snow, waiting for a single spark from the gas lighting, or an overheated steam pipe to transform the workspace into an inferno. Workers streamed from the building in panic, their faces blackened with soot, many clutching burned hands or nursing singed hair. Among them stumbled children, some barely 10 years old, who had been operating the spinning machinery when the fire erupted. The sight of these young faces, aged beyond their years by industrial labour, and now marked by terror, reminded Thomas why he had chosen this profession, despite its countless horrors. The mill owner, Mr. Pemberton himself, stood across the street in his fine wool coat and polished boots, calculating his losses with the same dispassionate precision he used to calculate his profits. Insurance would cover the building, but not the disruption to production. Tomorrow, he would simply relocate his operations to another mill and resume grinding human lives into cotton thread and shareholder dividends. Thomas checked his equipment one final time. A crude leather speaking trumpet for coordinating with his fellow firefighters, a hand axe for breaking down doors and clearing debris, and a length of rope that served as both lifeline and last resort. No breathing apparatus existed. Firefighters simply held their breath or breathed through wet cloth when the smoke became unbearable. The firefighters wore no protective clothing apart from their thick wool coats and leather helmets. They lacked radio communication, hydraulic ladders, and foam suppressants. There were only 12 men equipped with hand-pumped engines who were determined to stop the fire from engulfing the entire district. The heat hit Thomas like a physical blow as they approached the burning mill, the flames creating their own weather system of updrafts and downdrafts that sent burning debris spiralling through the air like deadly confetti. The temperature difference between the fire and the frigid Manchester air created sudden wind shears that could knock a man off his feet or redirect flames in unexpected directions. The Pemberton Mill fire revealed its true character as Thomas and his crew established their position. What appeared from a distance to be a manageable blaze transformed into a multi-headed monster that defied every principle of 19th century firefighting. The flames had found the mill's ventilation system, utilising the carefully designed airflow that prevented workers from suffocating on cotton dust and allowed the fire to spread throughout the building with terrifying efficiency. Thomas's crew chief, Captain Morrison, shouted orders through the chaos, his voice barely audible above the roar of flames and the screaming of steam engines. With 20 years of firefighting experience under his belt, the captain's face was marked with scars from flying sparks, and his left hand was missing 2 fingers due to a rope burn that had gone septic. In an era before workers' compensation or medical benefits, Morrison's wound served as both a badge of honour and a painful reminder of the profession's costs. The hand-pumped engines positioned themselves along the street, their crews settling into a brutal rhythm that would persist until the fire was extinguished or the men succumbed to exhaustion. 2 men operated each pump handle, working in shifts of 30 seconds before switching off, while a third man aimed the leather hose and prayed it wouldn't burst from the modest pressure that they could generate. The pumps delivered perhaps 50 gallons per minute at their peak, a pathetic trickle compared to modern standards, but revolutionary technology in 1852. Thomas found himself assigned to search and rescue, the deadliest job in a profession where death was a frequent visitor. Mill fires were particularly treacherous because the building's wooden floors and supports could collapse without warning, transformed by heat into elaborate death traps. The textile machinery itself became another hazard. Massive spinning wheels and looms turned into twisted metal sculptures that could impale or crush anyone unfortunate enough to encounter them in the smoke-filled darkness. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor where the air hung thick enough to cut with a knife. The temperature climbed steadily as he ascended the building's rickety stairs, each step taking him deeper into an environment hostile to human life. Gas lamps had exploded throughout the building, their broken fixtures creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in near-total darkness. The mill's layout followed the industrial efficiency principles that maximise production, while minimising worker comfort or safety. Narrow aisles between massive machines left little room for evacuation, while the building's few exits concentrated workers into bottlenecks during emergencies. Windows were small and high, designed to prevent workers from being distracted by the outside world rather than to facilitate escape. Thomas navigated by feel and instinct, calling out for survivors while trying to maintain his sense of direction in the maze-like interior. On the second floor he found her, Mary O'Brien, a spinner whose skirts had caught fire from a fallen gas fixture. She lay unconscious beneath an overturned loom, her breathing shallow and laboured. The flames had spread to her hair before she managed to smother them, leaving patches of scalp visible through the burned strands. Thomas lifted her carefully, knowing that burns covered much of her body beneath the charred fabric of her work dress. The journey back to the stairs became a nightmare of disorientation and mounting heat. The fire had spread across the ceiling above them, creating a canopy of flame that dropped burning debris like rain. Thomas's wool coat began to solder, the heavy fabric protecting his skin while slowly cooking him from the outside in. His leather helmet grew hot enough to brand flesh, but removing it would expose his head to the falling embers that filled the air. Halfway down the stairs, the building shuddered. Thomas felt the floor beneath his feet sag ominously as the fire consumed the structural supports. Somewhere above them, a steam engine's boiler exploded, creating a tremor throughout the building that cracked walls and shattered the few remaining windows. The mill was dying, its industrial skeleton collapsing under the assault of flames and superheated air. Thomas emerged from the building just as the roof began its final collapse. Mary O'Brien's unconscious form draped across his shoulders. His fellow firefighters rushed to help, but their faces told him what he already knew: she would likely die from her injuries. Burns covering more than 30% of the body were almost invariably fatal in an era before antibiotics, IV fluids, or skin grafts. The best they could offer was laudanum for the pain and perhaps a priest for the end. Behind them, the Pemberton mill continued its spectacular destruction. The fire had found the building's main steam engine, a massive beast that powered the entire facility's machinery. As the flames heated its boiler beyond safe limits, the engine began to scream, literally scream, as steam escaped through safety valves that had never been designed for such extreme conditions. The sound pierced the air like the death cry of some industrial dragon, audible for miles across Manchester's smoke-shrouded landscape. Thomas set Mary O'Brien gently on a stretcher improvised from mill workers' coats, then turned back toward the building. Captain Morrison grabbed his arm, shaking his head grimly. "She's gone, lad! The whole upper floor's coming down." But Thomas had heard something else. A child's cry from the building's far end, where the mill's newest workers operated the smallest spinning machines. 10-year-old fingers were perfect for threading the delicate machinery, and mill owners had learned to exploit this anatomical advantage with ruthless efficiency. Now those same small hands were trapped somewhere in the collapsing structure, and every second of delay meant another young life would be consumed by industrial progress. The mill's east wing housed what the workers grimly called the children's floor, a cramped, poorly ventilated space where boys and girls as young as 8 operated the piecing machines that connected broken cotton threads. Their small stature allowed them to crawl beneath the spinning machinery to collect waste cotton, while their nimble fingers could perform repairs that would take adult workers twice as long. Mill owners justified this exploitation as industrial training, preparing the next generation for lives of productive labour, while conveniently ignoring the stunted growth, respiratory diseases, and frequent accidents that marked these young workers like brands. Thomas could hear them before he saw them. High-pitched cries of terror echoing from the building's southeast corner, where the children's workstation occupied a space barely larger than a residential parlour. The fire had not yet reached this section, but smoke was pouring through the floorboards from the conflagration below, creating a toxic fog that would kill as efficiently as flames. These children had nowhere to run. The mill's design trapped them behind rows of machinery, accessible only through narrow passages that adult rescuers could barely navigate. He dropped to his hands and knees, crawling beneath the spinning frames toward the sound of crying. The air near the floor was slightly cleaner, but it was still thick enough to burn his throat with every breath. His leather helmet scraped against the machinery above him, dislodging years of accumulated cotton dust that fell like industrial snow. This dust, he knew, would ignite at the slightest spark, transforming the confined space into a powder keg. The first child he found was Billy Henderson, 11 years old and barely 4 feet tall, his growth stunted by years of malnutrition and industrial labour. Billy operated a scavenging machine that collected waste cotton from beneath the spinning frames, a job that required him to spend 10 hours daily in a space designed for someone half his size. Now he crouched, frozen with terror, his work clothes soaked with the machine oil that could ignite at any moment. "Come on, lad," Thomas whispered, extending his hand through the maze of mechanical components. "We're going out together, you and me." Billy's eyes were wide with shock, but he managed to grasp Thomas's outstretched fingers. The boy weighed perhaps 60 pounds, his body wasted by the combination of factory work and poverty that characterised a working-class childhood in industrial England. Behind Billy, Thomas could see other small forms huddled in the smoke, perhaps half a dozen children trapped by the collapsing mill's deadly geometry. The machinery that had employed them now imprisoned them, its iron arms and wooden frames creating a lattice of obstacles between the children and any possible escape route. Moving them one by one would take too long. The floor beneath them was already beginning to sag as the fire consumed the building's structural supports. Thomas made a decision that violated every principle of safe rescue work. Instead of retreating with Billy, he pushed deeper into the machinery maze, gathering children like a shepherd collecting his flock. Sarah Mitchell, 9 years old, her hands permanently stained with machine dyes. Peter Shaw, 10, who had lost the tip of his index finger to a spinning wheel the previous month. Jenny Coleman, barely 8, who earned 6pence a day threading bobbins for her family's survival. The heat was becoming unbearable, the smoke so thick that Thomas could barely see his hands. His wool coat had begun to smoulder in earnest, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning wool. The children clung to him with desperate strength, their small faces blackened with soot and streaked with tears. He could feel their terror through their trembling bodies, these young victims of industrial progress who had never known childhood as anything but labour. "Hold on to each other," he commanded, his voice hoarse from smoke inhalation. "We're going out together, all of us." He formed them into a human chain, the oldest children supporting the youngest, while he led them through the maze of machinery toward what he hoped was still a navigable exit. The building groaned around them, its death throes accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and collapsing masonry. The stairs had become a furnace. Thomas could see flames licking up through the gaps between steps, while the banister glowed red-hot from the heat below. The children behind him began to whimper as the temperature climbed beyond endurance, but retreat was no longer possible. The mill's upper floors were collapsing section by section, creating a domino effect that would soon reach their position. Thomas wrapped his coat around as many children as possible, using his body as a shield against the radiant heat that filled the stairwell. His exposed skin began to blister, the leather of his helmet so hot it burned his scalp through his hair. Step by step they descended through an environment that seemed more like biblical hell than an English textile mill. Jenny Coleman stumbled, her small legs finally giving way to exhaustion and terror. Thomas swept her up without breaking stride, her tiny body weighing almost nothing against his smoke-filled chest. Behind them, the children's workroom erupted in flames as the fire finally found the accumulated cotton dust and machine oil. The explosion sent a pillar of flame shooting up through the building's core, illuminating their escape route with hellish brilliance. They emerged from the building just as the mill's main chimney began to crack. The massive brick structure, weakened by the intense heat and thermal expansion, developed a visible fissure that ran from its base to its crown. Thomas hurried the children away from the building as chunks of masonry began to rain down around them, each impact sending tremors through the already unstable street. Captain Morrison met them with a mixture of relief and amazement. "6 of them," he said, counting the soot-covered children who clustered around Thomas like chicks around a hen. "How in God's name did you get 6 of them out?" Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was too busy checking each child for injuries, his trained eye cataloguing burns, cuts, and the signs of smoke inhalation that could prove fatal in the hours to come. As they watched from across the street, the mill began to collapse in earnest. 5 stories of industrial architecture pancaked into rubble, sending up a cloud of dust and debris that obscured the surrounding buildings. The sound was indescribable, not just the crash of falling masonry, but the death scream of an entire industrial ecosystem. Steam engines, textile machinery, raw cotton, and human dreams were all compressed into a smoking pile of debris that would continue to burn for 3 more days. Manchester's atmosphere had been transformed by industrial progress into something barely recognisable as air. The city's hundreds of mill chimneys released a constant stream of coal smoke, chemical vapours, and cotton dust that created a permanent atmospheric soup thick enough to taste. For firefighters, this toxic environment posed a daily challenge to their respiratory systems, threatening their lives decades before the onset of old age. Thomas stood outside the collapsed Pemberton mill, drawing what power passed for fresh air into lungs that felt lined with sandpaper. Each breath brought a cocktail of sulfur dioxide from coal combustion, chlorine gas from textile bleaching operations, and microscopic particles of cotton, wool, and coal dust that would embed themselves permanently in his lung tissue. The children he had rescued coughed beside him, their small lungs struggling to process air that contained more industrial waste than oxygen. The fire brigade's primitive medical knowledge offered no protection against these airborne toxins. Firefighters occasionally held wet cloths over their faces during particularly smoky fires, but their methods provided minimal filtration against the complex chemical mixture that constituted Manchester's atmosphere. No one understood the long-term health consequences of chronic exposure to industrial pollutants, though the city's mortality statistics told a grim story that civic leaders preferred to ignore. Dr. Henry Ashworth, one of Manchester's few physicians willing to treat working-class patients, arrived at the fire scene to examine the rescued mill workers. His presence was unusual. Most doctors refused to venture into the industrial districts, claiming their practices required them to focus on patients who could afford their fees. Ashworth was different, a Quaker whose religious beliefs compelled him to treat all patients regardless of their ability to pay. "Bring the children here," Ashworth called to Thomas, setting up a makeshift examination area using crates from a nearby warehouse. His medical bag contained the era's limited arsenal against burns and smoke inhalation, laudanum for pain, sal volatile for fainting, and clean bandages that would be as precious as gold in the days to come. He began with Jenny Coleman, the youngest victim, whose small body showed the telltale signs of severe smoke inhalation. Her breathing is compromised, the doctor told Thomas quietly, using medical terminology to spare the child additional fear. The superheated air has damaged her throat and lungs, without proper treatment. He left the sentence unfinished, but Thomas understood. Jenny would likely die within days, her small body unable to recover from injuries that would challenge a healthy adult. The other children fared slightly better, but all exhibited signs of respiratory damage that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Peter Shaw's hands were severely burned from grabbing hot machinery during his escape, while Sarah Mitchell had inhaled enough toxic smoke to leave her with a chronic cough that would never fully heal. These children, if they survived, would join Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids, workers whose bodies had been broken by the machinery of progress. Dr. Ashworth moved among the adult mill workers with growing alarm. The fire had released chemicals from the textile manufacturing process that created a toxic atmosphere even more dangerous than usual. Bleaching agents had mixed with cotton dust and coal smoke to produce compounds that attacked the respiratory system with particular viciousness. Several workers showed signs of chemical pneumonia, their lungs filling with fluid as their bodies tried to protect themselves from the poisonous air. "This is worse than anything I've seen," Ashworth confided to Thomas as they watched the mill's ruins continue to smoulder. "The fire has created chemical compounds that don't exist in nature. We're watching the birth of an industrial disease, and we have no idea how to treat it." His words proved prophetic. Within a generation, Manchester would become synonymous with respiratory illness, its residents suffering from conditions that doctors struggled to understand, much less cure. Thomas felt the toxins working on his body as he helped organise the rescue efforts. His throat burned with each breath while his eyes streamed continuously from the chemical irritation. His chest felt tight, as though invisible bands were constricting his lungs, making each inhalation a conscious effort. Around him, his fellow firefighters showed similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their breathing laboured, despite their years of experience with smoke-filled environments. The city's response to the toxic air crisis revealed the industrial age's priorities with brutal clarity. Mill owners demanded that their workers return to the neighbouring factories immediately, claiming that production delays would harm Manchester's economic competitiveness. Local authorities focused on clearing the rubble to restore traffic flow, showing little concern for the health consequences of disturbing the contaminated debris. Only Dr. Ashworth and a handful of religious leaders seemed to recognise the human catastrophe unfolding in the smoke-filled streets. Captain Morrison gathered his men for the journey back to the fire station, his face grim with the knowledge that their work was far from over. The industrial district of Manchester housed dozens of mills similar to Pemberton's, each posing a potential hazard due to their combustible materials and insufficient safety precautions. The fire they had just fought would be followed by others, an endless cycle of destruction and rescue that consumed firefighters' lives as efficiently as it consumed buildings. As they loaded their equipment onto the horse-drawn engines, Thomas noticed that several of his colleagues were coughing up blood, a sure sign that the toxic smoke had damaged their lungs beyond the body's ability to repair. These men would continue working because they had no choice. Firefighters who couldn't perform their duties simply starved, as no disability benefits or medical pensions existed for public servants injured in the line of duty. The journey back through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial apocalypse in its full horror. The permanent haze that hung over the city had thickened from the mill fire, reducing visibility to a few yards and turning the afternoon into perpetual twilight. Gas lamps burned continuously, their flames struggling to penetrate the toxic fog that enveloped the city like a burial shroud. The Morrison Fire Brigade station stood as a monument to society's half-hearted commitment to public safety, its cramped quarters and primitive equipment reflecting the industrial era's priorities with depressing accuracy. Built in 1845 as Manchester's textile wealth reached its peak, the station housed state-of-the-art firefighting technology that would have been considered inadequate 50 years earlier. The building's designer had clearly never witnessed an actual fire, creating a facility that prioritised architectural appearance over practical function. Thomas climbed wearily from the fire engine, his body aching from the physical demands of rescue work and the toxic assault of Manchester's poisoned air. The station's equipment bay revealed the pathetic arsenal available to firefighters in the industrial age. Leather hoses that leaked more water than they delivered, hand-pumped engines that required 8 men to operate effectively, and wooden ladders whose rungs had been charred and weakened by repeated exposure to flames. The fire engine itself represented the pinnacle of 1852 technology, a steam-powered pump mounted on a horse-drawn chassis that could, under ideal conditions, deliver water at pressures approaching those of a modern garden hose. The boiler required 20 minutes to build steam from a cold start, assuming someone had remembered to keep it supplied with coal and water. During fires, this delay often meant the difference between saving a building and watching it collapse into rubble. Captain Morrison initiated the post-fire equipment inspection with a weary resignation reminiscent of a man who had carried out this ritual countless times. The leather hoses showed new splits and tears from the superheated environment, their canvas reinforcement charred beyond reliable use. The brass nozzles had warped from exposure to extreme temperatures, creating irregular spray patterns that reduced their effectiveness even further. Most of the hand tools, axes, pry bars and rope, showed signs of heat damage that would make them unreliable in future emergencies. Henderson, Morrison called to the station's senior firefighter, a grizzled veteran whose left arm hung useless from an injury sustained during the Great Warehouse Fire of 1849. Take inventory of the hose sections. Please identify the sections that require patching and those that need complete replacement. Henderson nodded grimly, knowing that replacing entirely meant submitting requests to the City Council that would be debated for months, while fires continued to consume Manchester's industrial districts. The station's primitive communication system consisted of a single bell that could be heard perhaps 6 blocks away on a quiet day, but was often lost in the industrial cacophony that filled Manchester's streets. Fire reporting relied on runners or mounted messengers who often arrived at the station long after flames had established themselves beyond any hope of control. Thomas had responded to fires that had been burning for hours before anyone thought to summon professional firefighters, arriving to find only smouldering ruins and charred corpses. A corner of the equipment bay held medical supplies, a testament to society's high expectations for firefighter survival. A few rolls of bandages, a bottle of laudanum, and some sal volatile represented the brigade's entire medical arsenal. No provisions existed for treating burns, smoke inhalation, or the countless injuries that firefighters sustained during rescue operations. Fires simply claimed the lives of men seriously injured, adding their bodies to the growing casualty list of the Industrial Revolution. The sleeping quarters above the equipment bay housed 12 men in conditions that would shame a medieval monastery. Narrow cots arranged in military formation left barely enough room to walk between them, while a single window provided the only ventilation for the entire space. During summer months, the combination of body heat and smoke-saturated clothing created an atmosphere that rivaled the fires they fought for sheer unpleasantness. Thomas meticulously inspected his personal equipment as if his life relied on its dependability. His leather helmet bore new scorch marks from the mill fire, the protective coating blistered and peeling from exposure to extreme heat. The speaking trumpet he used to coordinate rescue efforts had developed a crack along its length that would reduce its effectiveness in noisy environments. His rope showed signs of heat damage that could cause it to fail under stress, leaving him stranded in a burning building. The brigade's horses occupied stalls adjacent to the main building, their care consuming a significant portion of the department's modest budget. These animals were essential to firefighting operations, but they required constant maintenance and were vulnerable to the same toxic atmosphere that plagued human residents. Several horses had died from respiratory ailments caused by chronic exposure to industrial smoke, their replacement representing a financial burden that stretched the brigade's resources beyond their limits. Water supply presented another insurmountable challenge in Manchester's industrial environment. The city's water mains, designed for domestic use rather than firefighting, could not provide adequate pressure or volume for serious blazes. Firefighters often found themselves competing with industrial users for access to water, while mill owners who controlled private water sources frequently refused to make them available during emergencies. The economic realities of firefighting in industrial England created a system where property owners' ability to pay determined the level of protection they received. Wealthy mill owners could purchase private fire insurance that included dedicated firefighting services, while working-class neighbourhoods relied on municipal brigades that were chronically underfunded and understaffed. Thomas had witnessed the destruction of buildings as firefighters, lacking the necessary equipment or authority to intervene in fires affecting uninsured properties, stood helplessly nearby. Captain Morrison called the brigade together for their daily briefing, his weathered face showing the cumulative effects of decades spent breathing smoke and toxic fumes. "The Pemberton Mill fire consumed 6 lives," he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of repeated tragedy. 3 children and 3 adults died from smoke inhalation, while 14 others remain in the hospital with injuries that may prove fatal. The mill itself is a total loss, representing £40,000 in damage to the building and machinery. The human cost of the fire would extend far beyond the immediate casualties. Families who had lost their primary wage earners would face destitution in an era before social safety nets or workers' compensation. Children orphaned by industrial accidents became burdens on an overwhelmed charity system that could provide only the most basic subsistence. The mill workers who survived would face unemployment until new facilities could be constructed, assuming they could find employers willing to hire workers with visible burn scars or respiratory damage. Manchester's industrial districts never truly slept, their machinery clattering through the night hours while skeleton crews maintained production schedules that recognised no distinction between day and darkness. For firefighters, this meant that emergencies could strike at any hour, pulling exhausted men from their meagre rest to face blazes that seemed even more terrifying when illuminated only by their flames and the feeble glow of gas street lamps. Thomas had been asleep for perhaps 2 hours when the alarm bell shattered the station's relative quiet, its urgent clanging echoing off the brick walls of the sleeping quarters. Around him, 11 other men rolled from their cots with the practiced efficiency of soldiers responding to battle stations, pulling on boots and coats that never had time to fully dry between calls. The station's single oil lamp cast dancing shadows that transformed familiar equipment into menacing shapes, while outside the building, Manchester's perpetual industrial fog muffled all sound except the insistent demand of the alarm. Captain Morrison appeared in the doorway, his face grim in the lamplight. "Whitworth Mill on Deansgate," he announced tersely. "Multiple floors are involved, and there are reports of workers trapped inside." The men needed no further explanation. Whitworth Mill represented one of Manchester's largest textile operations, a 6-storey monument to industrial efficiency that employed nearly 300 workers across its various departments. A fire in such a facility could easily become a catastrophe that would dwarf the previous day's Pemberton Mill disaster. The night journey through Manchester's streets revealed the industrial city's nocturnal character, a landscape of glowing furnaces and smoking chimneys that painted the fog with hellish colours. Gas lamps flickered weakly through the permanent haze, their light barely penetrating the toxic atmosphere that filled the narrow streets. The horse-drawn fire engine clattered over cobblestones slick with industrial waste and condensed chemical vapours, its iron wheels striking sparks that briefly illuminated the grim faces of night shift workers heading home from 12-hour shifts in the mills. Whitworth Mill announced itself from several blocks away, its upper floors crowned with flames that rose higher than the surrounding buildings and cast an orange glow that penetrated even Manchester's industrial fog. Before anyone thought to summon the brigade, the fire had been burning for some time, spreading throughout the building's upper levels, while workers on the lower floors continued their tasks, blissfully unaware of the disaster unfolding above them. Thomas immediately realised that this fire would challenge the limits of their outdated equipment and methods. The building's height made it impossible to reach the upper floors with their ladders, while the intensity of the flames suggested that the fire had found the mill's stored cotton and was feeding on thousands of pounds of combustible material. Workers streamed from the building's ground floor exits, many carrying their few possessions, while others supported injured colleagues whose burns would likely prove fatal. The mill's night supervisor, a thin man whose permanently stained clothes testified to years spent among the textile machinery, approached Captain Morrison with visible panic. "There are a dozen workers on the 5th floor," he reported, his voice cracking with stress. "The main staircase collapsed 20 minutes ago, and we can't reach them through the smoke." Morrison nodded grimly, knowing that a dozen workers trapped on the 5th floor of a burning building represented a death sentence that 1852 technology could not commute. Thomas found himself assigned to interior reconnaissance, a polite term for entering a burning building to determine how many people would die before the night ended. He wrapped a wet cloth around his face and plunged into the mill's ground floor, where the air hung thick with smoke and the temperature climbed steadily as he moved deeper into the building. The textile machinery created a maze of obstacles that seemed designed to trap anyone attempting to navigate in near-zero visibility. The layout of the building, designed to maximise productive space while minimising everything else, resulted in narrow aisles, low ceilings and bottleneck exits that became deadly traps during emergencies. Gas lighting fixtures had exploded throughout the facility, their shattered remains creating additional fire sources while leaving the interior in dangerous darkness. Thomas navigated the smoke-filled maze by feeling and instinct, calling out for survivors. On the second floor he encountered the mill's steam engine, a massive mechanical heart that continued to pound rhythmically, even as flames consumed the building around it. The engine's automatic stoking system fed coal into its firebox without regard for the surrounding emergency, maintaining steam pressure that powered machinery on floors where no workers remained to operate it. The combination of superheated steam and surrounding flames created an environment so hostile to human life that Thomas could barely approach within 20 feet of the engine room. The staircase to the upper floors had indeed collapsed, its wooden construction no match for the intense heat generated by tons of burning cotton. Through the gap where the stairs once stood, Thomas could hear the voices of the trapped workers on the 5th floor, their cries becoming weaker due to the effects of smoke inhalation. He attempted to throw them a rope, but the distance was too great and the angle too steep for any practical rescue attempt. Outside the building, the fire's spectacular growth had attracted a crowd of spectators who gathered at what they considered a safe distance to watch the industrial catastrophe unfold. Mill fires provided free entertainment for Manchester's working class, a dramatic break from the monotonous routine of factory labour. These observers showed little concern for the human tragedy playing out inside the burning building, their attention focused instead on the impressive display of flames and the building's eventual collapse. Here, Dr. Ashworth arrived at the scene despite the late hour, his medical bag and portable surgical kit marking him as one of the few professionals willing to treat industrial accident victims. He began triaging the workers who had escaped the building, quickly identifying those whose injuries required immediate attention and those who were beyond medical help. The night air filled with the moans of burn victims and the sobbing of workers who had watched colleagues disappear into the flames. Thomas emerged from the building as its internal structure began to fail, the massive timbers that supported its 6 floors finally succumbing to the intense heat and the weight of collapsing masonry. The trapped workers on the 5th floor fell silent, their voices lost in the thunderous crash of falling machinery and structural beams. He had failed to save them, another dozen names to add to the growing list of industrial casualties that haunted his dreams. Dawn broke over Manchester like a revelation of hell. The rising sun filtered through layers of industrial smoke and chemical fog until it resembled a sickly orange eye surveying the destruction below. The Whitworth Mill had burned through the night, its 6 stories collapsing section by section until nothing remained but a smoking pile of rubble that would continue to smoulder for days. Thomas stood among the debris, his face blackened with soot and his lungs raw from breathing the toxic air that passed for atmosphere in England's industrial heartland. 12 workers had died in the Whitworth fire, their bodies crushed beneath falling machinery or consumed by flames that reached temperatures exceeding anything natural. Their names would be recorded in the city's death registers as industrial accidents, statistical abstractions that failed to capture the human cost of Manchester's textile prosperity. Behind each name stood a family thrust into destitution, children left orphaned in a society that viewed their survival as a private matter rather than a public responsibility. The mill owner, Mr. Whitworth himself, surveyed the ruins from his carriage, calculating insurance settlements and replacement costs with the same methodical precision he applied to production quotas. The building had been insured for its full value, while the machinery could be replaced within months if orders were placed immediately with the foundries of Sheffield and Birmingham. The human losses barely registered in his accounting. Workers were abundant and easily replaced, their families suffering invisible to men who measured success in pounds sterling and production efficiency. Thomas walked among the survivors, offering what comfort he could to people whose worlds had been destroyed in a single night. Mrs. Hartwell clutched the burned remains of her husband's work clothes, the fabric still warm from the flames that had claimed his life. Her 3 children huddled around her skirts, their faces already showing the hollow expression of poverty that would mark them for the remainder of their shortened lives. Industrial England provided no compensation for workplace deaths, no pensions for widows, and no support for orphaned children whose crime was being born into the working class. Dr. Ashworth moved among the injured, with growing despair, his medical knowledge inadequate against the scale of suffering that surrounded him. Burns covering more than 20% of the body were invariably fatal in an era before fluid replacement therapy or antibiotic treatment. He could offer laudanum for pain and perhaps preserve life for a few additional days, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Industrial progress consumed human lives as fuel for its advancement, and society accepted this sacrifice as the natural order of things. The city's response to the fire revealed the true priorities of industrial civilization with brutal clarity. Within hours of the building's collapse, municipal authorities had dispatched crews to clear the rubble and restore traffic flow through the district. The dead would be buried quickly and quietly, their families' grief subordinated to the economic imperative of maintaining industrial production. New workers would be recruited from the countryside, drawn by promises of steady wages that failed to mention the probability of industrial accident or early death from respiratory disease. Captain Morrison gathered his exhausted firefighters for the journey back to their station, his weathered face showing the cumulative toll of decades spent fighting fires with inadequate equipment and insufficient support. 3 of his men showed signs of serious injury from the night's work. Henderson had suffered severe burns on his hands and arms, while Collins coughed blood that indicated potentially fatal lung damage. These men would continue working because they had no alternative. Firefighters who could not perform their duties simply disappeared into Manchester's growing population of industrial invalids. The economic mathematics of firefighting in 1852 Manchester demonstrated society's perverted priorities with mathematical precision. The city allocated more money to street cleaning than to fire prevention, and more resources to maintaining public gardens than to protecting working-class neighbourhoods from industrial blazes. Fire insurance companies employed private brigades to protect wealthy districts while public firefighters struggled with primitive equipment and skeleton crews. The message was clear: property mattered more than people, profit more than human life. Thomas reflected on his chosen profession as the fire engine clattered through Manchester's smoke-filled streets. He had become a firefighter, believing he could save lives and protect his community from the ravages of industrial progress. Instead, he found himself serving as witness to a systematic destruction of human life that masqueraded as economic advancement. Every fire revealed the same pattern: preventable accidents caused by cost-cutting measures, inadequate safety equipment, and building designs that prioritized production efficiency over worker survival. The Industrial Revolution had transformed firefighting from a community responsibility into a professional necessity, but society had failed to provide the resources necessary for success. Firefighters operated with equipment that belonged in the previous century, received training that consisted mainly of learning from the mistakes of dead colleagues, and worked for wages that barely sustained life in the expensive industrial cities. Men who viewed worker safety as an unnecessary expense that reduced shareholder profits expected firefighters to risk their lives to protect their investments. As they approached the fire station, Thomas could see the next generation of Manchester's industrial workforce streaming toward the mills for the morning shift. Children as young as 8 walked alongside their parents, heading for jobs that would consume their childhoods and probably end their lives before they reached 40. These young faces reminded him why he continued fighting fires despite the profession's countless horrors. Someone had to stand between Manchester's working population and the industrial forces that treated human beings as disposable components in a vast economic machine. Before they had finished unloading their equipment, the station bell rang again, its urgent clanging announcing another fire, in another mill, another group of workers whose lives were in the balance. Thomas checked his scorched equipment one more time, pulled on his battered leather helmet, and prepared to enter hell once again. This was the reality of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter, an endless cycle of tragedy and loss, fought with primitive weapons against an enemy that grew stronger with each passing day. Manchester's smoke-stained sky offered no promise of better days ahead, only the certainty that more fires would follow, more lives would be lost, and more families would be thrust into poverty by the inexorable demands of industrial progress. Thomas climbed aboard the fire engine as it lurched into motion, carrying him toward another confrontation with the forces that were reshaping England into something barely recognisable as human civilization. The towering chimneys of the mill districts, stretching endlessly in all directions, released clouds of toxic smoke turning the very air into poison. This was the world that Industrial Revolution firefighters inhabited. A landscape where human life was measured in production units, where worker safety was subordinated to profit margins, and where the brave men who risked everything to save others were themselves considered expendable components in the great industrial machine. As the fire engine vanished into the ever-present haze of Manchester, Thomas grasped the profound frustration of being an Industrial Revolution firefighter. They were fighting a war they could never win, using weapons that guaranteed their destruction, in service of a society that viewed their sacrifice as both necessary and invisible. The flames they battled were merely symptoms of a larger conflagration that was consuming the soul of industrial England, leaving behind a wasteland where human dignity had been traded for economic efficiency and where the price of progress was measured in unmarked graves. Thomas Jefferson was born on April 13th, 1743, at Shadwell, a plantation in the Virginia Piedmont. His father, Peter Jefferson, was a surveyor and landowner renowned for physical strength and an adventurous spirit. His mother, Jane Randolph, came from a prominent family. Growing up amid rolling hills and dense forests, young Thomas embraced the frontier ethos even as he absorbed the genteel expectations of the colonial gentry. He delighted in horseback rides, the hush of mountain trails, and the hum of intellectual debate courtesy of visiting tutors. By the 1750s, Virginia's plantation economy thrived on tobacco cultivation, with an enslaved workforce forming its backbone. Peter Jefferson owned enslaved labourers, and Thomas grew up witnessing the institution's daily operations, an uneasy inheritance that would later spark internal conflict in his adult years. But as a child, he balanced field observations with classical studies. His father died when Thomas was 14, leaving him a sizable estate, but also the burden of paternal absence. This responsibility shaped him, instilling a drive for self-reliance and scholarly achievement. Around age 17, Jefferson enrolled at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg. He immersed himself in philosophy, mathematics, and the law, studying under influential mentors like George Wythe. Late-night reading sessions at the Royal Governor's Palace Library fostered his fascination with Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke, Montesquieu, and others. Their calls for reason over tradition resonated with Jefferson, who scoured texts on government, science, and ethics. He also cultivated his violin skills, joining small music gatherings that balanced his rigorous academic schedule. After concluding his college years, Jefferson read law with Wythe, forging a bond that melded legal rigour with ethical inquiry. This training hammered into him the notion that laws must be grounded in rational principles, not arbitrary decrees. Meanwhile, he kept track of tensions brewing between the colonies and Britain, attending assemblies where taxation and representation roiled the gentry. Even then, Jefferson's reflective nature showed he was not the most boisterous voice, but his private letters revealed a keen sense of injustice at Parliament's intrusions. By 1767, he began practicing law. After being admitted to the bar, he frequently represented small landholders in property disputes or merchants caught up in customs enforcement. Observers noted his calm demeanour, meticulous arguments, and persuasive writing. He built a reputation as a reliable advocate who valued clarity over theatrics. That skill set would soon extend to political life, as colonial unrest over the Stamp Act and Townshend duties escalated. Parallel to his legal career, Jefferson oversaw the expansion of Monticello, his future architectural masterpiece perched on a hill near Shadwell. He had begun designing the house in his early 20s, referencing Palladian styles gleaned from books. The property's vantage offered sweeping views, symbolising for Jefferson both intellectual curiosity and the potential of the new world. He adored the notion of designing living spaces with geometric harmony, installing hidden staircases, symmetrical wings, and carefully proportioned rooms. Monticello was not just a home, but a living laboratory for architecture, horticulture, and personal reflection. In 1769, he won a seat in the Virginia House of Burgesses, marking his formal entry into public affairs. He arrived in a tense climate. Radical voices called for boycotts of British goods. Jefferson, though quietly spoken, sided with the emerging patriots. He penned resolutions decrying British overreach. Though initially mild in tone, over time his pen would sharpen as London doubled down on the colonial authority. Around this era he courted Martha Wells Skelton, a young widow famed for musical talent and a gentle spirit. They married on New Year's Day at 1772, forging a partnership that would shape Jefferson's personal life. She joined him at Monticello. Though her health was fragile, they spent tranquil moments reading or playing duets, Jefferson on violin, Martha on harpsichord. Their bond was tender, yet overshadowed by the mortality rates of the period. Over their decade together, Martha bore children but only 2 daughters survived to adulthood. Her eventual passing left Jefferson in deep mourning and likely influenced his future emotional reserve. Early in the 17th century, Jefferson found himself on the brink of a more significant colonial crisis. The Boston Tea Party erupted, the British closed the port of Boston, and the call for intercolonial unity grew louder. Jefferson's pen, influenced by his legal background and Enlightenment convictions, would soon craft arguments that soared beyond local assemblies. Fate was guiding him toward the epicenter of revolutionary debate, where he had become a pivotal voice championing independence and articulating a new model of governance. For now, though, he was a rising Virginian notable, poised, methodical, and quietly determined, with Monticello as both sanctuary and symbol of evolving ideals. Jefferson's political instincts emerged as colonial tensions escalated into outright conflict. In 1774 he drafted A Summary View of the Rights of British America, a pamphlet addressing colonial grievances. Though less famous than later texts, it signalled a decisive shift, arguing that Parliament had no authority to govern the colonies without their consent. This stance, radical for its time, circulated widely. Some older patriots found it brash, but for Jefferson, it was a matter of logical extension. If reason and natural rights were universal, British claims to dominion flouted moral law. Virginia recognised Jefferson's talents, sending him in 1774 to the Second Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The environment crackled with possibility. Delegates from 13 colonies debated whether to petition the crown or brace for independence. Jefferson's stoic presence, overshadowed by the fiery rhetoric of John Adams or the gravitas of Benjamin Franklin, masked his deep convictions. He served on committees, drafting formal statements. As skirmishes around Lexington and Concord flared into the Revolutionary War, the push for full independence intensified. In June 1776, the Congress appointed a 5-man committee to draft a declaration asserting the colony's break from Britain. Despite his relative youth, Jefferson was chosen, with Adams and Franklin among the others. They recognized his gift for articulate prose, honed by years of reading Enlightenment treatises. Holed up in a second-floor apartment, Jefferson wrote feverishly for 2 weeks. He produced a text that merged Lockean philosophy with a distinctly American context, championing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The phrase soared beyond local grievances to a universal principle of individual rights. Adams and Franklin made slight edits, and the Congress, after heated debate, adopted a final version on July 4, 1776. Thus Jefferson's words became the bedrock statement of a nascent nation, although the final text moderated some of his vehement attacks on slavery. Speaking of slavery, Jefferson's contradictory stance glimmered even then. He condemned the slave trade in an early draft of the Declaration, but that passage was cut under pressure from Southern delegates. He personally owned enslaved individuals at Monticello. Over time, he penned theoretical critiques of slavery as morally corrosive, yet he never comprehensively freed his own. This paradox, rarely resolved, would haunt his legacy. Despite disclaiming the system as an abominable crime, his economic reliance on it ran deep. Following the Declaration's adoption, Jefferson returned to Virginia to help craft the state's new constitution and overhaul its legal codes. He championed disestablishment of the Anglican Church, arguing religious freedom was a cornerstone of liberty. He also sought to reform inheritance laws that concentrated wealth in certain families. Such measures, including the Statute for Religious Freedom, would become pillars of Jefferson's vision of a Republican society, a place where personal conscience reigned and inherited privilege dwindled. Yet implementing them stirred resistance from tradition-bound legislators. During the war, Jefferson served as Virginia's governor from 1779 to 1781, a tenure overshadowed by British invasions. The conflict tested him in ways that writing never had. He faced logistical chaos, troop shortages, meagre supplies, and loyalist uprisings. British forces under Benedict Arnold raided Richmond, nearly capturing Jefferson at Monticello. Critiques of his governorship circulated, branding him ineffective or hesitant under pressure. This damaged his reputation, but the war's chaos left no easy solutions for any leader. In 1781, after stepping down, Jefferson retreated to Monticello, battered in spirit. The personal realm also dealt him blows. Heartbreak at the death of his wife Martha in 1782, she had endured multiple difficult pregnancies, and her final days saw Jefferson nearly inconsolable. Her deathbed request that he not remarry bound him in sorrow for weeks. He burned their correspondence, an act reflecting deep grief and a desire for privacy. The father of 2 surviving daughters, he turned inward, focusing on writing notes on the state of Virginia, a comprehensive look at his region's geography, economy, and mores sprinkled with philosophical musings. That text, published years later, revealed both his intellectual scope and the racial theories that many modern readers find troubling. By war's end in 1783, Jefferson felt the weight of personal loss and the uncertainties of the new Confederation. He took a seat in the Continental Congress, forging ahead with legislative tasks. The faint outlines of a more stable federal government were forming, and so we see Jefferson, father of the Declaration, parted from his wife, uncertain about the new nation's trajectory, but steadfast in pursuit of reason-based governance. His next chapter beckoned, a diplomatic role in Europe, giving him a vantage on global politics that would shape his future as Secretary of State and, eventually, President. For now, though, he was a man in flux, bridging heartbreak, revolutionary ideals, and the complexities of forging a stable republic from scratch. In 1784, Congress appointed Thomas Jefferson as a minister to France, succeeding Benjamin Franklin in representing the fledgling United States abroad. Arriving in Paris, Jefferson found the city teeming with Enlightenment fervour, intellectual salons, and noble flamboyance. Despite missing Monticello's quiet hills, he savoured the chance to cultivate ties with European thinkers and push for commercial treaties beneficial to the US. He immersed himself in French culture, attending theatre, frequenting scientific demonstrations, and forging friendships with luminaries like the Marquis de Lafayette. This diplomatic post sharpened Jefferson's global perspective. He observed how Europe's monarchical structures stifled personal freedoms, reinforcing his belief that the American experiment in republican governance was unique and precious. At the same time, he recognized that Europe's manufacturing base dwarfed that of the US. He lobbied European states to accept American exports, especially tobacco and timber, hoping to reduce reliance on British markets. Negotiations proved slow, but Jefferson's calm intellect helped cultivate goodwill. While in Paris, Jefferson also served as a cultural conduit. He introduced French elites to American plants and produce, shipping seeds for vineyards or pecan trees. In return, he noted advanced French architecture and engineering, particularly the building of canals and mechanized flour mills. Letters home brimmed with ideas for implementing such innovations in the new United States, reflecting his unwavering desire to see his homeland flourish. He also studied the nascent politics swirling in France, though few predicted how rapidly the monarchy would topple in the coming years. On a personal note, Jefferson's time in France was laced with paternal obligations. He brought his daughter Patsy, later joined by younger daughter Polly, to ensure they had a European education. He also maintained a retinue that included enslaved individuals from Monticello, including Sally Hemings, whose presence stirred controversies that would ripple through subsequent centuries. Historians debate the specifics of their relationship, but many conclude that she bore children fathered by Jefferson. While details remain partly opaque, the power imbalance underscores the moral complexities overshadowing his public championing of liberty. In 1789, as the French Revolution erupted, Jefferson initially celebrated the wave of reform. He saw parallels with America's recent independence struggle, welcoming calls to curb aristocratic privilege. Yet the revolution's escalation, when moderate hopes gave way to the reign of terror, alarmed him. Before that radical shift, he had already departed France. Recalled to serve as the first Secretary of State under President George Washington in 1790. His Paris sojourn ended with a mixture of admiration for French Enlightenment and unease at the extremes their revolution might unleash. Returning to the US, Jefferson joined Washington's cabinet tasked with shaping foreign policy. This role put him at odds with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton, who championed a strong federal government and close ties with Britain. Jefferson, conversely, favoured robust state autonomy and warmer relations with France. Their clashes anchored the birth of America's first party system. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, advocated centralization, while the Democratic Republicans, led by Jefferson, pushed for agrarian-based democracy and suspicion of concentrated federal power. During this cabinet period, Jefferson navigated multiple crises, tensions with Britain over frontier forts, uncertain alliances with post-revolutionary France, and domestic strife like the Whiskey Rebellion. He championed free trade and a minimal navy, resisting Hamilton's push for a standing army. Deep philosophical differences turned personal, prompting Jefferson to leave the cabinet in 1793. Soon he built a political network, harnessing sympathetic newspapers to shape public opinion. This dynamic signalled the future of American politics, where partisan alignments would drive policy discourse. By 1796, the schism was public. Jefferson found himself running for president against John Adams, though somewhat reluctantly. He lost narrowly and became Adams's vice president, a job lacking much real power. From the Senate's vantage, Jefferson observed Adams's presidency enacting laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts, which Jefferson deemed tyrannical. Furious, he covertly authored the Kentucky Resolutions, suggesting states could nullify unconstitutional federal statutes. The move introduced a heated debate over federal-state relations. Critics labelled it subversive, but Jefferson saw it as safeguarding the spirit of '76. Thus, by the cusp of the 1800 election, Jefferson embodied a Republican champion for agrarian liberties, suspicious of Federalist centralization. Yet he also carried personal baggage from his enslaver background and the complexities of his private life. The stage was set for a pivotal showdown in US politics, with the country's future direction at stake. In a swirl of partisan editorials and backroom deals, the election would test whether the fledgling republic could survive a peaceful transition of power or devolve into rancor. Jefferson's calm but determined approach once again pressed him into a central role, bridging Enlightenment ideals and the gritty realities of partisan brawls. The election of 1800 brought turmoil. John Adams sought re-election, Hamilton's Federalists loomed, and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans consolidated around him. The campaign was vitriolic, filled with accusations. Federalists called Jefferson an atheist radical. Republicans branded Adams a monarchist. In an era before direct popular ballots, electors cast votes for president and vice president in a complicated procedure. A tie emerged between Jefferson and his running mate, Aaron Burr, each receiving the same number of electoral votes. The House of Representatives, controlled by Federalists, had to break the tie. Days of tense balloting ensued. Ultimately, with Hamilton's reluctant nod, Jefferson triumphed. The ordeal spurred the 12th Amendment, ensuring future presidential and vice presidential candidates had distinct ballots. The pursuit. Thus, Jefferson assumed the presidency in 1801. His inaugural address famously extolled unity. "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists," signifying a desire to heal partisan wounds. He scaled back certain Federalist measures, cutting the army budget, abolishing some taxes, and releasing those imprisoned under the Sedition Act. He aimed for a wise and frugal government, believing the US should remain primarily agrarian, suspicious of large cities and banks. This pastoral vision resonated with many frontier settlers who saw the new president as their champion. One early success was the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Napoleon, embroiled in European wars, unexpectedly offered to sell France's vast North American holdings. Jefferson hesitated, aware the Constitution provided no explicit power for land deals of this magnitude. Yet the chance to double the nation's territory overshadowed strict constitutional scruples. For $15 million, the US acquired a domain stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. This bold stroke ensured control of the Mississippi's crucial port of New Orleans and opened a frontier for expansion. Westerners rejoiced, but Federalists balked, claiming it diluted the eastern states' political power. Still, Jefferson proceeded, blending principle with pragmatic advantage. To explore these new lands, Jefferson commissioned the Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis, his former secretary, and William Clark led a team from the Missouri River to the Pacific coast. Their 1804 to 1806 journey mapped routes, documented flora and fauna, and engaged with indigenous nations. Jefferson eagerly awaited their findings, seeing it as a scientific quest paralleling his Enlightenment ideals. The expedition's success fueled national pride and curiosity about the continent's vast potential, yet it also signified new tensions with tribal communities as more settlers pressed westward. Domestically, Jefferson faced controversies. He disliked the existence of the Bank of the United States but tolerated it when expedient. He slashed federal budgets, forcing some in the Navy to protest that the nation's sea defences weakened. Furthermore, the issue of slavery persisted. Jefferson's personal writings described it as a moral and political hazard, yet he neither freed most of his own enslaved individuals nor championed federal abolition. Indeed, the 1807 law banning the importation of enslaved Africans was a partial measure. Some historians argue Jefferson missed a critical chance to push for more sweeping reforms. Foreign affairs proved trickier. Britain and France waged relentless war in Europe, ignoring US neutrality, seizing American merchant ships and impressing US sailors into their navies. Incensed, Jefferson tried economic warfare, championing the Embargo Act of 1807, halting nearly all US exports. He reasoned Britain and France needed American goods. Instead, the measure devastated US ports, invited smuggling, and turned public opinion against him. The fiasco illustrated the limits of peaceable coercion. Eventually, the unpopular embargo was repealed, tarnishing Jefferson's last year in office. In 1809, he handed the presidency to his close ally, James Madison, quietly retiring to Monticello. His 2 terms shaped the US, expanded territory, a stable political identity, but also heightened regional tensions. His approach, a mix of lofty Republican ideals and occasional pragmatic contradictions, left a complex imprint. People revered him as a philosophical statesman, but criticized his moral inconsistencies. He parted from Washington, D.C., worn from the tribulations of governance, yet proud he had preserved a measure of individual liberty, and doubled the nation's size without large-scale war. Back at Monticello, the next chapter in Jefferson's life would revolve around the pursuit of knowledge, founding a university, and hosting endless visitors intrigued by the sage of the Revolution. Yet deeper fissures over slavery and states' rights would soon overshadow the era, complicating his cherished vision of a harmonious agrarian democracy. For now, though, he retreated to the place he loved, surrounded by inventions, fields of crops, and the quiet pursuit of reason, staying active in public discourse through letters that carried enormous influence in the young republic's intellectual circles. Retirement for Thomas Jefferson did not equate to seclusion. Back at Monticello after 1809, he embraced the role of Sage of Monticello, receiving statesmen, foreign visitors, and curious travellers. He corresponded widely, shaping discourse on American identity and preserving his Revolution-era repute. The estate itself reflected his restless creativity, expansions to the house, pavilions, and a labyrinth of gardens for experimental horticulture. Visitors often found him in his library or tinkering with mechanical gadgets like a polygraph machine that duplicated his handwriting. His thirst for innovation remained undimmed. However, Monticello's finances were precarious. Jefferson indulged in architectural whims, financed extended family, and endured the fluctuating price of tobacco. Debts mounted, especially as he refused to scale back a gracious lifestyle. Slavery underpinned Monticello's operations, with over 100 enslaved individuals performing the labour. Jefferson supervised them, recording births, tasks, and schedules with methodical detail. Yet behind these ledgers lay human lives subjected to forced servitude. He recognised the moral quagmire, but rationalised it with incrementalist arguments or deferrals to future generations. This tension complicated his public image as a champion of liberty. One of his crowning retirement achievements was founding the University of Virginia. Jefferson felt older institutions clung to religious influences or archaic curricula. He envisioned a secular campus emphasizing modern languages, science, and a broad-based liberal education. Persuading the Virginia legislature to back it required political finesse. He personally designed the campus layout, with a central rotunda reminiscent of the Roman Pantheon, flanked by academical village pavilions. Construction began in Charlottesville, near Monticello, around 1817. Even in his 70s, Jefferson frequently visited the site, checking architectural details, conferring with builders, and selecting faculty. He aimed to cultivate enlightened citizen leaders for a republic that demanded knowledge-based self-governance. Meanwhile, national issues still beckoned. As an elder statesman of the Democratic-Republican Party, Jefferson provided advice to Madison and later to Monroe. He supported the Louisiana Purchase's expansion further, welcoming new states into the Union. However, the War of 1812 with Britain tested his convictions about limited government and a small military. He lamented that some Federalist enclaves seemed willing to undermine national unity, especially in the Northeast. Letters show him torn between localism and the emergent sense of a broader national identity. As the US overcame that conflict, Jefferson expressed relief that Europe's meddling was lessening. A parallel development was his rekindled friendship with John Adams. The two had been friends turned adversaries turned icy correspondents for years. But in retirement, both recognised a mutual bond shaped by the Revolution's intensity. Through letters, they revisited old debates, monarchy versus republic, the role of religion, the fragility of democracy. Their exchange soared with philosophical reflection, spiced with humour about advanced age. The revival of their friendship stands as a testament to the capacity for bridging old political rifts. In these letters, Jefferson revealed his abiding optimism that the American experiment, though imperfect, would endure if guided by reason and virtuous leadership. Yet personal sorrow recurred. Jefferson outlived several of his children, enduring repeated heartbreak. The Monticello household was no quiet domain. Grandchildren ran about. Extended relatives sought financial aid, and guests arrived unannounced to glean a moment with the iconic founder. He wore the mask of a benevolent patriarch, but diaries hint at bouts of melancholy. The precarious economy pressed him to mortgage properties, and he relied on lines of credit that threatened to upend the estate. The image of Monticello as a microcosm of Republican enlightenment concealed a precarious ledger balancing. As Jefferson neared 80, he took pride in the University of Virginia's nearing completion. He personally selected some library materials, established faculty guidelines, and wrote about its potential to transform American education. In 1825, the university opened to its first class of students. Jefferson's dream had become real, a secular institution dedicated to free inquiry, unencumbered by rigid religious dogma or stale tradition. He believed it would foster the next generation of leaders to safeguard the Republic's ideals. By 1826, Jefferson felt time slipping. Freed from daily policy fights, he dedicated his final energy to ensuring the university's stability. People noticed his health fading, but he refused to slow. He yearned to see July 4th, 1826, the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. That day arrived. In a poetic twist, John Adams and Jefferson both passed away on that date, with Jefferson dying in the early afternoon. The synergy of these two revolutionaries departing on the nation's half-century mark cemented a legend. Thus, Thomas Jefferson's retirement was no quiet twilight but a culminating chapter of architectural innovation, educational reform, and reflection on a revolution's legacy. He left behind a complicated estate weighed by debt, a family overshadowed by the institution of slavery, yet also a shining new university and a trove of letters that would shape America's self-perception for generations. In him, old illusions of an agrarian utopia mingled with the unstoppable push of a modernizing republic, capturing the contradictions that still define the American ethos. In the immediate wake of Jefferson's death, admirers and critics clashed over his legacy. Many hailed him as the pen behind the Declaration of Independence, the mind that doubled the nation's size via the Louisiana Purchase, and the visionary who championed religious freedom. Others lambasted his inconsistencies, a self-proclaimed egalitarian who held enslaved labourers, an Enlightenment thinker who let personal finances descend into chaos, a champion of states' rights who, ironically, used federal power for expansion. Monticello, the physical embodiment of Jefferson's intellect, soon faced financial turmoil. His heirs struggled to pay his debts. They sold land and eventually auctioned off furniture and enslaved individuals, fracturing the community that had sustained the plantation. Monticello changed hands multiple times, deteriorating until the early 20th century, when the Thomas Jefferson Foundation acquired and restored it, symbolically reassembling his architectural dream as an American heritage site. This restoration also reignited debates about the everyday realities of enslaved families who once toiled there, culminating in renewed emphasis on their stories, a dimension historically muted in the veneration of Jefferson. Meanwhile, the broader American public constructed a mythic image of Jefferson. In the 19th century, as political parties shifted, references to Jeffersonian democracy emerged, praising his emphasis on small government, minimal taxes, and the righteousness of rural life. Andrew Jackson's supporters invoked Jefferson as a figure who'd champion the common man. But historians recognized that Jefferson's own approach to governance was more nuanced than populist idealists claimed. He recognized the necessity of compromise and occasionally invoked strong federal measures, especially in foreign affairs. The early 20th century saw the progressive era adopt a different aspect of Jefferson, the intellectual founder who believed in educated citizenry. Debates around the founder's intentions soared, with Jefferson's letters cited by all sides. Archival releases of his personal correspondence lent more profound insight into his moral grappling with slavery and his dynamic shift from localist to expansionist. The public began to appreciate that the founders were not monolithically consistent paragons, but flawed statesmen shaped by urgent demands. In scholarship, the 1970s and beyond propelled a fresh wave of inquiry, focusing on Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings. DNA evidence in the late 1990s pointed strongly to him fathering Hemings's children. This revelation forced a national re-evaluation of the so-called Sage of Monticello. Some were scandalized, others found it wholly unsurprising. In retrospect, it underscored the complexities swirling under his polished philosophical veneer. For a man who wrote, "All men are created equal," reconciling these two realms, intellectual champion of liberty and personal practitioner of slavery, was never straightforward. Academic attention also delved deeper into his political philosophy. Jefferson's notion of an empire of liberty entailed agrarian expansion across the continent, yet it set the stage for native displacement and further entrenchment of slave labour in new territories. While he personally doubted the morality of forcibly taking indigenous lands, he accepted the unstoppable momentum of frontier settlers. This acceptance shaped federal policy that stoked tensions for generations, culminating in forced relocations. Today, some re-evaluate Jefferson's role in establishing moral frameworks that facilitated expansion at others' expense. In popular memory, Jefferson's Memorial in Washington, D.C., opened in 1943, still stands as a testament to his rhetorical brilliance. Visitors read excerpts from the Declaration of Independence and letters on the rotunda's walls, underscoring his luminous call for equality and freedom of conscience. The monument, ironically, does not portray the full tangle of contradictions. Yet, more incisive interpretive programs now incorporate nuance, describing his progressive achievements and moral failings side by side. Amid these controversies, Jefferson's intellectual achievements remain uncontested. His articulation of natural rights and the notion that legitimate government stems from the consent of the governed carved a philosophical bedrock for modern democracies worldwide. Educators and politicians continue citing him to justify policy, from religious tolerance to public education. Meanwhile, the University of Virginia stands as a living reminder of his conviction that knowledge fosters responsible governance. Its rotunda, overshadowing the lawn, keeps the spirit of Enlightenment learning alive. Hence, 2 centuries on, Thomas Jefferson remains as complicated as the era he shaped. A luminous author of democracy's founding creed, overshadowed by glaring contradictions on race and personal conduct. His life prompts reflection on how lofty ideals can clash with ingrained social structures and personal entanglements. For many Americans and observers abroad, grappling with Jefferson is akin to grappling with the nation's own layered identity, built on noble declarations, yet intimately entangled in unresolved injustices. The conversation he started continues, bridging history and contemporary debates on liberty, equality, and the messy realities in between. Thomas Jefferson's life invites reflections on how visionary ideals intersect with the flawed scope of practical living. He exemplifies the possibility that one can be intellectually gifted, deeply principled, yet remain entangled in personal contradictions. Observing his journey reveals lessons on leadership, creativity, compromise, and moral blind spots, each a facet that resonates in modern times, where we juggle personal convictions with structural constraints. At Monticello, his architectural flourishes highlight how creativity can transform personal space into a canvas of experimentation. Secret passages, rotating bookstands, and advanced ventilation remind us that even domestic life can become a playground of innovation. We can learn that invention can change any environment, including home and office. But Monticello also underscores how comfort can rely on unseen labour. The estate's grandeur hinged on enslaved men and women, forced to cater to Jefferson's designs. This reality cautions that technological or aesthetic progress can coexist with ethical failings. Jefferson's public service, from drafting the Declaration to guiding foreign policy, underscores the power of well-crafted language. He harnessed rhetorical precision to unify disparate colonies under ideals that, centuries later, remain a moral yardstick. Even if we lament his hypocrisy, we cannot dismiss how effectively words shape collective identity. In an age of digital media, Jefferson's example affirms that carefully chosen language can galvanize or fractiously divide. His success in bridging disputes among the founders suggests the value of measured compromise. At the same time, the ordeal of the 1800 election warns us that partisanship can nearly fracture a young democracy. One cannot ignore the deeper moral debate, how a man proclaiming universal rights upheld the structure of slavery. Modern readers might view that as an irredeemable contradiction. Alternatively, one might interpret it as a historical caution that even well-intentioned reformers can remain captive to entrenched economic and social norms. Jefferson's story prominently highlights the difference between personal moral clarity and institutional inertia. It compels us to question our complicities in modern systems that might conflict with our professed values. Additionally, Jefferson's championing of religious freedom stands out. He insisted that each person's beliefs lay beyond governmental reach, a stance that shaped not just American but global norms on religious liberty. The Statute for Religious Freedom in Virginia, though overshadowed by the Declaration's fame, seeded the principle that government cannot coerce spiritual conviction. Today, as debates on religious expression swirl worldwide, his early push for disestablishment remains relevant. Another subtle dimension is Jefferson's approach to educational frameworks. Founding the University of Virginia mirrored his conviction that an informed populace anchors a stable republic. He favoured broad curricula, from ancient languages to modern sciences, rejecting church oversight. That model resonates in ongoing dialogues about academic freedom, the role of public universities, and how to equip citizens for complex global realities. His notion that education fosters self-rule might be more pertinent than ever. In his final years, weighed down by debts, Jefferson exemplified how personal miscalculations can overshadow public triumphs. The man who shaped a nation wrestled with monetary woes, culminating in Monticello's partial liquidation after his death. The story underscores that bright minds can still falter in everyday management. For modern professionals approaching midlife, the caution is clear. Brilliance in some arenas does not inoculate against practical pitfalls. Jefferson's demise, coinciding with John Adams's on July 4th, 1826, lent a mythic close to their entwined sagas. Observers then marvelled at Providence's timing, interpreting it as a sign of national destiny. The solemn passing of two revolutionary architects on the Republic's half-century mark remains a striking historical coincidence. Yet behind that dramatic symbolism lies the more tangible truth. They were aging patriots who parted with an America still in flux, fragile, expanding, and grappling with unsolved tensions. The rhetorical arcs they set forth would guide and haunt subsequent generations in deciding how, or whether, to embody the pure ideals of 1776. Thus, Thomas Jefferson endures as a mosaic, liberation's poet, contradictory slave owner, visionary statesman, flawed caretaker of finances, and father of an institution championing reason. His life story holds up a mirror to the interplay of aspiration and compromise, the swirl of high-minded principle amid pragmatic gambles. For many, that reflection remains instructive, inviting us to measure our convictions against the structures we inhabit. In confronting Jefferson's complexities, we do not just revisit a founding father, we confront the universal tensions of forging a just society in an imperfect world, and that conversation, spurred by the man from Monticello, remains as vital as ever. Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518, though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Troffea, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Troffea danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Trophäa kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Trophäa continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Trophäa was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Trophäa showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Trophäa, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Trophäa was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Trophäa after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Trophäa. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Trophäa's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped, but it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls, and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, the music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air, struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform, like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively, despite their constant motion. Their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. "It is," he wrote in his journal, "as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force." The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking. The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish, except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes, they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the fourth week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Herman, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely, when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. It's the watching, she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse. This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations, quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements, began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting. This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realise the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophäa, who had started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she'd been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Trophäa remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply, and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually. their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasizing comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasize the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Trofea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learned to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. Imagine yourself sitting in a cosy chair by a crackling fire, ready to hear about a man who never meant to be Scotland's greatest folk hero. William Wallace didn't come into the world with a crown on his head or a plan for the battlefield in his hand. He was born around 1270 as the second son of a minor Scottish noble. This meant that he was going to live a quiet life that history tends to forget. You might picture young William growing up in Renfrewshire and getting into the usual kinds of trouble that boys do, like climbing trees he shouldn't, tracking mud through, his mother's clean haul and learning to swing a sword that was still too heavy for his skinny arms. Malcolm Wallace, his father, owned some land around Elderslie. It was enough to make them respectable, but not enough to make them rich. It's like being the family that lives on a quiet street but has the nicest house. It's not like living in a castle, but it's nice. It wasn't William's birth or his money that set him apart. It was the time he was born. He was born and raised in Scotland during a time when things were really bad. King Alexander III died in 1286, leaving behind a mess that would make today's family inheritance fights seem like polite dinner conversations. The Scottish nobles were fighting over who should be the next king, like kids fighting over the last piece of cake. But this cake was a whole kingdom. Edward I of England came along. He was as subtle as a sledgehammer and as patient as a hungry cat watching a mouse hole. Edward saw the political chaos in Scotland and thought, "This looks like a great chance to add another kingdom to my collection." In 1296, when William was probably in his mid-20s and more interested in taking care of his family's land than in politics, Edward decided to invade Scotland with the same excitement as someone moving furniture around in a house that wasn't theirs. The invasion wasn't just a military victory, it was a planned humiliation. Edward took away Scotland's symbols of independence, like a tourist taking home a huge souvenir. He took the Stone of Destiny away. He put English officials in charge of Scottish affairs and acted like the worst kind of micromanaging boss you've ever had. Except this boss was in charge of your whole country. For William, who lived in the Scottish lowlands, Edward's job probably felt like having strangers move into his neighbourhood and tell him how to paint his fence. The new English rulers made people pay taxes, set their own rules, and didn't care about Scottish customs any more than you would care about a crumpled grocery list. Every day was full of small annoyances and big problems that built up over time, like pressure in a kettle. You can almost picture William going about his business, managing his small estates, dealing with English tax collectors, and watching English soldiers swagger through Scottish towns. You can also picture him feeling that special kind of anger that comes from being told you're not good enough to run your own affairs. He wasn't planning a revolution yet. He was just a man watching his country slowly fade away under the rules of someone else. But here's the thing about quiet people who reach their breaking point. When they finally lose it, they don't just make noise, they write history. William Wallace was about to learn that the heroes who are most afraid to act are the ones who make the biggest difference, because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore. His change from a small landowner to a famous rebel was still to come, like a storm gathering on the horizon. You might be wondering what makes a fairly peaceful landowner into Scotland's most famous rebel. Like most turning points in life, the answer came down to something very personal and annoyingly small. William Wallace was called to testify in May 1297 before William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of Lanark. Historians still argue about why this happened, just like people argue about what really happened at a family reunion years ago. Imagine this. You have to meet with someone who embodies everything you've come to hate about your current situation. Heselrigg was one of those English officials who liked to remind Scots that they were now subjects instead of citizens of their own country. He was like every annoying interaction you've ever had with the government, but this bureaucrat could have you killed if he wanted to. Depending on which story you believe, what happens next is different. However, they all end the same way. Heselrigg is dead, and Wallace is suddenly Scotland's most wanted man. Some people say it started because of taxes, others say it was because of land disputes, and still others say it had to do with a woman Wallace cared about. The specifics don't matter as much as the outcome. William Wallace crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed in a fit of rage. It wasn't the same as accidentally breaking a vase at someone's house to kill an English sheriff. This was like setting fire to a police station in the Middle Ages. There was no way to explain it away, no way to say sorry, and no way to go back to your quiet life of managing estates and complaining about taxes. Wallace was with about 30 friends in Lanark that day, and all of a sudden they were all criminals, like the most important crime spree in history. But here's where the story gets interesting. Wallace didn't panic or run away to hide in the Highlands like smart criminals would have. Instead, he did something that surprised everyone, even himself. He began to get more followers. Word spread through Scotland faster than gossip in a small town. William Wallace had finally stood up to the English. You need to know how badly people wanted to hear this kind of news. For months, Scots had been watching foreigners change their country, ignore their traditions, and either kill their leaders, send them into exile, or work with the occupiers. Then, out of nowhere, there was this minor nobleman who seemed to have made up his mind that he would rather be a dead rebel than a living collaborator. Wallace found out he was good at something he'd never done before, getting people to fight when it seemed like there was no hope. Men began to arrive at his camp. Farmers brought pitchforks, young noblemen brought swords, craftsmen brought hammers, and a lot of people brought nothing but anger and a desire to use it. It was like watching a snowball roll down a hill, but this one was picking up Scots who were armed and angry. At the same time, the English government was having its own bad day at work. One minute they're running a conquered territory like any other occupying force, and the next minute some nobody from Renfrewshire has killed a sheriff and become a magnet for all the unhappy Scots in the lowlands. Edward I was not the kind of king who liked surprises like this. Within a few weeks, Wallace had gone from being a wanted criminal to the head of a group that was starting to look a lot like a rebellion. He was probably learning faster than he wanted that there is a big difference between being angry enough to kill a sheriff and being ready to lead a war against the strongest military force in Britain. But sometimes life doesn't give you enough time to get ready for the part you have to play. Imagine trying to explain to someone why you chose to fight the medieval version of the Pentagon with a group of farmers, craftsmen and younger sons who couldn't inherit their father's land. This was basically William Wallace's situation in the summer of 1297. If he had been the type of person to make smart choices, Scottish history would have been much shorter and less interesting. Wallace had accidentally become the leader of what military historians politely call an asymmetric conflict, which is academic speak for David versus Goliath. Except Goliath has professional soldiers, and David has a lot of people who are really, really angry. The English army that was coming to Scotland was everything a medieval military force was supposed to be: well-trained, well-equipped, experienced in conquest, and led by commanders who knew what they were doing. On the other hand, Wallace's army looked like what happens when you tell people at a bar that drinks are free and then give them guns instead of beer. Most of his followers had never been in a real battle, many didn't have the right armour, and their plan was to hit the English with whatever you've got until they go away. It wasn't a very promising situation. Wallace did have two advantages that weren't obvious right away. First, his men were fighting for their homes, which is a strong motivation that is hard to match when you're a professional soldier, fighting for someone else's goals. Wallace also had a natural understanding of what we now call guerrilla warfare, though he probably would have called it practical fighting. This is the second, and maybe more important point. Wallace didn't want to fight the English in formal pitched battles where better training and equipment would win. Instead, he kept his troops moving. They attacked English supply lines quickly, then vanished before reinforcements could get there. They made life hard for the occupying forces who were trying to control a hostile countryside. Imagine being pecked to death by ducks in the Middle Ages, but these ducks had swords. The English commanders had been trained in traditional warfare, but they were up against an enemy that didn't follow the rules of war. Wallace's troops would attack a garrison, disappear into the countryside and then reappear somewhere else, like the most dangerous game of whack-a-mole in the world. By September 1297, Wallace had caught the eye of Andrew Moray, another young Scottish noble who was leading his own rebellion in the north. When they worked together, they made something that scared English commanders a lot more than two angry Scots groups. They made a unified resistance with real strategic coordination. The partnership worked because Wallace and Moray were a perfect match for each other. Moray brought noble connections and political legitimacy, while Wallace brought charm and a growing reputation for making English soldiers very nervous. They were part of a Scottish resistance that hadn't existed since Edward's invasion. It looked like it might actually do something besides get its members killed. The English government used the tried-and-true method of sending a huge army to fix the problem by using overwhelming force. The Earl of Surrey was sent north with orders that probably came down to find these troublemakers and show them why rebellion is not a good career choice. What Surrey didn't fully appreciate was that he was about to face an opponent who had spent months learning how to turn military disadvantages into tactical opportunities. Wallace had been studying the English army like a chess player studies an opponent's best moves, looking for patterns and weaknesses that someone willing to try something new could take advantage of. No one knew it at the time, but the stage was set for what would become the most famous battle in Scottish history. September 11th, 1297, began like any other day, but it would soon become one of the most famous dates in Scottish history. The people who woke up that morning had no idea they were about to see something that would be talked about for hundreds of years. The Earl of Surrey led the English army, which was camped on the south side of the River Forth near Stirling. They could see what looked like a medium-sized Scottish force on Abbey Craig across the water. If you've ever had to choose between the safe choice and the dramatic choice, you can understand how Surrey felt that morning. The safest thing to do was to cross the river at the ford several miles upstream. This would give his whole army time to get ready before fighting the Scots. The dramatic choice was to cross at Stirling Bridge, which was so narrow that his troops would have to cross in small groups, making them easy targets. Surrey picked the bridge because he was sure of himself since he had never lost a battle to Scottish rebels. To be fair to him, this probably seemed like the right choice because his army was bigger, better trained and better armed. What could possibly go wrong with crossing a narrow bridge to attack farmers with pitchforks? Wallace and Moray, who were watching from Abbey Craig, were probably feeling the mix of fear and excitement that comes with putting everything you have on a single desperate bet. They had carefully placed their troops, but their whole plan depended on the timing being just right. If they went too early, the English army would go back across the bridge. If they waited too long, there would be too many English soldiers to deal with. You can picture Wallace watching English soldiers march across the bridge in neat lines, counting heads, and trying to figure out the exact moment when there would be enough enemies across for the attack to be worth it, but not so many that his troops would be overwhelmed. It was like trying to time jumping onto a moving train. If you miss by a second in either direction, the whole thing goes wrong. Wallace gave the signal when the English had gotten about half of their army across. From the Scottish point of view, what happened next was the best kind of chaos. The Scots charged down from Abbey Craig with all the anger of people who had been waiting months for this chance. They hit the English forces at the worst possible time, when they were spread out along the bridge and couldn't move. Wallace's plan was brilliant because it turned the English army's strengths into weaknesses. It didn't matter that they were better trained if there wasn't enough space to use it. They had better gear, but it didn't help them when they couldn't get into battle formations. Their numerical advantage didn't matter when only a small part of their troops could fight at any given time. The narrow bridge turned into a trap instead of a way to get across. Scottish forces had the upper hand and were moving quickly, while English soldiers were stuck between them and their own army, which was still trying to cross behind them. People who had already crossed couldn't go back without fighting their own reinforcements, and people who were still waiting to cross couldn't help without making the traffic worse. Surrey watched as his well-planned military mission turned into what looked like a very costly disaster. The Earl of Surrey had probably fought in dozens of battles, but he'd never seen anything like this. A carefully planned attack turned into a nightmare of medieval traffic management. The English lost thousands of men, including Hugh de Cressingham, Scotland's treasurer. Scots celebrated his death with the same kind of excitement they usually save for big holidays. Wallace and Moray had done something that seemed impossible just hours before. They had beaten a professional English army with a group of rebels that most military experts would have thought was a joke. The win at Stirling Bridge showed that the English weren't as safe in Scotland as everyone thought, and it made William Wallace famous all over Britain, but probably not in the way he had planned when he decided to kill the Sheriff of Lanark. William Wallace found out that being a famous military hero is very different from being a minor landowner after the Battle of Stirling Bridge. People in Scotland started to look at him like he might have answers to questions he had never thought of before, like, what do we do now that we've shown we can beat the English? And how do we run a country when half of it is still occupied? Wallace was smart enough to know that beating one English army didn't mean Scotland was free. Even though the victory had made him feel great, it meant that England would send a bigger army, probably led by someone much better than the Earl of Surrey, who'd gone home to tell Edwardius how he had lost a battle against some farmers who were acting up. Sadly, Andrew Moray was hurt at Stirling Bridge and died soon after. This meant that Wallace had to deal with the political fallout from their success, mostly on his own. This was like winning the lottery and then finding out you have to run the whole financial system yourself. It sounds exciting in theory, but it's a lot harder in practice. Wallace was made Guardian of Scotland, which sounded great but came with duties that no one had told him about. He was now supposed to run parts of Scotland, talk to other countries, set up defences against the inevitable English retaliation, and somehow turn a successful rebellion into a working government. Wallace's life was probably at its most strange during the winter of 1297 to 1298. In just a few months he went from being a wanted criminal to the de facto ruler of Scotland. Now he had to figure out how to do the job. He spent time trying to get the world to recognise Scotland's independence. He sent people to France and Rome, like someone in the Middle Ages trying to get their startup noticed by big investors. Edward I was reacting the way you would expect a man to react after seeing his men lose a battle to people he thought were barely more civilised than sheep. People called Edward Longshanks because he was tall and Hammer of the Scots, because he didn't want Scotland to be free. He saw the loss at Stirling Bridge as a personal insult that needed to be fixed right away and in a big way. Wallace probably expected and feared the English response. Edward put together an army that was bigger and better organised, and led by him instead of subordinates, who might make tactical mistakes that would make him look bad. This time, smart positioning and good timing wouldn't be enough to beat out better numbers and equipment. Wallace worked for months to get Scotland ready for what was coming, but he didn't have many resources and knew that his last victory was as much about English mistakes as Scottish brilliance. He couldn't count on his enemies to make the same mistakes twice, especially since they were now being led by a king who had personally conquered Wales and had no plans to let Scotland slip out of English control. Wallace had a problem that was almost impossible to solve. How do you protect a country with few resources from an enemy with almost unlimited ones? It was like trying to keep a wildfire from getting to your house with just a garden hose and your willpower. Wallace was very determined, but determination alone isn't enough to stop professional armies. By the summer of 1298, it was clear that Scotland was about to be invaded in a way that would make Edward's last conquest look like a warm-up. Wallace had done the impossible once, but now he had to do it again in much worse conditions, with everyone watching to see if the hero of Stirling Bridge could pull off another miracle. Someone who had never asked to carry the weight of a whole country's hopes was now aware that this time clever tactics might not be enough. Wallace probably dreaded the summer of 1298, since it would be the time of reckoning after his victory at Stirling Bridge. Edward I had put together an army that was bigger, more professional, better supplied, and led by a king who saw military failure as a personal challenge to his ability. Wallace was in the position of trying to do a miracle again, which is hard to do even when things are going well. The tactical advantages that made Stirling Bridge possible, English overconfidence, good terrain and perfect timing, were not available for a second performance. Edward wasn't going to lead his army across a narrow bridge into a trap that had been set up just for them this time. The Battle of Falkirk on July 22nd, 1298, was not like the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Wallace didn't attack an enemy that was disorganised and stuck in an impossible situation. Instead, he faced a coordinated attack by professional soldiers who had learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. Edward's army had heavy cavalry, professional infantry, and Welsh longbowmen who could kill Scottish soldiers from far away, which made close combat tactics useless. Wallace had put his troops in defensive formations called schiltroms, which were basically circles of men with spears pointed out like medieval porcupines. This was a good way to stop cavalry charges, and at first the English knights couldn't get through these walls of spear points. But Edward had brought those longbowmen from Wales for just this kind of thing. Arrows started to fall on the Scottish formations with deadly accuracy, and spears aren't very good at defending against things that come from above. The schiltroms, which had successfully fought off cavalry attacks, became easy targets for archers who could hit them from a distance that no Scottish weapons could reach. You can imagine Wallace watching his carefully planned defences fall apart in the storm of arrows, and realising that this battle was going to be very different from the one at Stirling Bridge. Instead of using traditional tactics that worked well for the Scots, the English learned to use their technological advantages. The loss at Falkirk was complete and very discouraging. Wallace's army didn't just lose, it was no longer able to fight. Wallace barely made it out alive, but thousands of Scots died. After Stirling Bridge, people called the man Scotland's saviour, but now he was on the run again, this time without an army to lead and no clear way to build one back up. After Falkirk, Wallace stepped down as Guardian of Scotland. He probably realised that he was no longer useful as a regular military leader. The nobles who had backed him started looking for other options, such as talking to Edward instead of continuing a fight that seemed more and more pointless. Wallace, on the other hand, couldn't or wouldn't accept that Scotland's fight for independence was over. Instead of going into exile or trying to make peace with Edward, he spent the next few years acting as a diplomat and a guerrilla fighter. He tried to get support from other countries for Scottish independence, while also attacking English positions in Scotland. This was probably the most frustrating time in Wallace's life. He was well known in Europe as the man who had beaten an English army, but being famous doesn't mean you can get help from the military. It was easy for foreign courts to meet with the famous William Wallace, but giving him troops or money to fight England was a more complicated political decision. Wallace spent time in France, where people treated him with the respect due to someone who had embarrassed the King of England. However, he didn't get much real help. He went to Rome to get the Pope's support for Scottish independence, which is like trying to get the world to recognise a political cause. The war went on in Scotland without him, though. Other leaders joined the fight, and sometimes they won, and sometimes they lost. Wallace had become more of a symbol than an active participant in his country's struggle, which was probably not how he had imagined his career would go when he killed the Sheriff of Lanark. When he finally got back to Scotland around 1303, he found a country that had been fighting for years and was getting more and more tired of it. Edward's strategy of constant pressure and harsh retaliation was working. The Scottish resistance was weakening, and many nobles were starting to think that giving up was better than more destruction. Wallace, on the other hand, was still committed to a cause that was starting to look hopeless. William Wallace had become something more and less than what he had planned to be by the year 1305. He was no longer the leader of Scotland's resistance. That job had gone to other people who were better at dealing with the complicated politics of medieval warfare. But he had become something that could be more dangerous to English interests, a symbol of Scottish independence that couldn't be beaten by normal military means. Edward the Divine knew how powerful symbols could be, which is why he made such a big deal out of taking Scottish regalia like the Stone of Destiny after he conquered the country. It was easier to move a stone to Westminster Abbey than to stop a living legend. William Wallace's freedom meant that Scottish resistance could always start up again. It was probably only a matter of time before Wallace was caught near Glasgow on August 1305. He had been working without a solid base of support, depending on a network of allies who were getting more and more pressure from English authorities. The man who had once led armies was now forced to move quietly through the countryside, where anyone who helped him was in great danger. The way the English reacted to Wallace's capture showed how much Edward I had been bothered by this small Scottish landowner who didn't want to accept defeat. Wallace wasn't just killed as a rebel. He was put on trial and punished in a way that would destroy not only the man but also the symbol he had become. Wallace was charged with treason, but this was legally murky because he had never sworn loyalty to Edward. The trial wasn't so much about finding out who was guilty, as it was about making a public spectacle to show how pointless it was to fight English rule. Edward wanted Wallace's death to be a warning to anyone else who might want to do the same thing. Wallace was put to death in London on August 23rd, 1305, in the kind of cruel way that medieval authorities used to punish people they wanted to make examples of. The execution was meant to be as public and scary as possible, to show what happened to people who went against English rule in Scotland. But Edward I made a mistake that many rulers have made in the past. He thought that killing a symbol would destroy what it stood for. Wallace's execution, on the other hand, turned him from a failed rebel into a martyr for Scottish independence. He was more of a threat to English interests after he died than when he was alive. William Wallace's story didn't end when he died. It became something that was part history, part legend, and completely Scottish. Robert the Bruce took up the cause of Scottish independence a few years after Wallace was killed. He eventually reached the goal that Wallace had died fighting for. Bruce's success was built on the resistance that Wallace had started, and the inspiration that his death gave him. Wallace became a symbol of not only Scottish independence, but also the idea that regular people could stand up to powerful forces over the years. His story was told again and again, with more details added, made more romantic, and changed to fit the political needs of different times. But the main idea stayed the same: a man who chose to fight instead of giving up. The irony of William Wallace's legacy is that he was a quiet landowner who never meant to lead a rebellion, but he ended up inspiring rebellions and movements for independence all over the world. His life served as a paradigm of how personal bravery could confront seemingly insurmountable authority, and his demise illustrated how martyrdom could possess greater political significance than military triumph. When you hear the name Wallace today, you're hearing about a person who is somewhere between history and legend. He is both what really happened in medieval Scotland and what people have needed that history to mean. The man who killed the Sheriff of Lanark because he couldn't stand foreign occupation had become immortal in the same way that would have shocked and probably amused him the most. His story reminds us that sometimes the heroes who don't want to be heroes and never plan to change history end up leaving the biggest marks on it. This is because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore and decide to do something about it, no matter what the consequences. Most likely you're wearing a watch at the moment. Perhaps it's cleverly buzzing on your wrist to remind you of meetings and to keep track of your steps. Maybe it's a classic watch that your father gave you, the kind that ticks in a nice way when you press it to your ear. The pocket watch, a small mechanical marvel that sat for centuries in the hearts of farmers, emperors and everyone else in between, is the grandfather of all personal timepieces. The invention of the pocket watch was not a sudden horological miracle. No, it developed gradually, as most good things do. Clockmakers were working in their workshops in the early 1500s, attempting to reduce the enormous tower clocks that ruled European cities. These initial attempts were roughly as accurate as a sundial during a thunderstorm and as portable as a small refrigerator. When someone, whom historians still disagree about, figured out how to make a mainspring small enough to fit in something you could actually carry. That was the real breakthrough. This was more than just engineering. It was like packing a water wheel's force into a biscuit-sized object. The revolutionary idea behind those early pocket watches was that time was no longer bound by location. They were cumbersome, heavy devices that hung from chains like portable anvils. It's critical to comprehend what this meant. Prior to the invention of pocket watches, time was determined by the sound of church bells, the town square, and the cycle of sunrise and sunset. All of a sudden, time itself could be owned by regular people. They were able to plan meetings, schedule appointments, divide their days into manageable chunks, and, perhaps most importantly, arrive subtly late. The first pocket watches were expensive luxury items that most people couldn't afford in a year. They were mechanical wonders, conversation starters, and status symbols that gave their owners the impression that they were carrying a piece of the future. Rich merchants wore them as symbols of their success, and kings gathered them like precious gems. This is where the story starts to get interesting, though. The pocket watch was not exclusive for very long, as is the case with most high-end products. Craftsmen discovered ways to improve, lower the cost, and increase their dependability. By the 1600s, middle-class professionals wore simple timepieces, and by the 1700s, even farmers were using their watches to determine when it was time for their afternoon naps. The initial designs were endearingly flawed. Some clocks were so bad at keeping time that their owners had to wind them several times a day, but they still showed up everywhere either fashionably late or embarrassingly early. The faces were frequently artistic creations, such as intricate enamel paintings of mythological characters, pastoral landscapes, or loved ones' portraits. Having one was similar to having a small gallery in your vest pocket. The way these early pocket watches altered people's perspectives on their days is what most intrigues me about them. In the past, you might have said, "I'll meet you when the sun is halfway down the sky." Today you could say, "I'll meet you at 3:15. This accuracy revolutionized social life, travel and commerce in ways their creators could never have predicted. Tower clocks were never able to achieve the same level of personalization as the pocket watch. Like feeding a pet, you wind the device each morning. You dozed off while listening to its steady tick. Not only did you lose track of time when it broke, but you also lost a friend. As symbols of love, husbands gave them to wives, fathers handed them down to sons, and lovers traded them. By the late 1600s, anyone who wanted to be respected had to have a pocket watch. Keeping up with a world that was starting to move at a more mechanical pace was more important than simply keeping time. When the 1700s arrived, pocket watches entered what could be described as their awkward adolescence. They were becoming increasingly sophisticated, but they still needed to mature. The fundamental idea was sound, but the way it was carried out needed improvement. It takes a lot of work. Accuracy was the primary issue. The accuracy of early pocket watches was comparable to that of weather forecasts. That is, they were accurate enough to maintain interest, but inaccurate enough to create serious issues. It's possible for a merchant who gets to the market an hour early to find out that his watch has been running fast for the past 3 days. Or worse, his watch might decide to take an unplanned break, causing him to miss a crucial meeting. The story becomes wonderfully obsessive at this point. Clockmakers throughout Europe were enthralled with the task of designing the perfect pocket watch. Like musical virtuosos, they were creating time itself, one tick at a time rather than symphonies. The balance wheel, a tiny rotating component that became the beating heart of any high-quality pocket watch, was the breakthrough. Consider it the more portable, smaller cousin of the pendulum. Time could be divided into remarkably accurate segments by this tiny device, which oscillated back and forth with such regularity. Delicate, precisely balanced, and calibrated with the accuracy of a master chef measuring spices, the best balance wheels were themselves works of art. The undisputed masters of pocket watch accuracy were English clockmakers, especially those based in London. They created methods for creating gears that were so smooth they didn't seem to tick, but rather whispered. They produced such exquisite cases that affluent clients purchased them for their visual appeal as much as their ability to tell time. But in surprising ways, the Swiss transformed the sector. Swiss artisans started thinking about mass production, while the English concentrated on making the most exquisite and accurate timepieces for the affluent. They created methods for producing dependable pocket watches that the average working person could afford. There were significant societal repercussions from this democratization of timekeeping. a factory worker could now own the same kind of precision watch as his boss for the first time in human history. Both could arrive at exactly the same time and know they were on time, but this didn't exactly level the playing field because the worker had a plain steel watch, and the boss still had a gold one that was encrusted with diamonds. Additionally, the pocket watch emerged as a key component of the professional culture. Teachers used them to organise their lessons, doctors used them to time patients' pulses, and lawyers used them to bill by the hour. Time is money was no longer merely a catchphrase, it was a quantifiable fact that you could grasp in your hand. The most endearing thing about pocket watches from the 18th century is how their designers couldn't help but add tiny details that made them fun to own, even though they had no functional use. On the hour, some performed little melodies. Others had miniature astronomical displays that displayed the planet's positions or the moon's phases. A handful of aspirational artisans produced timepieces with numerous complications, mechanical elements that could record the day of the week, the date, and even leap years. These were portable entertainment systems rather than merely watches. You could surreptitiously check not only the time, but also whether Saturn was in the right celestial alignment for making crucial business decisions during lengthy carriage rides or dull social gatherings. The cases themselves were transformed into artistic canvases. They were adorned with elaborate designs, family crests, and significant inscriptions by talented engravers. Touching personal messages like, "To my beloved son on his wedding day," "In memory of faithful service," or occasionally just "Time flies, but memories remain," are found on a lot of pocket watches from this era. The railroad, which was invented in the early 1800s, would fundamentally alter how people perceived time. All of a sudden, taking a few minutes off was not only inconvenient, but also potentially fatal. You see, approximate timing was perfectly acceptable when long-distance travel was primarily accomplished by horse and carriage. Passengers just waited if the afternoon stage was running late. You catch the next one tomorrow or the day after if you missed the previous one. Time was still pliable and forgiving. Trains, however, altered all of that. They followed timetables that were measured in minutes rather than hours. More significantly, they were on the same tracks, which meant that two trains that were even slightly behind schedule could end up sharing a section of railroad at the same time, which would inevitably lead to disastrous outcomes. The pocket watch industry grew to meet the unprecedented demand for accurate timekeeping that resulted from this. Conductors, engineers, and station masters were required by railroad companies to wear watches that adhered to stringent accuracy requirements. These were precise devices that needed to maintain time within seconds, not minutes, so they weren't just any pocket watches. The railroad pocket watch evolved into a symbol of expertise. Large, sturdy, and built to continue operating precisely in spite of the frequent jarring and vibration of train travel, these timepieces were the norm. Because a conductor had to rapidly check the time, even in low light or while travelling at high speed, they had faces that were bold and easy to read. Railroad companies set up complex synchronization systems because they took accuracy and timekeeping very seriously. Railroad workers would be able to adjust their watches to match the master clock by using the telegraph to transmit official time signals at major stations. As a result, a truly standardized time system that covered great distances was established for the first time in human history. It had a huge social impact. Prior to the invention of railroads, each town maintained its own local time, which was typically determined by the time the sun rose. This implied that it might be 11:47 in Philadelphia and 12:13 in Boston at noon in New York. This had little bearing on day-to-day existence. It was chaos for railroad scheduling. Pocket watches became the tools that enabled the standardized time zones that were imposed by the railroads. All of a sudden, millions of people were adjusting their daily routines to the mechanical accuracy of their own timepieces rather than the sun or church bells. Significant advancements in the production of pocket watches also occurred during this time. In order to simplify repairs and increase manufacturing efficiency, American companies such as Waltham and Elgin started manufacturing watches with interchangeable parts. Each watch was no longer a one-of-a-kind, handcrafted object. Rather, they were precision-engineered products that were simple to maintain and could be assembled rapidly. The railroad standard pocket watch rose to prominence as a symbol of industrial accuracy in America. These watches were constructed to endure the harsh conditions of railroad work, passed stringent testing, and received accuracy certification. They were also beautiful items. Even the most practical railroad watch had tasteful hands, well-crafted numerals, and cases that were both practical and beautiful. However, the way that pocket watches became ingrained in professional identity was perhaps the most intriguing development of this era. A railroad man's watch represented his dependability, accuracy, and dedication to safety. It was more than just a tool. Since being able to tell the exact time was essential to their professional reputation, these men would spend their own money on the best watches they could afford. The practice of inspecting and certifying watches was also started during the railroad pocket watch era. Professional watch inspectors were hired by railroad companies to regularly check timepieces to make sure they adhered to the stringent requirements needed for safe operation. As a result, a culture of superior horology was established, which impacted watchmaking for many years to come. One could refer to the late 19th and early 20th centuries as the golden age of the pocket watch. At this time, the technical and cultural significance of these mechanical wonders peaked. Pocket watches were more than just timepieces during this time. They were technological marvels, family heirlooms, and statements all combined into one sophisticated package. The diversity was astounding. For a few dollars, you could purchase a straightforward, dependable watch, or you could commission a work of art that took years to complete and cost more than a house. This era's luxury timepieces were truly remarkable. Even today, the intricate timepieces made by master craftsmen seem almost magical. In addition to telling you the time, some watches can also tell you the date, the day of the week, the month, the year, and the moon phase. Others had minute repeaters, which were devices that, when a button was pressed, would chime out the time so that you could determine the hour even in total darkness. Perpetual calendars that automatically corrected for leap years and would stay accurate for centuries without human correction were among the most ambitious pieces. These weren't merely timepieces. They were tiny mechanical computers that were designed to track the intricate details of our calendar system with amazing accuracy. However, not only the affluent adopted pocket watches during this heyday. Working-class people could now afford dependable timepieces thanks to mass production techniques, and owning a watch came to be seen as a sign of respectability and responsibility. When a young man got his first pocket watch, he was taking part in a milestone as important as getting his first job or suit. The pocket watch was an integral part of everyday life. Winding your watch each morning was a meditative way to connect with your own timepiece. You would check the time throughout the day by using a familiar motion to reach into your vest pocket and pull out the watch by its chain. This wasn't merely practical. It was a little act that showed the world that you were a person who appreciated accuracy and timeliness. The chains themselves turned into fashion accessories. Some were straightforward and practical, while others were ornate pieces of jewellery with meaningful charms, decorative fobs, and intricate links. For socially conservative men, a watch chain was frequently one of the few pieces of jewellery they could wear without looking garish. Interesting tales about the owners of these pocket watches can be found in their cases. Numerous ones had initials, family crests, or private messages engraved on them. Some had hinged backs that opened to reveal pictures of loved ones, making them portable, private shrines. The way that pocket watches from this era became stores of meaning and memory is what makes them so poignant. A father would pass his watch to his son and tell him about its past exploits. It is possible for a wife to have a romantic inscription engraved on her husband's watch. Immigrants brought timepieces that linked them to the nations they had left behind, and soldiers carried watches that brought them back to their homeland. During this heyday, the quality of manufacturing was exceptional. American firms like Hamilton, Waltham and Illinois, as well as Swiss producers Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, were creating watches that were not only precise but also long-lasting. More than a century later, many pocket watches from this era are still functional, which speaks volumes about the craftsmanship of their creators and the resilience of mechanical engineering. In ways that are difficult to imagine today, the pocket watch also became essential to professional life. They were used by doctors to track treatment outcomes and time patients' pulses. Attorneys charged their clients according to the exact timing of their consultations. Factory managers used stopwatch accuracy to coordinate shift changes. The pocket watch, a necessary tool that structured and organized daily life, was the smartphone of its time. Some of the most fascinating tales from the Golden Age feature unsung heroes who depended on pocket watches in ways their creators never imagined, despite the fact that we frequently associate them with affluent gentlemen wearing top hats. Consider nurses. nurses found that pocket watches were crucial instruments for patient monitoring during a time when the medical field was becoming more scientific. They used to coordinate patient care, track pulse rates, and time medication intervals by pinning tiny, sophisticated watches, the forerunners of contemporary nursing watches, to their uniforms. Since precise timing could mean the difference between life and death, these women, many of whom were from low-income families, invested their own funds in high-quality timepieces. The relationship between rural mail carriers and pocket watches became almost mystical. These postal workers used a combination of landmarks, instinct, and exact timing to navigate before GPS or even trustworthy road maps were available. A carrier might be aware that the walk from the Johnson farm to the creek took precisely 17 minutes, and that it took an additional 12 minutes to get to the Miller residence. They used their pocket watches as navigational aids to keep track of their schedules while travelling miles on country roads in a variety of weather conditions. Most astonishingly, blind people found that their pocket watches could be used as highly advanced assistive technology. In order to directly feel the hand's position, many pocket watches from this era had cases that could be opened with one hand. The first tactile timepieces in history were made possible by certain watches that were specially made with raised hands and numerals. A pocket watch became a means of preserving independence and navigating social situations with assurance for those who were unable to rely on visual cues. Pocket watches and the mining industry developed a unique relationship. Miners depended on sturdy timepieces that could endure harsh conditions because they worked deep underground, where natural light never reached and shift schedules were essential for safety. Because they knew that synchronized timing could prevent accidents and coordinate rescue operations, mining companies frequently included watches as part of their safety equipment. To maintain the exact timing needed for their beacon operations, lighthouse keepers, those lone protectors of coastal safety, used pocket watches. Every lighthouse had a distinct pattern of lights, a particular series of flashes that made it easier for ships to locate them. Lighthouse keepers became proficient at using their pocket watches to maintain these life-saving rhythms because maintaining these patterns required split-second timing. These professional applications are intriguing because they drove innovation in watchmaking in unanticipated ways. Watches that were easy to sterilize were necessary for nurses. Timepieces that could withstand explosions and cave-ins were necessary for miners. Watches that could remain accurate in severe weather conditions were essential for lighthouse keepers. In response, manufacturers created customized designs. To guard against industrial equipment, some watches had anti-magnetic shields. Others had reinforced cases that were resilient to severe physical harm. Using radium-based paint that glowed in total darkness, a few companies produced pocket watches with glowing hands and numerals, but they were unaware of the potential health hazards associated with this invention. Innovation was still fueled by the railroad sector, but in more complex ways. Some of the most sophisticated mechanical engineering of this era was found in the railroad pocket watches. Despite the physical demands of railroad work, temperature fluctuations, and continuous vibration, they had to maintain precise time. Railroad-approved timepieces had to remain accurate within seconds over weeks or months, which was a very demanding testing process. However, the most heartwarming tales are probably those of regular people who discovered extraordinary significance in their pocket watches. According to some stories, immigrants sold almost everything they owned but retained their family watches as reminders of their former homes. Veterans who maintained routines that aided in their reintegration into society by using their military-issued pocket watches. Farmers who used Swiss clockwork precision to time everything from livestock feeding schedules to crop plantings. Challenges in the early 20th century would drastically alter how people interacted with their watches. The world had never before seen such demands for precise timing as it did during the Great War, as it was then known. An unprecedented level of coordination was needed for military operations. Barrages of artillery had to be timed to the second. Across miles of battlefield, infantry advances had to be coordinated. Everyone had to follow the same exact schedule in order for units to communicate with one another. Military leaders initially believed that conventional pocket watches would satisfy these requirements. After all, for decades, railroad companies and other industries had benefited greatly from these timepieces. However, the limitations of pocket-based timekeeping were soon exposed by the realities of trench warfare. When carrying equipment, crawling through mud, or operating heavy machinery, soldiers found that it was frequently impossible to reach into a pocket to check the time. Even worse, removing a pocket watch could reveal a soldier's location to enemy observers. Military personnel needed a discreet and speedy way to check the time. Unexpectedly, women's watches provided the answer. Watchmakers have been making tiny wristwatches for decades, mostly as jewellery for affluent women. Serious men tended to dismiss these bracelet watches as frivolous decorations and viewed them as feminine accessories. However, social convention was overruled by military necessity. At first, soldiers used makeshift leather bands, or even bits of wire to strap tiny watches to their wrists. They found that, in addition to being more practical, wrist-worn timepieces were also more accurate than pocket watches in combat situations. The change took time. Throughout the war, many military officers preferred conventional pocket watches over wristwatches because they were seen as unmanly. However, enlisted men rapidly embraced wrist-worn timepieces as necessary gear after encountering the practical realities of contemporary warfare. This change reflected a wider shift in how people lived and worked, not just a change in fashion. Compared to the leisurely Victorian era that gave rise to pocket watch culture, the post-war world was quicker, more mobile and more demanding. Wristwatches were more appropriate for the more active lifestyles of women, who had joined the workforce in previously unheard-of numbers during the war. Workers in factories found that timepieces worn on the wrist were less likely to snag on equipment. Outdoor enthusiasts and athletes discovered that wristwatches were more useful for keeping track of physical activities. At first, the watch industry opposed this shift. Manufacturers were reluctant to give up their decades of experience in developing pocket watch technology. However, adaptation was ultimately compelled by consumer demand. Businesses started producing wristwatches with the same accuracy and dependability that had made pocket watches popular. But the change didn't happen all at once. Pocket watches continued to be popular among specific age groups and professions throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Because railroad rules had not yet been changed to allow wristwatches, railroad employees still preferred them. Compared to their wrist-worn counterparts, older gentlemen regarded pocket watches as more formal and dignified. An intriguing generational divide resulted from this. While their elders saw pocket watches as symbols of tradition and sophistication, younger people embraced wristwatches as symbols of modernity and progress. Choosing between a wristwatch and a pocket watch has evolved into a subtly expressed statement about your values and position in a world that is changing quickly. This transition became even more complicated as a result of the Great Depression. Long after wristwatches had gained popularity, many families continued to use inherited pocket watches because they could not afford new timepieces. As a result, pocket watches started to be linked to both tradition and improvisation. Ironically, some of the most inventive pocket watch designs ever produced were also influenced by this economic pressure. Desperate to keep their market share, manufacturers started creating watches that could be worn as wrist and pocket watches. These adaptable styles included detachable cases that could be strapped to the wrist or worn on chains as needed. By the 1940s, it was clear that pocket watches would become commonplace timepieces. The post-war economic boom made new wrist-worn timepieces affordable for nearly everyone, and World War II accelerated the adoption of wristwatches for evidently practical reasons. But rather than just vanishing, something intriguing occurred. Unexpected places gave pocket watches new life, and they took on significance that their original designers never intended. They evolved into wedding tokens, retirement gifts, and graduation presents, items selected for their symbolic value rather than their usefulness. In addition to passing on a timepiece, a grandfather who gave his grandson his pocket watch was also imparting a link to an alternative perspective on time. Those early proponents of pocket watch accuracy, railroad companies, gradually loosened their standards for allowing certified wristwatches. However, out of habit, pride in their jobs, and sincere love for these mechanical companions they had depended on for decades, many veteran railroad workers kept carrying pocket watches. During this period of transition, the medical field developed a complex relationship with pocket watches of its own. Many older doctors still carried pocket watches as a sign of their professional authority and ties to medical tradition, while nurses had mostly shifted to wrist-worn timepieces and pin-on watches. The situation for watchmakers was intriguing. Although there was still a significant need for repair and maintenance services, the market for new pocket watches had all but vanished. This led to the development of a specialised craft that was more concerned with maintaining already existing timepieces than with making new ones. master horologists took on the role of vintage auto mechanics, repairing devices that were too valuable and significant to be abandoned but were no longer being produced. Unexpectedly, pocket watches started to show up in counterculture movements in the 1960s and 1970s. Adopting pocket watches as symbols of individualism and a link to pre-industrial values, young people rejected the conformity of conventional wristwatches. This wasn't about nostalgia, rather, it was about demonstrating that you worked on your own time, independent of the fast-paced nature of contemporary business life. Collectors started to acknowledge pocket watches as authentic works of art and historical relics. Museums began collecting important examples for their permanent collections, and auction houses began holding specialty sales with timepieces from well-known manufacturers. Once commonplace items became cultural treasures deserving of preservation and study. Mechanical timepieces appeared even more outdated with the quartz revolution of the 1970s and the digital watch boom of the 1980s. However, this advancement in technology also brought attention to the unique qualities of conventional mechanical watches. A well-kept pocket watch symbolized durability, artistry, and the joy of possessing something that was made to last for generations in a world of throwaway electronics. Pocket watches now hold a special place in how we relate to time and technology. They are both outdated and timeless, deeply significant and impractical. Some artisans continue to create new ones, typically as collectors' specialties or luxury goods. We still purchase, sell, restore and cherish vintage examples. The most amazing aspect of the pocket watch narrative is how these mechanical contraptions influenced and produced our contemporary conception of personal time. Prior to pocket watches, time was governed by local clocks, church bells and organic rhythms. Time became precise, individualized and portable after pocket watches. You're continuing a tradition that started when early clockmakers tried to fit the power of a tower clock into a pocket-sized device every time you look at your smartwatch or check the time on your phone. The basic human need to carry time with us, personalize it, and use it to plan our lives with the people and activities we care about has not changed despite the significant advancements in technology. We learned from the pocket watch that mechanical accuracy could be beautiful, that time could be owned, and that being on time could be a virtue. We're still learning how those lessons influenced the modern world. It's not bad for a tiny metal disc that fits neatly in your pocket. Picture this. You wake up on a sweltering July morning and your first instinct is to reach for that blessed thermostat. But imagine just for a moment that there's no thermostat to reach for. No gentle hum of central air. No window unit rattling away like a mechanical cricket. Welcome to the world your great-grandparents knew intimately. A world where summer meant something entirely different than it does for you today. Before 1902, when a young engineer named Willis Carrier first figured out how to control humidity in a Brooklyn printing plant, humans had been dealing with heat the same way for thousands of years. They got creative, they got resourceful, and honestly, they got pretty good at it. You might think they were just sweating it out in misery, but you'd be surprised at how ingenious people became when comfort depended on cleverness rather than electricity bills. Your ancestors didn't just endure the heat, they developed an entire culture around it. They understood their environment in ways we've forgotten, reading the subtle signs of weather changes, knowing exactly which windows to open at what time of day, and timing their daily activities around the sun's path across the sky like choreographers of comfort. Think about your own relationship with heat for a moment. When it's 85 degrees outside, you probably consider that uncomfortably warm. Your great-grandmother would have called that a pleasant day and maybe even worn a light sweater in the morning. The human body's tolerance for temperature was remarkably different when it was regularly exposed to natural variations, much like how your eyes adjust to darkness when you're not constantly staring at bright screens. The pre-air conditioning world operated on rhythms that seem almost mystical to us now. People rose with the sun not because they were more virtuous, but because the coolest part of the day was precious and not to be wasted. They took afternoon naps not out of laziness, but because even the most ambitious person recognized that fighting the peak heat was often futile. Evening activities began later and lasted longer, creating social patterns that persisted well into the night when the air finally offered some relief. Communities were shaped by heat in ways that went far beyond personal comfort. Cities looked different. You'll discover more about this soon. But the social fabric was different too. Neighbours knew each other better, partly because everyone spent more time outside on porches and stoops, seeking whatever breeze might be available. The evening constitutional wasn't just exercise, it was social networking, news sharing, and communal heat management all rolled into one pleasant tradition. You've probably noticed how quiet your neighbourhood gets when everyone retreats indoors to their climate-controlled environments. In the pre-AC era, neighbourhoods came alive during the cooler hours. Children played in the streets until well past dark, adults lingered on front porches with glasses of sweet tea or lemonade, and the boundaries between private and public space blurred in the most wonderful ways. Food culture, clothing choices, architectural decisions, work schedules, social gatherings, and even romance. Everything was influenced by the simple fact that when it got hot, you had to deal with it using nothing but human ingenuity and natural resources. Your ancestors became masters of reading air currents, understanding thermal dynamics, and working with nature rather than against it. This isn't a story about how tough people used to be, though they certainly were resourceful. It's about how different life was when humans lived in closer harmony with the natural cycles, when comfort was something you actively created rather than passively consumed. It's about communities that formed around shared challenges and clever solutions that often worked better than our modern brute force approach of simply cranking up the AC and hoping the electric grid holds. As you settle in for this journey through the pre-air conditioning world, you'll discover that our ancestors weren't just surviving the heat, they were thriving in it, creating beauty and comfort and community in ways that might surprise you and maybe even inspire you. So let's step back in time together, when staying cool was an art form, and summer evenings were something people actually look forward to. Your ancestors were essentially climate engineers, and they didn't even know it. Before the advent of HVAC systems, builders were crafting structures that would leave modern energy efficiency experts in awe. They understood something we've largely forgotten, that the right building can be a natural air conditioning system, working with physics rather than against it. Walk through any historic neighbourhood, and you'll notice things that might seem decorative but were actually brilliant cooling strategies. Those deep wraparound porches weren't just for sitting, they were thermal buffer zones, creating shade that kept the sun's heat from ever reaching the main walls of the house. The wide, overhanging eaves you see on older homes weren't architectural flourishes, they were carefully calculated to block the high summer sun while allowing the lower winter sun to warm the interior. Consider the lofty ceilings of old houses, which may seem intimidating to those accustomed to modern 8-foot rooms. Your great-grandparents built those high ceilings because hot air rises, and they wanted it to rise as far away from them as possible. Those ceiling fans you see in historic homes weren't working against the natural convection. They were amplifying it, creating air movement that made 85 degrees feel like a comfortable 75. The most ingenious homes had what we'd now call passive cooling systems built right into their bones. In the south, you'll find houses built on tall piers that allowed air to flow underneath, cooling the floors from below. The famous dog trot houses, with an open breezeway running right through the centre, were essentially wind tunnels that captured every available breeze and funneled it through the living spaces. Your ancestors understood cross-ventilation like meteorologists. They positioned windows not just for light or views, but to create pathways for air to move through the house. They knew that a window on the shaded north side would draw cool air in, while a window on the sunny south side would let hot air escape, creating a natural circulation system that worked as long as there was even the slightest temperature difference between inside and outside. In hot climates, thick walls weren't just for durability, they were thermal mass, absorbing heat during the day and releasing it slowly at night, essentially smoothing out temperature swings. Adobe houses in the southwest could stay remarkably cool during blazing hot days because those thick walls acted like natural batteries, storing and releasing heat on a delayed schedule that favoured human comfort. Colour choices weren't just aesthetic decisions either. Light-coloured roofs and walls reflected heat rather than absorbing it, while strategic use of vegetation created microclimates around homes. Your great-grandmother's rose bushes and climbing vines weren't just pretty, they were living insulation, shading walls and cooling the air through transpiration. The Victorian era brought us some of the most sophisticated natural cooling systems disguised as architectural details. Those cupolas and roof monitors you see on old houses were actually thermal chimneys, designed to pull hot air up and out of the building. The decorative lattice work and fretwork weren't just ornamental, they provided shade while allowing air to flow through, creating natural evaporative cooling. Even urban planning was influenced by the need to stay cool. Cities were laid out with wide streets to allow air circulation, and generous setbacks between buildings prevented them from creating heat islands. Tree-lined streets weren't just beautiful, they were essential infrastructure, providing shade and cooling the air through evaporation. Your ancestors also understood the power of thermal zoning within their homes. The kitchen was often separate from the main house or located in a basement or outbuilding, keeping the heat from cooking fires away from living spaces. Bedrooms were typically on upper floors where breezes were stronger, while daily activities happened in the cooler ground floor rooms during hot weather. They selected the materials based on their cooling properties and aesthetic appeal. Hardwood floors stayed cooler than carpets, high-quality plaster walls had better thermal properties than thin drywall, and natural materials like stone and brick had thermal mass that helped regulate temperature naturally. These weren't just practical decisions, they created homes that were genuinely more comfortable than many modern houses. The constant air movement, the natural temperature regulation, and the connection to outdoor breezes and seasonal changes created living environments that worked with human physiology rather than trying to override it completely. Your great-grandparents' homes breathed in ways that our sealed, climate-controlled boxes simply don't. Your great-grandparents didn't just check the weather. They lived it, breathed it, and planned their entire day around it. They had an intimate relationship with atmospheric conditions that would seem almost supernatural to you now. While you might glance at your phone's weather app and grab an umbrella, they could feel a storm coming in their bones and predict the next day's heat by the way the evening air moved through their hair. The pre-air conditioning day began with what we might call a temperature reconnaissance mission. Before your great-grandmother even got out of bed, she was assessing the thermal situation. Was there still a hint of coolness in the air that could be captured and preserved? Were the windows that had been opened to the night breeze ready to be closed before the sun began its daily assault? This wasn't casual observation, it was a survival strategy disguised as a morning routine. You probably think of your daily schedule as being controlled by work hours, appointments and social obligations. Your ancestors organised their days around the sun's path and the thermometer's climb. The heaviest work, laundry, cooking and cleaning, happened in the early morning hours when the air was still cool and energy levels were high. By the time you settled in for your second cup of coffee, your ancestors had already accomplished what might take you all morning simply because they understood that working with the cool was far more efficient than fighting the heat. Midday brought what we might call the ultimate hibernation. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., when the sun was most merciless, sensible people found shady spots and settled in for activities that required minimal movement. This wasn't laziness, it was physics. Your great-grandfather understood that his body was a heat-generating machine, and adding human-generated warmth to the day's natural furnace was simply poor engineering. The siesta, which we often think of as a quaint foreign custom, was actually brilliant thermal management. While you might power through the afternoon heat with air conditioning and iced coffee, your ancestors recognised that the human body naturally wanted to slow down during the hottest part of the day. They worked with their biology rather than against it, conserving energy for the cooler evening hours when productivity could resume. But here's where it gets interesting. Your ancestors didn't just endure these daily heat cycles, they found genuine pleasure in them. The evening awakening, when temperatures finally began to drop and life resumed its normal pace, was a daily celebration. Imagine the relief and joy of feeling that first cool breeze after hours of stillness, the way evening air felt like silk against skin that had been warm all day. These thermal rhythms also influenced the scheduling of social life. Dinner parties began later, when the air had cooled enough to make cooking and eating pleasant again. Evening visits to neighbours, walks around the community and outdoor games and activities, all of these began when the sun started its descent and continued well into the night, making the most of every degree of cooling. Your great-grandmother became a master of microclimate management within her own home. She knew which rooms stayed coolest at which times of day, which windows to open to catch the morning breeze, and which ones to close to keep out the afternoon heat. She understood that opening windows on the shady side of the house while closing those on the sunny side created natural air conditioning, pulling cool air through while allowing hot air to escape. The evening ritual of opening up the house was a precise science. As temperatures dropped, windows throughout the home were strategically opened to capture every available breeze and encourage air circulation. Your ancestors could feel the subtle pressure changes that indicated when outdoor air was finally cooler than indoor air, the exact moment when natural ventilation would begin working in their favour rather than against it. They also understood the art of thermal layering in their daily lives. Light, loose clothing during the day could be supplemented with light shawls or wraps as evening breezes picked up. During hot hours, they styled their hair up and off the neck, allowing it to flow freely when the coolness returned. Even the choice of where to sit, which chair to choose, and which side of the porch to favour, all of these decisions were made with thermal comfort in mind. Weather prediction became a survival skill. Your great-grandfather could read cloud formations, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure changes like you read traffic signs. A shift in wind direction might mean relief was coming. Certain cloud formations promised afternoon thunderstorms that would break the heat. The behaviour of animals and the feel of the air provided advance warning of weather changes that could affect the day's comfort level. This daily dance with weather created a rhythm of life that was deeply connected to natural cycles, where human activity flowed with environmental conditions rather than trying to dominate them. Heat had a way of bringing people together that our climate-controlled world has largely forgotten. When staying cool required community effort and shared wisdom, social bonds formed around the simple necessity of surviving summer. Your great-grandparents didn't just endure the heat alone, they created entire social systems around managing it together, turning what could have been individual misery into collective comfort and even joy. The front porch served as more than just an architectural feature, it served as the hub of the community's cooling culture. While you might spend your evenings inside watching television in air-conditioned comfort, your ancestors gathered on porches as the sun went down, creating informal networks of conversation, shared cooling strategies, and mutual support. These weren't planned social events, they were spontaneous communities that formed wherever people could catch a breeze and share the relief of cooling air. Imagine a summer evening in your great-grandmother's neighbourhood. As temperatures finally began to drop, porch lights would flicker on and rocking chairs would creak into motion. Children would emerge from houses like flowers opening to cooler air, beginning games of tag and hide-and-seek that could continue safely in the gathering dusk. Adults would settle into conversations that meandered like the evening breeze itself, unhurried and comfortable. These porch communities shared more than just evening air. They exchanged cooling wisdom like valuable currency. Your great-aunt might share her secret for keeping bedsheets cool. Hint, it involved strategic folding and placement. While your neighbour would demonstrate his technique for creating cross breezes using strategically placed fans and open windows. Cooling knowledge was community knowledge, passed down through informal networks of neighbours who understood that everyone's comfort depended on shared intelligence. The evening constitutional, that leisurely walk through the neighbourhood that seems so old-fashioned now, was actually sophisticated heat management disguised as socialising. Your great-grandparents understood that moving slowly through cooling air was more refreshing than sitting still, and that community walks created opportunities for air circulation around their bodies while maintaining social connections. These walks weren't exercise in the modern sense, they were communal cooling therapy. Churches, schools, and community centres became cooling sanctuaries during the most brutal heat. Not because they had air conditioning, they didn't, but because they were designed with high ceilings, large windows, and architectural features that promoted air circulation. More importantly, they offered the psychological comfort of shared experience. Suffering through heat alone felt overwhelming. Enduring it as part of a community made it manageable, and even meaningful. Your ancestors created social rituals around heat relief that sound almost magical now. Ice cream socials weren't just sweet treats, they were community cooling events where shared cold provided both physical and psychological relief. Picnics were carefully planned for shady spots near water, where evaporation and tree cover created natural cooling zones. Swimming holes became social centres, not just for recreation, but as genuine relief stations where entire communities could find respite together. The sharing economy existed long before we had a name for it, especially when it came to pooling resources. Families with ice would share with neighbours whose ice had melted. Those fortunate enough to have deeper wells with cooler water would fill jugs for families whose wells ran warm. When electric fans became available, people borrowed and shared them like precious commodities. Community ice houses weren't just commercial enterprises, they were essential social infrastructure. Evening entertainment adapted to take advantage of cooling air and community gathering. Band concerts in the park weren't just cultural events, they were mass cooling therapy sessions where hundreds of people could gather in open spaces designed to capture evening breezes. Outdoor theatres, garden parties and community festivals all took advantage of the natural cooling that happened when the sun went down and people came together in open spaces. Children's play adapted to heat in ways that created their own social cooling systems. Games moved to shaded areas during the day, and resumed in full energy as evening approached. Jump rope, hopscotch and tag became evening activities when the air was finally cool enough for active play. Swimming wasn't just recreation, it was essential cooling that happened in community, with neighbourhood swimming holes becoming social centres where entire families gathered for relief and fellowship. Your great-grandparents also understood that shared meals during hot weather required different social arrangements. Early in the morning or late in the evening, when temperatures were bearable, heavy cooking took place. Community kitchens, often outdoor spaces with good ventilation, became gathering places where the heat of cooking could be shared and managed collectively, rather than making individual homes unbearable. The social side of staying cool created bonds that extended far beyond summer heat. Neighbours who shared cooling strategies, families who gathered for evening porch conversations, communities that came together in cooling spaces, these relationships persisted year-round, creating social fabric that was strengthened by the shared challenge of managing summer heat together. Your great-grandfather's workday was unlike yours, with heat acting as an invisible choreographer guiding every step. While you might complain about a slightly warm office or adjust the thermostat a degree or two, he organised his entire professional life around the reality that work had to happen in whatever temperature nature provided. Managing temperature wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about survival, productivity, and creating sustainable rhythms that could last a lifetime. The agricultural world, where most of your ancestors likely spent their working lives, operated on what we might call thermal scheduling. Farmers weren't early risers because they were more virtuous than you, they were thermal strategists. The period between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. represented precious hours when both air temperature and energy levels favoured productive work. Your great-grandfather could accomplish more in those cool morning hours than in twice as much time during the heat of midday. Harvest time reveals the sophisticated heat management strategies your ancestors developed. Grain cutting, haymaking and fruit picking weren't scheduled by calendar convenience but by the intersection of crop readiness and thermal reality. Work crews would start before dawn, race against the climbing sun, and take extended midday breaks that weren't laziness but practical physics. The afternoon shift would resume only when shadows grew long and air began to cool. Indoor work adapted to heat with equal sophistication. Your great-grandmother's kitchen operated on thermal logic that would impress modern efficiency experts. Bread baking happened in the early morning, using retained heat for multiple batches before the day became unbearable. Canning and preserving, essential work that unfortunately generated lots of heat, was scheduled for the coolest days available or done in outdoor kitchens that kept the heat away from living spaces. Laundry day was perhaps the most thermally challenging work your ancestors faced. Heating water, boiling clothes, and using hot irons could turn a house into a furnace. Smart housekeepers developed strategies that sound almost military in their precision, heating water outdoors when possible, doing washing in early morning or late evening, and saving ironing for the coolest days. Some families even had separate wash houses, small buildings dedicated to heat-generating work that kept the main house comfortable. Professional work adapted to heat in ways that shaped entire industries. Blacksmiths and metalworkers, who dealt with extreme heat as part of their craft, developed techniques for managing both the heat of their forges and the ambient heat of summer. They worked shorter shifts during hot weather, started earlier and took longer breaks. Their shops were designed with sophisticated ventilation systems that would impress modern industrial engineers. The concept of the workday itself was more flexible into the pre-air conditioning era. During the hottest weeks of summer, many businesses would close during midday hours and reopen in the evening, staying open later to take advantage of cooler air. Such behaviour wasn't vacation, it was thermal adaptation that actually increased productivity by working with natural cycles rather than against them. Your ancestors understood something we've largely forgotten, that human performance varies dramatically with temperature, and fighting this reality is less efficient than adapting to it. Thermal comfort significantly affects cognitive function, physical endurance, and even mood, as modern research confirms their intuitive understanding. They scheduled demanding mental work for cool hours and saved routine tasks for times when heat made concentration difficult. Rest wasn't just the absence of work, it was active heat management. The afternoon siesta, which we often dismiss as laziness, was actually a sophisticated recovery strategy. Your great-grandparents understood that forcing the body to maintain high activity levels during the peak heat created fatigue that would affect productivity for the rest of the day. By By resting during the hottest hours, they preserved energy for evening work when conditions improved. Sleep itself required thermal strategy. Your great-grandmother didn't just go to bed. She prepared for sleep with the same attention to cooling that you might give to adjusting your thermostat. Beds were positioned to catch evening breezes, bedrooms were open to night air, and even sleep schedules shifted with the seasons. Summer bedtimes were later, taking advantage of cooler evening hours, while wake times were earlier to capture the cool of dawn. The social aspects of work also adapted to heat. Quilting bees, barn raisings, and community work projects were scheduled for cooler weather when possible, or organised to take advantage of shared cooling strategies. Group work meant shared cooling wisdom. Someone always knew which areas stayed coolest, when breezes were strongest, or how to organise tasks to minimise heat generation. Your ancestors developed what we might call thermal efficiency, the ability to accomplish necessary work while generating and absorbing the least possible heat. Such efficiency wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about sustainable productivity that could be maintained throughout long, hot summers without exhaustion or heat-related illness. Your great-grandmother's wardrobe wasn't just about looking proper. It was an engineering marvel designed to make summer heat bearable while maintaining social respectability. Every fabric choice, every style decision, and every accessory served a dual purpose, keeping cool and looking appropriate. While you might throw on shorts and a t-shirt for hot weather, she had to work within social expectations that required much more coverage, making her cooling strategies far more sophisticated than yours. The fabrics your ancestors chose reveal their profound understanding of thermal properties. Linen, cotton, and other natural fibres weren't selected just because synthetic materials didn't exist. They were chosen because they breathed, absorbed moisture, and allowed air circulation in ways that kept the body cooler. Your great-grandmother knew that loose-weave fabrics created tiny air pockets that insulated against heat, while tight weaves trapped hot air against the skin. Colour science played a crucial role in pre-air conditioning fashion. Light colours weren't just fashionable in summer, they were essential technology, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. Your great-grandmother's white cotton dresses, light-coloured parasols, and pale summer hats were essentially wearable cooling systems that modern research has confirmed as remarkably effective heat management. The layering strategies your ancestors developed would impress modern outdoor gear designers. They understood that multiple light layers could be adjusted throughout the day as temperatures changed, allowing for fine-tuned thermal control. A light chemise, followed by a cotton dress, topped with a removable shawl or jacket, created a flexible system that could adapt to morning coolness, midday heat, and evening breezes. Your great-grandfather's summer work clothes tell their own cooling story. Those loose overalls weren't just practical for farm work, they allowed air circulation around the body while protecting skin from the sun. The wide-brimmed hats that seemed purely functional were actually sophisticated cooling devices, creating portable shade while allowing heat to escape from the head. Even suspenders served a cooling purpose, holding the pants away from the body to allow air circulation. Hairstyling in the pre-air conditioning era was as much about temperature management as it was about fashion. Your great-grandmother's elaborate updos weren't just decorative. They lifted hair off the neck and allowed air to circulate around one of the body's most effective cooling zones. Those intricate braids and buns that look so complicated in old photographs were actually practical cooling technology disguised as beauty routines. Undergarments of the era reveal the sophisticated understanding your ancestors had of thermal regulation. While the idea of corsets and multiple petticoats might seem stifling to you, these garments were designed to create air pockets and allow circulation while maintaining the silhouette that social expectations demanded. Summer undergarments were made from the lightest possible materials and designed to wick moisture away from the body. Thermal reality completely shaped food culture in the pre-air conditioning era. Your great-grandmother didn't avoid using the oven in summer because she was trying to save energy. She avoided it because heating the kitchen could make the entire house unbearable for days. Summer menus were essentially cooling strategies disguised as meals. Cold soups, fresh salads, and uncooked foods weren't just refreshing, they were thermal management. Your ancestors understood that digestion itself generates body heat, so summer meals were lighter, easier to digest, and required less internal energy to process. Those elaborate cold salads and chilled soups that seem so elegant in old cookbooks were actually sophisticated cooling technology. Preservation methods adapted to heat in ingenious ways. Root cellars, spring houses, and ice houses weren't just food storage, they were community cooling infrastructure. Your great-grandmother might plan her weekly menu around what could be stored without generating heat, what could be prepared without cooking, and what would actually help cool the body from the inside. Beverages became medicine in the pre-air conditioning world. Sweet tea, lemonade, and other cooling drinks weren't just refreshments, they were thermal therapy. Your ancestors understood that certain ingredients could actually help the body cool itself, while others would make heat worse. Mint, cucumber, and citrus served not only as flavouring but also as internal cooling agents. Even social dining adapted to heat management. Summer entertaining moved outdoors not just for ambiance but for thermal practicality. Garden parties, picnics, and outdoor dining took advantage of breezes and shade while keeping the heat-generating cooking activities away from living spaces. Your great-grandmother's summer dinner parties were carefully choreographed to minimise heat generation while maximising cooling opportunities. The timing of meals shifted with thermal reality. Breakfast might be substantial, taking advantage of cool morning air for cooking and eating. Lunch became lighter and simpler, while dinner was often delayed until evening, when both cooking and eating could happen in more comfortable temperatures. Your ancestors didn't eat by the clock, they ate by the thermometer. These weren't just survival strategies, they created a culture of elegance and sophistication that worked within natural limits rather than trying to overcome them. Your great-grandmother managed to stay cool, look beautiful, and maintain social standards without ever touching a thermostat, creating a lifestyle that was both practical and genuinely stylish. As you settle into your climate-controlled bedroom tonight, consider how different your great-grandparents' relationship with sleep was during the sweltering summer months. Night wasn't just a time for rest. It was the daily reward for surviving another day of heat. A precious opportunity to cool down, recharge, and prepare for whatever thermal challenges tomorrow might bring. The evening hours held a special magic that our artificially cooled world has largely forgotten. The transition from day to night was something your ancestors savoured like wine. As the sun finally began its descent, the entire household would shift into evening mode with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra. Windows that had been strategically closed during the heat of the day would begin opening in careful sequence, each one positioned to catch the first hint of cooling air and encourage it to flow through the house. Your great-grandmother had an intimate knowledge of her home's thermal personality. She knew which windows to open first to create the gentle suction that would pull hot air out while drawing cooler air in. She understood the exact moment when the outdoor temperature dropped below the indoor temperature, the magical threshold when natural ventilation changed from liability to blessing. This wasn't guesswork. It was science learned through years of paying attention to the subtle signals that told her when relief was finally available. The bedroom preparation rituals of the pre-air conditioning era would seem elaborate to you now, but they were essential technology for achieving comfortable sleep. Beds were positioned not just for convenience, but to catch every available breeze. Your great-grandfather might move the entire bed closer to windows during heat waves, transforming the bedroom layout to take advantage of night air movement. Bedding became a crucial element in thermal management. Heavy quilts and comforters were stored away for the summer, replaced by lightweight cotton sheets that could breathe with the sleeper. Some families had special summer sheets made from linen or cotton, so fine it was almost like sleeping under woven air. Pillows were swapped for thinner versions, and even mattresses might be replaced with lighter alternatives that didn't trap and hold body heat throughout the night. The evening cooling routine extended beyond just opening windows. Your great-grandmother might take a cool bath or splash cold water on her wrists and neck, areas where blood vessels are close to the surface and cooling them could affect the entire body's temperature. Hair that had been pinned up all day would be brushed out and arranged to allow maximum air circulation around the neck and head during sleep. Children's bedtime routines were especially adapted to heat management. Lightweight cotton nightgowns replaced heavier sleepwear, and children might sleep with damp washcloths on their foreheads or arms. Some parents would lightly dampen sheets with cool water, creating evaporative cooling that could make the difference between restful sleep and a night of tossing and turning. For families fortunate enough to have multiple sleeping spaces, summer brought strategic relocations. Sleeping porches, screened areas that were essentially outdoor bedrooms, became havens during the hottest weeks. Upper floors, which were stifling during the day, might become comfortable at night when breezes were stronger at higher elevations. Some families would move mattresses to the coolest rooms in the house or even outdoors under mosquito netting when heat became truly unbearable. The sounds of summer nights were different in the pre-air conditioning era. Instead of the constant hum of climate control systems, your great-grandparents fell asleep to the natural symphony of cooling air, the whisper of breezes through window screens, the gentle creak of settling houses as temperatures dropped, and the distant conversations of neighbours also seeking relief on their porches and in their yards. Night work took on special significance during hot spells. Tasks that generated heat during the day could be accomplished in the blessed coolness of evening and early morning hours. Your great-grandmother might do her ironing by lamplight, taking advantage of temperatures that made the additional heat bearable. Baking for the next day could happen in the pre-dawn hours when ovens wouldn't turn kitchens into furnaces. The social aspects of cooling extended into the night as well. Neighbours might visit each other's cooling spots. Perhaps one family had a better cross breeze while another had a deeper well with cooler water for late evening refreshment. These evening gatherings weren't formal social events but spontaneous communities of relief, where shared cooling strategies and mutual support made the heat more bearable for everyone. Dawn brought its rituals in the pre-air conditioning world. Your great-grandfather would rise early not just to get work done before the heat returned, but to savour those precious hours when the air was actually cool. The morning routine included assessing the day's thermal prospects, checking cloud cover, feeling the air for humidity, and making strategic decisions about how to capture and preserve the coolness for as long as possible. The cycle would begin again. Windows that had been opened to night air would be strategically closed as temperatures began to rise. Curtains would be drawn to block the sun's heat, and the daily dance with temperature would resume. But those hours of relief, that nightly promise of cooling air and comfortable sleep, made it all bearable and even beautiful. Your ancestors didn't just survive the heat, they created lives of grace and comfort within natural limits that required wisdom, patience, and community. They understood something we're still learning, that working with natural cycles rather than against them can create not just sustainability, but genuine contentment. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your climate-controlled comfort, you might just dream of summer evenings when cool air was a gift to be savoured, and relief was something earned through the simple passage of time and the reliable promise that every hot day eventually surrenders to the cooling mercy of night. Imagine yourself standing on a frozen ocean that stretches beyond the horizon in every direction, with the sun on a 4-month vacation. There is no gentle dawn to wake you up, no sunset to signal bedtime, just an endless twilight that leaves you questioning whether you've accidentally broken time itself. Welcome to the polar night, where Arctic explorers from the 1800s and early 1900s learned that surviving winter meant mastering the art of sleeping when your body had absolutely no idea what time it was supposed to be. These weren't your typical camping trips where you could just check your phone for the weather forecast and head home if things got dicey. Once the ice locked their ships in place, they were committed to riding out the darkness like passengers on the world's most uncomfortable cruise ship. The thing about polar night is that it doesn't just mean dark. It means your circadian rhythm, that internal clock that tells you when to feel sleepy, gets tossed around like a snow globe in a blizzard. Imagine trying to maintain a normal sleep schedule when your brain keeps insisting it's either perpetually dawn or perpetually midnight, depending on its mood that day. However, this is where the situation becomes intriguing. These explorers did not simply retreat to a corner and await the arrival of spring. They developed elaborate routines and rituals around sleep that would make a luxury hotel concierge jealous. They had to, because proper rest meant the difference between waking up refreshed and ready to chip ice off the ship's hull, or waking up so disoriented you might try to put your boots on your hands. Take the crew of HMS Erebus and Terror during Franklin's expedition, or the men aboard Nansen's Fram. They discovered that creating artificial rhythms was like teaching your body a new dance. Awkward at first, but eventually it would catch on. Ship's bells became their metronome, marking time in a world where natural time had temporarily ceased to exist. The sleeping quarters themselves were marvels of cramped ingenuity. Picture trying to design a bedroom inside a wooden icebox that's constantly creaking and groaning as ice pressure squeezes the hull. Your bedroom might be a space no bigger than a modern walk-in closet, shared with 2 or 3 other explorers who probably hadn't had a proper bath in months. Romance was not in the air, more like a mixture of unwashed wool, seal oil, and that particular mustiness that develops when damp things never quite have the chance to dry out. The beds themselves were often just wooden frames with rope or canvas stretched across them, layered with whatever they could acquire for padding. Some expeditions were lucky enough to have proper mattresses stuffed with horsehair or cotton, but more often than not you were sleeping on a collection of blankets, furs, and whatever extra clothing you weren't currently wearing. It was like playing Tetris with your comfort level. How many layers could you add before you couldn't actually move? Speaking of layers, the clothing situation presented its own unique challenges. You couldn't just strip down to your pyjamas when the temperature inside your shelter hovered around freezing on a good day. Instead, explorers developed a complex system of removing just enough clothing to avoid overheating, while keeping enough on to prevent becoming a popsicle if the heat source failed during the night. The unexpected thing about all this discomfort is that it created a strange kind of camaraderie. When everyone is equally miserable and equally determined to survive, you develop a shared sense of humour about the absurdity of your situation. These men would write in their journals about the particular art of getting comfortable when comfortable was purely a relative term, like being the warmest person in a meat freezer. Now let's discuss the evening routine of an Arctic explorer, because getting ready for bed in the polar night was less like your modern ritual of brushing teeth, and more like preparing for a delicate scientific experiment. First, there was the question of when exactly bedtime occurred. Without the sun's reliable schedule, ship captains had to impose artificial structure, usually maintaining the same watch schedules they'd used during normal sailing. This meant that somewhere around what would have been the evening in the civilized world, you'd hear the call for the evening watch change, and you'd know it was time to begin the elaborate process of transforming yourself from a working explorer into something vaguely resembling a person ready for sleep. The first challenge was heat management. Throughout the day, you'd been active, which generated body heat from your movements. The initial challenge was managing heat. Throughout the day, you'd been active, generating body heat through your movements. Now, you needed to devise a method to maintain warmth while remaining still for 8 hours. This necessitated a strategy that would impress even a chess grandmaster. Utilizing too many blankets would result in waking up sweating, which, in sub-zero temperatures, would lead to a chilling experience as that moisture transformed into your personal ice sculpture. The above scenario required a strategy that would make a chess grandmaster proud. Too many blankets and you'd wake up sweating, which in sub-zero temperatures meant you'd then wake up freezing, as that moisture turned into your personal ice sculpture. Insufficient blankets would result in a night spent shivering, akin to a chihuahua caught in a snowstorm. Smart explorers learned to create a layering system that they could adjust throughout the night. They'd start with their base layer of wool undergarments, and yes, they slept in them, because taking them off meant losing precious body heat and then having to warm up freezing fabric against your skin in the morning, which was about as pleasant as it sounds. Over this, they'd add a flannel shirt or wool sweater. Then their outer layer might be a thick wool coat or fur parka that could be opened or closed depending on how the night was treating them. The really experienced Arctic sleepers learned to position extra clothing within arm's reach, creating a buffet of warmth options they could grab without fully waking up. Then came the delicate art of sharing body heat without driving your bunkmates absolutely insane. In the smaller shelters and ships, you might be sleeping close enough to your companions that you could hear every snore, every toss and turn, and every muttered dream about warm beds back home. Some explorers became legendary for their ability to sleep through anything, a skill that probably saved more friendships than any amount of good intentions. The bedding situation itself was like solving a daily puzzle. Fur sleeping bags, when available, were prized possessions. Reindeer hide was particularly coveted because it provided insulation even when damp, and staying dry was often more of a hope than a reality. But most expeditions had to make do with wool blankets, which worked well until they got wet, at which point they became about as useful for warmth as a wet towel. Some clever explorers figured out that creating a small tent within their larger shelter could trap their body heat more effectively. They'd rig up canvas or extra blankets to create a personal cocoon, like building a fort as a child, except this fort might literally save your life. The mental preparation for sleep was just as important as the physical preparation. You had to train your mind to ignore the constant sounds of the ice, the grinding, cracking and groaning that could sound like the world was slowly tearing itself apart just outside your thin walls. Experienced Arctic explorers learned to consider these sounds almost comforting, like a very strange form of white noise that meant the ice was moving, but not necessarily threatening their immediate survival. Here's something that might surprise you. Eating in the Arctic wasn't just about staying fed, it was about staying sane. When you're trapped in endless darkness with the same handful of people for months on end, mealtime becomes the highlight of your day, your entertainment, your social hour, and occasionally your only reminder that you're still part of the human race. But let's start with the practical side, because Arctic nutrition was like trying to fuel a car with whatever you could find in your garage. These explorers needed massive amounts of calories to keep their bodies generating heat, but they were working with preserved foods that had been packed months or even years earlier, back when someone was optimistically assuming they'd still be edible by the time they were needed. The staples included items such as salt pork, hardtack and pemmican, an incredibly nutritious and appetizing combination of dried meat, fat and berries. Imagine trying to get excited about dinner when your options are leathery meat brick or crackers that require soaking in hot water before they won't break your teeth. But here's where human ingenuity kicks in. These men became surprisingly creative with their limited ingredients. Ship's cooks, who were often just regular crew members with slightly more enthusiasm for not poisoning everyone, learned to stretch their supplies with elaborate stews and soups that could make a small piece of preserved meat feel like a feast when padded out with whatever vegetables they'd managed to keep from freezing solid. The preservation methods themselves were fascinating and slightly terrifying. Before refrigeration, they relied on salt, smoking, and the Arctic's natural freezer temperatures to keep food safe. This meant that opening a barrel of salt pork was like unwrapping a present. I never knew whether I would find perfectly preserved meat or something that had developed its own ecosystem during the journey. Fresh food became the subject of dreams and intricate planning. Some expeditions brought live animals, chickens, pigs, even cows, which provided fresh eggs, milk, or meat for as long as they could be kept alive in the freezing conditions. But keeping livestock alive in the Arctic was like trying to run a farm inside a freezer, and it required constant attention and creativity. Hunting became both a necessity and a psychological lifeline. Fresh seal, walrus, or polar bear meat wasn't just nutrition, it was proof that you could still interact with the world beyond your floating ice prison. The taste of fresh meat after weeks of preserved rations was apparently transformative, akin to discovering colour after living in a world of black and white. The cooking facilities range from ingenious to barely functional. Small expeditions might have just a single oil lamp or alcohol stove that served double duty for cooking and heating. Larger ships were equipped with functional galley stoves, but maintaining their fuel supply required constant balancing between maintaining warmth and ensuring sufficient energy to prepare hot meals. Hot beverages became almost sacred. Tea, coffee and hot chocolate weren't just drinks, they were liquid comfort, warmth you could hold in your hands and feel spreading through your chest. Many explorers wrote about the ritual of their morning hot drink with an almost religious reverence, describing how that first sip could transform their mood and energy for the entire day. Water itself was often an adventure. You couldn't just turn on a tap, you had to melt ice or snow, which sounds simple until you realise that snow can contain all sorts of interesting things. From wind-blown dirt to organic matter you'd rather not think about too hard. Some expeditions set up elaborate systems for collecting and melting clean ice, while others just grabbed whatever was handy and hoped for the best. Mealtime in the Arctic wasn't just about nutrition, it was about maintaining your humanity in a place that seemed designed to strip it away. When you're living in a space smaller than most modern apartments with a group of men who haven't had privacy in months, sharing food becomes a delicate social dance that could make or break the expedition's morale. The dinner hour was often the only time when the entire crew would gather in one place, creating a temporary sense of community that helped combat the isolation and claustrophobia of their situation. Picture trying to have a civilized conversation while balancing a tin plate on your lap, sitting on a wooden crate in a room that's swaying slightly as the ice shifts around your ship, with the temperature just warm enough that your breath doesn't fog but cold enough that your food starts cooling the moment it hits your plate. But these men developed their own etiquette for these strange circumstances. There were unspoken rules about portion sharing, about who got first access to the warmest spot near the stove, and about how to politely ignore it when someone's table manners deteriorated under the stress of extreme conditions. The successful expeditions were often the ones where these social boundaries were respected, even when, especially when, everyone was tired, cold, and probably a little bit crazy. Some ship captains understood the importance of maintaining ceremony even in the wilderness. They'd insist on certain formalities, saying grace, waiting for everyone to be served before starting, attempting to maintain conversation that went beyond the day's work tasks. These small rituals helped preserve the feeling that they were still civilized human beings temporarily visiting the Arctic, rather than slowly transforming into something else entirely. The menu planning was often a source of both creativity and frustration. Cooks had to balance nutrition with morale, which meant sometimes using precious supplies to create special meals for holidays or celebrations. Christmas dinner in the Arctic was an exercise in making magic from mundane ingredients, transforming salt pork and hardtack into something that could at least remind everyone of home, even if it didn't actually taste like it. Trade and bartering became common within the crew. Someone might trade their ration of sugar for extra tobacco, or exchange a portion of their meat allocation for someone else's dried fruit. These small economies helped people feel like they still had some control over their circumstances, some ability to make choices about their daily experience. The conversation during meals ranged from practical discussions about the next day's work to elaborate storytelling sessions where crew members would share tales from their past adventures, their homes, and their plans for when they returned to civilization. These stories served multiple purposes. They were entertainment, they were a way to share knowledge and experience, and they were a method of keeping memories of the outside world alive during the long isolation. Some expeditions developed traditions around food that helped mark the passage of time. Special meals for Sundays, birthday celebrations with whatever small luxuries could be spared, and competitions to see who could create the most interesting dish from standard rations. These traditions created structure and anticipation in a world where every day could otherwise feel exactly the same. The cleanup after meals was its own challenge. Washing dishes when water has to be heated from ice and then disposed of carefully. You can't just dump dirty dishwater anywhere when you're trying to keep your living space sanitary, meant that every pot and plate represented a significant investment of time and fuel. Food storage became a constant concern and occasional source of drama. Supplies had to be carefully rationed and protected from both spoilage and the occasional crew member who might be tempted to help themselves to extra rations during a moment of weakness. The person in charge of the food supplies held one of the most important and sometimes most unpopular positions on the expedition. Let's get back to the sleeping situation, because the relationship between Arctic explorers and their beds was complicated, intimate, and often frustrating, like a romance novel written in a freezer. Your sleeping area wasn't just where you rested, it was your private space, your sanctuary, and sometimes your only escape from the constant company of your fellow explorers. The architecture of Arctic sleeping was an art form born from necessity. In larger expeditions with proper ships, you might have a hammock strung in the crew quarters, swaying gently with the movement of ice pressing against the hull. The rhythm could be soothing, like being rocked to sleep, until the ice decided to shift more dramatically, and suddenly you were experiencing what felt like sleeping in a paint mixer. Smaller expeditions, or those who had to abandon their ships, created sleeping arrangements that would challenge even the most creative interior designer. Snow houses, when properly built, could actually be quite cosy. The snow provided insulation, and body heat could warm the interior to almost comfortable temperatures. But almost comfortable, when you're talking about sleeping in a snow house, still means you're basically camping inside a very elaborate ice cube. The bedtime routine in these conditions required strategic thinking that would impress a military logistics officer. You had to time your preparation just right. Too early, and you'd lie awake in your confined space getting claustrophobic. Too late, and you'd be fumbling with frozen buckles and ties in the dark while your body heat disappeared into the Arctic air. Getting undressed for sleep was like performing a magic trick in reverse. You had to remove layers without losing the warmth those layers had been trapping, then quickly burrow into your sleeping arrangements before your body temperature could drop. Some explorers became remarkably skilled at this process, able to transition from fully dressed to properly bedded down in just a few minutes. The sharing of sleeping spaces created its own etiquette and occasional comedy. When you're pressed close enough to your fellow explorer that you can feel their breathing and hear every shift they make during the night, you develop a heightened awareness of personal habits that you probably never wanted to know about. Some men, like human icebergs, seem to absorb warmth from the air around them, while others, like natural furnaces, generated heat that could warm their neighbours. Snoring became both a blessing and a curse in these tight quarters. On one hand, steady snoring could provide a rhythmic backdrop that helped mask other disturbing sounds from outside. On the other hand, when you were already struggling to sleep in uncomfortable conditions, listening to someone sawing logs 2 feet from your ear could drive you to the edge of sanity. The dreams that came in Arctic sleep were often more vivid and strange than normal dreams, probably due to the combination of stress, unusual sleeping conditions and diet changes, Many explorers wrote about remarkably detailed dreams of home, of warm beds, of foods they missed, of summer days that felt impossibly distant. These dreams could be either a blessing, providing mental escape from their harsh reality, or torture, making the morning awakening even more difficult. Waking up in Arctic conditions required its own set of survival skills. The transition from whatever warmth you'd managed to accumulate during the night to the reality of sub-zero air was like jumping into a cold pool, except the pool was your entire living environment. Some explorers learned to keep essential items within reach, so they could partially dress while still under their covers, extending the warmth as long as possible. The condition of your bedding became crucial to your well-being and morale. Damp blankets or sleeping furs could become frozen solid overnight, creating a choice between sleeping with frozen bedding or taking the time and fuel to thaw and dry everything before sleep. Assuming you had the resources to do so, personal sleeping accessories became precious possessions. A comfortable pillow made from extra clothing or whatever soft materials were available could mean the difference between rest and a night of neck pain. Some explorers fashioned wooden supports or repurposed their boots as makeshift pillows, resulting in inventive solutions that may amuse modern campers, but were crucial for their comfort in those harsh conditions. Living through the polar night meant developing an entirely new relationship with time, consciousness, and what it means to be awake or asleep. When the sun disappears for months, your body's natural rhythms don't just get confused, they stage a full rebellion that would make a toddler's tantrum look like a model of emotional regulation. The psychological effects of endless darkness were something these early explorers had to navigate without any of the scientific understanding we have today about seasonal affective disorder or circadian rhythm disruption. They just knew that after a few weeks of continuous twilight, their minds started playing tricks on them in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely concerning. Some men found themselves sleeping at odd hours, wide awake when they should have been worn out, or sleeping for much longer or shorter periods than normal. Others experienced a kind of dreamy wakefulness, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking became blurred, like living in a constant state of just having awakened from a nap but never feeling fully alert. The smart expedition leaders learned to create artificial rhythms to help their crews maintain some semblance of normal sleep patterns. This might mean maintaining strict watch schedules, requiring everyone to be present for meals at specific times, or creating evening activities that helped signal to the brain that bedtime was approaching even when the light outside hadn't changed in weeks. Reading became both a blessing and a challenge during these long nights. Those expeditions lucky enough to have brought books found that reading could help pass the time and provide mental stimulation, but reading by oil lamp or candlelight in cold conditions was demanding on the eyes and required careful management of precious fuel supplies. Some men would save their reading for just before sleep, using it as a mental transition activity, while others found that reading made them more alert when they needed to be winding down. The development of indoor games and activities became crucial for mental health during the long darkness. Card games, storytelling sessions, and music, if anyone had brought instruments, served a dual purpose as both entertainment and markers of the passage of time. Knowing that every evening after dinner there would be a card game or story session helped create the rhythm that the missing sun could no longer provide. Personal hygiene during these extended periods became both more challenging and more important than you might expect. When you're living in close quarters with the same people for months, small issues can become major problems. But washing in sub-zero temperatures with limited water supplies required planning and motivation that could be difficult to maintain when you were already struggling with the psychological effects of isolation and darkness. Some explorers found that maintaining small personal rituals helped them cope with the disorientation of endless night. This might mean keeping a detailed journal, maintaining a specific morning routine regardless of what the light outside looked like, or dedicating time each day to some form of physical exercise within the confined spaces of their shelter. The quality of sleep during polar night often differed from that of normal sleep. Many explorers reported more vivid dreams, more frequent waking during the night, and a general sense that their sleep was less restful, even when they managed to receive adequate hours of rest. This change was probably due to the combination of stress, the unfamiliar environment, and the disruption of normal light-dark cycles that help regulate deep sleep. Temperature regulation during sleep became a complex dance that required constant adjustment. The inside of shelters could vary dramatically in temperature depending on wind conditions, the effectiveness of heating sources, and how well the structure was insulated. Learning to sleep comfortably despite these fluctuations was a skill that separated the successful Arctic sleepers from those who spent their nights tossing and turning. The sounds of the Arctic night created their own soundtrack for sleep. Beyond the ice sounds we mentioned earlier, there were wind patterns, the sounds of other crew members moving around, the occasional animal noise from outside, and the various creaks and settling sounds of their shelter. Learning to identify which sounds were normal and which might indicate a problem became part of the bedtime mental routine. Eventually, every Arctic explorer had to master the art of waking up when morning was purely a theoretical concept. Without the sun's gentle nudging, or even the promise of daylight to motivate getting out of your warm cocoon, starting each day became an act of pure willpower that would challenge even the most disciplined person. The wake-up call in Arctic expeditions was usually artificial, a ship's bell, someone calling out, or simply the gradually increasing activity of other crew members starting their day. But responding to these cues when your body had no natural reason to believe it was morning required developing mental tricks that modern shift workers would recognize and appreciate. Smart explorers learned to prepare for morning the night before, laying out clothes in order, keeping essential items within easy reach, and most importantly, having a plan for the first few minutes after waking that would get them moving before the cold could fully register and convince them to burrow back under their covers for just 5 more minutes that could easily stretch into hours. The first task of the Arctic morning was usually rekindling or tending to heating sources that had been banked overnight. This meant someone had to be brave enough to leave their warm sleeping area and venture into the coldest part of the shelter to coax fires back to life or light oil lamps. This thankless but crucial job often rotated among crew members, or was taken on by early risers who found it easier to get moving once they were already up and active. Breakfast in the Arctic wasn't just the first meal of the day. It was proof that you had successfully survived another night and were ready to face whatever challenges the endless twilight might bring. Hot drinks were especially important in the morning, providing internal warmth that helped motivate the body to continue functioning when external conditions were consistently hostile. Getting dressed in Arctic conditions was like putting on armour for battle against the elements. The process had to be done efficiently to avoid losing body heat, but also carefully to ensure that all layers were properly arranged and that nothing was forgotten. Wet or improperly worn clothing could be dangerous, so the morning dressing routine became a practice sequence that each explorer perfected through experience. Personal grooming in the Arctic morning was often reduced to the absolute basics, but maintaining some standards helped preserve morale and dignity. A quick wash with melted snow water, combing hair, and tending to any minor injuries or frostbite concerns. These small acts of self-care helped maintain the psychological boundary between survival mode and simply giving up on civilization entirely. The transition from the relative shelter of sleeping areas to the full reality of Arctic conditions was always a shock, no matter how many times you'd experienced it. Stepping outside for necessary tasks meant facing air that could literally take your breath away, wind that felt like it was trying to strip the warmth from your body, and a landscape that remained unforgivingly beautiful and hostile. But here's the remarkable thing about these Arctic explorers. They developed not just the skills to survive these conditions, but often a strange appreciation for the unique experience they were living. Many wrote about moments of unexpected beauty, the play of aurora across the sky during clear nights, the intricate patterns of ice formation, and the profound silence that could only be found in places far from civilization. As you settle into your own warm bed tonight, in a room with electric lights and central heating, with the promise of dawn just hours away, you can appreciate both how far we've come and how remarkable those early Arctic explorers truly were. They faced months of darkness and cold with nothing but wool, oil lamps, and human determination. They turned survival into an art form and somehow managed to maintain their humanity in conditions that seemed designed to strip it away. Their legacy isn't just the geographical knowledge they gained or the routes they mapped, but the proof that human beings can adapt to almost anything when they have to, and that sometimes the most important survival tool is the ability to find humour and camaraderie even when you're sleeping in what amounts to a very expensive ice cube. So as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable bed, perhaps you'll spare a thought for those brave souls who spent their nights in the endless Arctic darkness, sharing warmth and stories and the simple comfort of knowing that morning would come eventually. even if the sun had temporarily forgotten how to rise. You know how you sometimes catch yourself embellishing a story just a little bit? Perhaps you incorporate a subtle detail to enhance its appeal during dinner parties? Well, imagine if your entire profession was built on doing exactly that, except instead of impressing your neighbours, you were fooling entire kingdoms and occasionally starting wars by accident. Welcome to the wonderfully weird world of medieval and Renaissance map-making, where lying wasn't just acceptable, it was practically a job requirement. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair by the fireplace, maybe with a cup of something warm, while we explore one of history's most charming professional scams. Upon reflection, that's precisely the truth of the situation. For centuries, the most respected cartographers in Europe were essentially running elaborate cons, and everyone just went along with it because, frankly, nobody knew any better. You see, back in the day, and we're talking roughly from the 12th century all the way up to the 1600s, making maps was less about accuracy and more about filling up all that space on parchment. Imagine you're a mapmaker in, say, 1347. You have a beautiful piece of vellum laid out on your desk, and you possess a clear understanding of the Mediterranean's appearance, as sailors have navigated its waters for centuries. You can draw Italy with your eyes closed, and the coastline of Spain holds no mysteries. But then you get to the edges. The vast unknown awaits you. And here's where things get intriguing, because you can't just leave blank spaces. That would be admitting ignorance. Medieval professionals had about as much tolerance for admitting they didn't know something as your average teenager today. So what do? You make stuff up, and not just little stuff. We're talking about entire continents, mythical islands, and creatures that would make Hollywood monster designers weep with envy. The best part? Everyone expected you to do this. It wasn't considered fraud. It was considered filling in the gaps with your best educated guess, even if your education came entirely from tavern stories and fever dreams. Take the Hereford Mappa Mundi, created around 1300. This thing is gorgeous, a work of art that happens to also be a map. But if you tried to use it for navigation, you'd probably end up somewhere in the Atlantic having a chilly, very wet conversation with some very confused fish. The Mapmaker included everything from the Garden of Eden, helpfully located in Asia, to various monsters scattered around Africa, because apparently medieval cartographers believed that the further you got from Europe, the more likely you were to run into something with too many heads. The funny thing is, these weren't mistakes in the way we think of them today. These were deliberate creative choices. Medieval mapmakers operated under the assumption that the world was full of wonders, and if they hadn't personally seen proof that a particular wonder didn't exist in a particular place, well, it might as well go on the map. It was really an optimistic lie. The kind of fibbing that says, sure, there might be a unicorn over there, why not? And the customers loved it. Kings and wealthy merchants didn't want boring, accurate maps. They wanted maps that told stories, maps that confirmed everything they'd heard about the exotic edges of the world. A map lacking monsters was devoid of imagination, which diminished its purpose. The quest wasn't just about filling space, though. In a world where information travelled slowly, and often became thoroughly mangled, medieval mapmakers operated. By the time a story about a distant land had travelled from explorer to trader to scholar to mapmaker, it had usually picked up so many embellishments that it bore about as much resemblance to reality as a fish story told by your uncle after his fourth beer. So as you drift off tonight, remember that somewhere in history there's a mapmaker who drew a perfectly lovely island that never existed, populated it with creatures that never lived, and convinced half of Europe that it was a real place worth visiting. And honestly, the world was probably somewhat more interesting for it. Now you might be wondering how exactly one goes about lying professionally on maps without getting fired, exiled, or fed to whatever monsters you've been drawing in the margins. The answer is surprisingly simple. You don't call it lying. You call it interpretation of available sources or synthesis of traveller accounts. It's all about the marketing, really. Medieval and Renaissance mapmakers had the technique down to an art form. They'd take a grain of truth, maybe a sailor's story about seeing land on the horizon, and grow it into a full-fledged continent complete with cities, rivers, and the occasional dragon. Think of it as the original version of making a mountain out of a molehill, except the molehill might not have existed either. The map-making process back then was part detective work, part creative writing and part wishful thinking. You'd gather every scrap of information you could find: ancient texts, travellers' tales, other maps, and wild guesses from people who claimed to know someone who once met a guy who sailed somewhere vaguely in that direction. Subsequently, you would arrange all the gathered information on your workbench and endeavour to make sense of it, fully aware that a significant portion was likely inaccurate and the remainder was certainly dubious. But the best part is that everyone knew how the system worked and accepted it. If everyone was aware of the joke, it wouldn't be considered fraud. Kings commissioning maps weren't expecting GPS-level accuracy. They wanted something impressive to hang on the castle wall, something that would make visiting dignitaries go ooh and ah, and maybe feel a little intimidated by the vast scope of their host's geographical knowledge. The true experts devised their own nuanced strategies to mitigate their risks. They'd include little notes in Latin that, roughly translated, meant things like, "This information comes from sources of questionable reliability," or, "Here there might be dragons, but honestly, who knows?" These disclaimers were usually written in tiny script and tucked away in corners where nobody would notice them unless they were specifically looking. One of the most famous examples of organised cartographic creativity was the island of Brazil. Not Brazil, the country. It's spelled differently and actually exists. No, we're talking about Brazil with an S, a mythical island that appeared on maps of the North Atlantic for over 500 years. It showed up on different maps in different locations, sometimes round, sometimes crescent-shaped, sometimes accompanied by smaller islands, sometimes flying solo. Mapmakers continued to include it because their peers had done so, and they felt it was important to respect established precedent. The island had a whole mythology built around it. Some claimed it was shrouded in mist and only appeared every 7 years. Others said it was inhabited by an advanced civilization that had mastered invisibility, which was certainly a convenient explanation for why nobody could ever find the place. Sailors occasionally claimed to have spotted it in the distance, but somehow it always vanished before they could get close enough to land. It's interesting how the situation unfolded. What makes this story even more amusing is that people kept mounting expeditions to find Brazil well into the 18th century. Real money changed hands. Real ships set sail. Real sailors spent real weeks searching empty ocean for an island that existed only in the collective imagination of the European map-making community. It resembled a centuries-long game of concealment, with no one bothering to acknowledge that one of the participants was purely fictional. The mapmakers themselves often seemed to understand that they were in the entertainment business as much as the information business. Their maps were gorgeous works of art, filled with elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and sea monsters that looked like they'd been designed by someone who really enjoyed their work. These maps served not only as functional documents, but also as conversation pieces, status symbols, and windows into a world that blended elements of reality and fantasy. And you know what? Maybe that wasn't such a negative thing. In an age when most people never travelled more than a few miles from where they were born, these maps offered glimpses of a larger world filled with possibilities. While most of those possibilities were entirely fictional, they ignited the imagination in a manner that purely accurate maps might not have. Sometimes an occasional creative embellishment makes life more interesting, even if it occasionally leads to disappointment when you actually try to visit the places that sounded so wonderful on paper. If you've ever wondered what happens when an entire profession decides to collectively believe in something that doesn't exist, the story of Antilia is a perfect case study. This island, which never was, never could be, and never should have been, managed to appear on maps for over 200 years, complete with detailed coastlines, inland cities, and enough backstory to fill a novel. The legend went something like this. Way back in 711 AD, when the Moors conquered Spain, 7 bishops fled across the Atlantic with their congregations and founded 7 cities on a mysterious island. These bishops, being resourceful types, supposedly built a thriving Christian civilization complete with gold mines, pearl fisheries, and excellent defensive capabilities that kept them safe from both Moorish invasion and whatever sea monsters happened to be in the neighbourhood. Now, you'd think that an island large enough to support 7 cities and their surrounding farmlands would be pretty hard to miss. You'd be right, but that didn't stop mapmakers from dutifully including Antilia on chart after chart, usually placing it somewhere in the Atlantic west of Portugal and Spain. The island migrated around a bit from map to map. Apparently even imaginary islands were subject to continental drift. The really impressive part was how detailed these depictions became over time. What started as a simple blob labelled Antilia gradually evolved into carefully drawn coastlines with bays, peninsulas and river mouths. Mapmakers added the 7 cities, each with its name and approximate location. Some even included roads connecting the cities, because apparently medieval cartographers were thorough in their fiction. Portuguese sailors, being practical people, occasionally set out to find this convenient Atlantic paradise. After all, if there really was an island full of Christians sitting on gold mines, it seemed worth checking out. These expeditions had a remarkable talent for almost finding Antilia. Sailors would return with stories of seeing land in the distance, or finding beaches covered with mysterious sand, or encountering unusually tame birds that must have come from some nearby civilization. No one ever succeeded in landing on Antilia, but they achieved a tantalizingly close approach. The best part of these near discoveries was how they reinforced the island's existence in everyone's minds. If sailors were consistently almost finding Antilia, that was practically proof that it was out there somewhere. The fact that almost and actually are completely different things didn't seem to bother anyone much. It was the geographical equivalent of my girlfriend lives in Canada. Technically unprovable, but not technically impossible either. Christopher Columbus knew about Antilia. In fact, some historians think his calculations about the distance to Asia were partly based on the assumption that he could stop for supplies at this mythical island on the way. Imagine his surprise when he kept sailing west and found a completely different set of continents instead. However, it is likely that accidentally discovering the Americas while searching for a fictional island is one of the more significant mistakes in human history. What's fascinating is how long Antilia persisted even after explorers started finding actual islands in the Atlantic. Once explorers discovered and mapped the Azores, Antilia simply relocated further west. When the Caribbean islands were found, Antilia relocated again. It was like a geographical game of musical chairs, with the mythical island always managing to find a new empty spot on the map where it could theoretically exist. The island finally started disappearing from maps in the late 16th century, not because anyone proved it didn't exist, but because mapmakers were running out of empty ocean to put it in. The Atlantic was getting crowded with real islands, and there wasn't room for imaginary ones anymore. It was a practical decision rather than a philosophical one. Antilia didn't die because people stopped believing in it. It died because reality was taking up too much space. But even today, you can find the remnants of this centuries-long geographical fiction. The Caribbean islands are still called the Antilles, a name that comes directly from our 7-city island that never was. Every time someone mentions the Lesser Antilles or the Greater Antilles, they're invoking the memory of those 7 bishops and their imaginary Christian paradise. It's probably the most successful piece of medieval fake news in history, outlasting the civilization that created it by several centuries. You're likely beginning to understand that medieval mapmakers had a relatively relaxed approach to factual accuracy, but we haven't yet discussed their most delightful creation, the decorative monster. If you don't populate the vast unexplored regions on your map with terrifying creatures, what's the purpose? The decoration wasn't just random doodling during slow afternoons at the cartography shop. Monster placement required meticulous consideration of geography, mythology, and customer expectations. You couldn't simply place a dragon anywhere and consider the task complete. Different regions called for different types of fantastic fauna, and a professional mapmaker needed to know the difference between a good spot for a sea serpent and a prime location for a man-eating plant. The phrase, "here be dragons," has become famous as a shorthand for the unknown, but actual medieval maps rarely use those exact words. Most mapmakers were more creative in their warnings. They'd include detailed illustrations of whatever horrible creature supposedly lived in each unexplored region, often with instructive little notes about its feeding habits, temperament, and preferred method of devouring unwary travellers. Africa was particularly well stocked with fascinating wildlife, according to medieval mapmakers. The continent apparently hosted everything from giants who lived backwards, whatever that meant, to tribes of people with their faces in their chests, to animals that were basically lions but with human hands instead of paws. These weren't just random monster designs. They came from a long tradition of travel literature that had been enthusiastically embellished over generations of retelling. Classical authors, who had never visited the places they described, provided the source material for many of these creatures. Pliny the Elder, writing in Rome in the 1st century, compiled a natural history filled with second-hand accounts of distant lands and their exotic inhabitants. His work included dog-headed men, people with backwards feet, and various other anatomical impossibilities that medieval mapmakers copied faithfully onto their charts. Nobody seemed to question whether Pliny might have been a bit gullible, or whether his sources might have been pulling his leg. Sea monsters were another growth industry. The ocean was vast, largely unexplored, and perfect for hosting creatures of any size, and description the mapmaker's imagination could conjure up. Some maps featured relatively modest sea serpents, basically large snakes with fins and an attitude problem. Others depicted multi-headed beasts the size of islands, capable of creating whirlpools by swimming in circles. The most famous sea monster of the cartographic world was probably the kraken, though it went by various names depending on which mapmaker was drawing it. This creature was typically depicted as an enormous octopus or squid, large enough to wrap its tentacles around entire ships and drag them down to whatever passed for the bottom of the medieval ocean. The kraken had the advantage of being based on something real. Giant squids do exist. But the mapmaker's versions were usually about 10 times larger than anything that actually lived in the sea. What made these monster maps particularly entertaining was how specific they got about the creature's behaviours. It wasn't enough to just draw a dragon. You needed to include information about what the dragon ate, how it interacted with local human populations, and whether it was the sort of dragon that hoarded treasure, or the sort that just enjoyed setting things on fire for recreational purposes. Some maps included detailed notes about seasonal migration patterns for various monsters, as if these were real animals that someone had been carefully studying for years. The economics of monster maps were pretty straightforward. Customers wanted their money's worth, and a map covered with blank spaces didn't look like money well spent. Filling those spaces with carefully researched mythological creatures showed that the mapmaker had really done their homework, even if their homework consisted entirely of making things up. A map with good monster coverage looked authoritative, comprehensive, and worth displaying prominently in your castle's main hall. The funny thing is, some of these imaginary creatures were more thoroughly documented than real animals that lived in places map makers could actually visit. You could find incredibly detailed descriptions of griffins and their nesting habits, but good luck finding accurate information about, say, regular European birds that any map maker could have observed by walking outside their workshop. Running a successful map-making business in medieval times required a delicate balance between giving customers what they expected and avoiding the kind of spectacular failures that might damage your professional reputation. It was similar to fortune-telling, but instead of foretelling the future, you were describing places that might or might not exist, in locations that were probably completely wrong. The most successful map makers developed what we might call the strategic hedge, ways of including exciting exotic content, while subtly protecting themselves from accusations of outright fabrication. They'd copy information from other respected maps, which provided a kind of professional cover. If your map turned out to be wildly inaccurate, you could always point to your sources and suggest that any errors were inherited rather than invented. This process led to one of the most amusing aspects of medieval cartography, the perpetuation of mistakes through what amounted to professional courtesy. If a respected map maker included a particular island or monster or impossible river on their chart, other map makers would often include the same feature, even if it didn't make much geographical sense. Nobody wanted to be the one cartographer who left out something that everyone else considered important, even if everyone else was completely wrong about it. The price structure for medieval maps reflected these realities in intriguing ways. Basic maps with just the essential geographical features were relatively affordable. But if you wanted the full treatment, complete with monsters, mythical islands, detailed illustrations and exotic place names, you paid premium prices. Essentially, the most expensive maps were works of art that incorporated geographical information, not just attractively designed geographical documents. Wealthy customers often commissioned custom maps that emphasized whatever regions or features they were most interested in. A merchant planning trade routes might want extra detail in commercial ports and shipping lanes, while a nobleman might prefer elaborate illustrations of his family's coat of arms scattered across various continents. Some designers primarily designed maps as conversation pieces, prioritizing visual impact and entertainment value over geographical accuracy. The map-making guilds that developed in major European cities served partly as professional organizations and partly as quality control systems. They established standards for things like parchment quality, ink formulations and artistic techniques, but they were remarkably flexible about accuracy requirements. A map could be completely wrong about the basic shape of continents and still earn guild approval, as long as it was beautifully executed and based on appropriately prestigious sources. Competition between map-making centres led to some creative approaches to marketing. Venetian maps emphasised their access to information from eastern trade routes, while Spanish maps highlighted their expertise in Atlantic exploration. Eventually, English cartographers promoted their developing expertise in northern waters, while Portuguese map-makers asserted that they had unique knowledge of African coastlines. Each regional map-making tradition developed its own signature style of educated guessing. The rise of printing in the 15th century democratized map distribution, but didn't necessarily improve map accuracy. If anything, printing made it easier for mistakes to spread quickly and widely. A single inaccurate printed map could influence hundreds of other maps, creating cascading errors that persisted for generations. The same technology that should have made corrections easier actually made widespread misinformation more durable. Customer feedback was rarely immediate enough to affect map-making practices significantly. If you bought a map that turned out to be wrong about the location of a particular island, you probably wouldn't discover the error for years, if ever. You might think you made navigation errors instead of the map being wrong. This built-in delay between creation and verification meant that map makers could maintain successful careers based on information that was consistently, spectacularly wrong. The most successful map makers learned to manage customer expectations without explicitly admitting the limitations of their knowledge. They developed a professional vocabulary full of terms that sounded authoritative, while actually meaning your guess is as accurate as mine. Phrases like, according to the most reliable sources, and, as reported by experienced navigators, could cover a multitude of uncertainties without technically constituting fraud. Change came slowly to the world of map-making, partly because the old system worked so well for everyone involved. Customers got beautiful, entertaining maps full of wonderful possibilities. Map makers got to exercise their creativity while earning steady livings. Sailors got convenient excuses for failed voyages. After all, if the monsters didn't attack you, those tricky currents around the mythical islands probably would. But eventually, reality started intruding on this comfortable arrangement. The problem began with Portuguese sailors in the 15th century, who had the annoying habit of actually visiting the places they were supposed to visit, and then coming back with inconveniently accurate reports about what they'd found there. Instead of respectfully confirming the established geographical wisdom, these explorers kept insisting that coastlines were shaped differently than the map suggested, that certain islands didn't exist, and that the monsters were surprisingly absent from areas where they were supposed to be abundant. Vasco da Gama's voyage around Africa was particularly troublesome for traditional map makers. Here was someone who had actually sailed around the entire continent, mapped its actual coastline, and returned with detailed information about what was really there. This kind of first-hand knowledge was deeply inconvenient for cartographers who had spent decades perfecting their artistic interpretations of African geography based on centuries-old second-hand accounts. The Spanish exploration of the Americas created similar problems. Columbus and his successors consistently found new continents in areas where established maps depicted empty oceans, yet they lacked the taste to return tangible evidence of their discoveries. Gold, exotic plants, and indigenous people were much harder to argue with than theoretical discussions about what might exist in distant waters. The Protestant Reformation introduced an unexpected twist to the situation. Medieval maps had often included religious elements, the Garden of Eden, various biblical locations, and Christian symbolism integrated with geographical features. As religious authority became more contested in some parts of Europe, the theological aspects of traditional map-making came under scrutiny along with everything else. Some reformers argued that mixing religious doctrine with geographical information was inappropriate, which eliminated one of the traditional justifications for including speculative content on maps. The invention of more accurate navigation instruments gradually raised the standards for what constituted acceptable geographical information. When sailors could determine their latitude with reasonable precision, maps that placed familiar locations hundreds of miles from their actual positions became problematic. The magnetic compass, the astrolabe, and eventually more sophisticated tools made it harder for mapmakers to hide behind the excuse that navigation was inherently uncertain. Competition from explorers turned cartographers put additional pressure on traditional map makers. People who had actually visited distant places could produce maps based on direct observation rather than scholarly speculation. These explorer cartographers didn't necessarily create more beautiful maps, but their charts had the compelling advantage of actually working for navigation purposes. Although customers valued beauty, those who intended to use their maps for real travel placed a greater value on functionality. The printing industry's development created both problems and opportunities for mapmakers. On one hand, the ability to produce printed maps more quickly and cheaply than hand-drawn ones opened up new markets and increased the availability of geographical information. On the other hand, printing made it easier to compare maps from different sources, which highlighted inconsistencies and errors that might have gone unnoticed when each map was a unique manuscript. Scientific method was perhaps the most serious long-term threat to creative cartography. As scholars began emphasizing direct observation, reproducible experiments, and systematic skepticism about received wisdom, the traditional approach to map-making looked increasingly unscientific. Maps based on centuries-old texts and theoretical speculation didn't fit well with the new emphasis on empirical evidence and logical analysis. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Even as more accurate information became available, many mapmakers continued including traditional elements alongside newer, more reliable content. Some maps from the 16th and 17th centuries show an almost schizophrenic split between carefully surveyed coastlines and mythical interior features, as if the cartographers couldn't quite bring themselves to abandon the old ways entirely. As you settle in for the end of our journey through the wonderfully deceptive world of medieval map-making, it's worth considering what we lost when cartography became a science instead of an art form. Yes, modern maps are infinitely more accurate, infinitely more useful, and infinitely less likely to send you sailing off the edge of the world or into the waiting tentacles of a hungry kraken. But they're also infinitely less likely to spark your imagination or make you wonder what might be waiting just beyond the next horizon. The golden age of creative cartography officially ended sometime in the 18th century, when the combination of better instruments, systematic exploration, and scientific rigour made it impossible to maintain the old traditions of educated guessing and artistic interpretation. The last mythical islands disappeared from authoritative maps, the sea monsters were relegated to decorative corners, and the vast blank spaces labelled terra incognita gradually filled with disappointingly real geographical features. But the influence of those centuries of cartographic creativity lingered in unexpected ways. The age of exploration was partly motivated by maps that showed a world filled with wonderful possibilities, islands of gold, passages to the Orient, and lands inhabited by exotic peoples and fantastic creatures. If the maps of Columbus's time had accurately depicted the vast empty ocean he would actually encounter, would he have sailed west? If generations of optimistic cartographers hadn't inflated the potential rewards, would the great voyages of discovery have seemed worth the risk and expense? The mythology created by medieval mapmakers became embedded in European culture in ways that outlasted the maps themselves. Stories about Antillia influenced Spanish expectations about the Americas. Legends of Prester John's Christian kingdom shaped Portuguese exploration of Africa and Asia. The idea that the world's edges were populated by monsters and marvels became part of the European imagination, creating a sense that exploration was not just about trade routes and territorial expansion, but about discovering wonders that would justify the greatest risks. It took centuries for some of the most persistent geographical myths to completely vanish. The Northwest Passage, a hypothetical northern route connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, appeared on maps for over 400 years before explorers finally confirmed that it didn't exist in any practical sense. Despite repeated evidence to the contrary, many maps depicted California as an island well into the 18th century. These weren't simple mistakes. They were examples of wishful thinking so powerful that it overrode contradictory evidence for generations. The decorative elements of medieval maps evolved into the artistic traditions that still influence cartographic design today. Modern maps may not include dragons or sea serpents, but they still use artistic techniques developed by mapmakers who understood that geographical documents needed to be visually appealing as well as informative. The elaborate compass roses, decorative borders, and careful attention to topography that characterize the best contemporary maps can be traced directly back to medieval cartographers who knew that presentation mattered as much as content. Most importantly, the medieval map-making tradition serves as a reminder of the complex relationship between information and truth. Those old cartographers weren't deliberately trying to deceive anyone. They were doing their best to synthesize limited, contradictory information into useful documents for their customers. They filled gaps in their knowledge with educated guesses, traditional stories, and reasonable assumptions that turned out to be wrong. In that sense, they weren't so different from modern experts who extrapolate from incomplete data and make predictions about complex systems they don't fully understand. The next time you use GPS to navigate to some place you've never been before, spare a thought for the generations of mapmakers who tackle the same basic problem with much less reliable information and much more creative solutions. They may have gotten the details wrong, but they got the spirit right. The world is a big, mysterious, wonderful place, full of possibilities we haven't discovered yet and wonders we can't quite imagine. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where you need to fill in some gaps in your knowledge with your best educated guess, remember that you're following in a long and honourable tradition. Just be careful not to include any dragons in the margins. These days, people tend to check those details. Sweet dreams, and may your maps, whether geographical, professional or personal, lead you to discoveries that are at least as wonderful as the ones you imagined along the way. Picture this. It's 1911, and you've just landed what everyone calls a good job at the local textile mill. Your family's practically throwing a party because, hey, steady work is steady work, right? Little do you know, you have just committed to what feels like a very long, very loud and very dusty adventure filled with creative ways to dislike your life. Your first day starts at 5:30 a.m, which wouldn't be a problem if you were, say, a rooster. But you're not. You're a human being who needs sleep, and the mill whistle doesn't care about your beauty rest. That whistle becomes your new alarm clock, your lunch bell, and your freedom song all rolled into one ear-splitting package. It's like having a very punctual, furious metal bird living in your neighbourhood. Walking into the mill for the first time is like stepping into another world, if that world were designed by someone who really, really hated comfort. The noise hits you first. Imagine 1,000 typewriters having an argument with a brass band while someone runs a cheese grater over a chalkboard. That's your new soundtrack, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The air inside feels thick enough to chew. Cotton dust floats everywhere like the world's most annoying snow, except this snow makes you cough and never melts. You'll spend your first week thinking you're coming down with something, until you realise that scratchy throat and those sneezing fits aren't temporary visitors, they're your new roommates. Your supervisor, a man whose smile disappeared sometime around 1897, explains your job with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. You'll be tending machines that look like they were built by someone who thought, you know what this device needs? More ways to catch fingers. These mechanical beasts consume cotton and expel thread, and their temperament is akin to that of a cat during a thunderstorm. The learning curve is steep, which is a polite way of saying you'll spend your first month feeling like you're trying to juggle while riding a unicycle in an earthquake. Every machine has its personality, and most of them have bad attitudes. There's the one that jams if you look at it wrong, the one that makes a weird clicking sound that means either everything's fine or run for your life, and the one that seems to wait until you're distracted to break something expensive. Your fellow workers welcome you with the kind of tired solidarity that comes from shared suffering. They will teach you important information, such as which water fountain actually works, where to hide when the floor supervisor is in a bad mood, and how to eat lunch in exactly 12 minutes, since that is all the time you're given. These people become your mill family, bonded together by cotton dust, and the mutual understanding that everyone's just trying to make it through another day without losing a finger. The pay sounds decent when they tell you about it, until you realise that decent is relative. Sure, you're making more than the guy who sweeps streets, but you're also working twice as hard and breathing air that's more cotton than oxygen. Your wages might cover rent, food, and maybe a small luxury like soap, but forget about those fancy things like saving money or buying clothes that don't smell permanently of machine oil. By the end of your first week, you've acquired what everyone refers to as a mill cough, a charming little ailment that will accompany you constantly. Your hands are already showing the signs of your new profession, small cuts from handling rough materials, calluses from gripping tools, and a general toughness that comes from shaking hands with machinery all day. Your mother would cry if she saw your hands. But then again, your mother isn't trying to feed a family on mill wages. The worst part, you're just getting started. Your typical day begins before the sun recalls its task. The mill whistle doesn't care if you went to bed late, if you're feeling under the weather, or if you'd rather spend the morning doing literally anything else. It screams at 5:30 a.m. sharp, and you'd better be screaming back, or at least stumbling toward the mill gates. Breakfast is whatever you can grab and stuff in your mouth while walking. Typically, breakfast consists of bread, perhaps accompanied by a smidgen of butter if you're indulging in luxury. Coffee is a luxury most days, which means you're facing 12 hours of machinery maintenance on whatever enthusiasm you can muster from stale bread and the fear of unemployment. The walk to work becomes a parade of the perpetually exhausted. You join a stream of fellow workers, all moving with the same determined shuffle of people who'd rather be anywhere else but know they can't afford to be. Everyone's carrying their lunch pail, a tin box that contains what optimists call a meal, and realists call food-shaped objects that might keep you alive until quitting time. Clocking in is an art form. You have to be there exactly on time, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to get docked pay. The time clock doesn't forgive, and neither does your supervisor. Being 2 minutes late means losing half an hour's wages, which might not sound like much until you realise that half an hour's wages could mean the difference between having meat for dinner or making friends with potatoes again. Once you're officially on the clock, the machines demand your complete attention. They're like mechanical toddlers. They need constant watching and frequent fixing, and they'll hurt themselves the moment you look away. Your job is to keep the thread running smoothly, which sounds simple, until you realise that smoothly is apparently a foreign concept to most textile machinery. Threads break. They break a lot. When a thread snaps, everything stops until you can tie it back together. Your task might sound easy, but try doing it quickly while wearing thick work gloves, squinting through cotton dust, and knowing that every second of downtime is a second. Your supervisor is mentally calculating how much money you're costing the company. The noise never stops. Ever. You learn to communicate using gestures because shouting over the machinery makes your voice hoarse by noon. You develop your own sign language with your co-workers. Pointing means look out. Waving means help. And the universal gesture of clutching your throat means I need water before I pass out. Speaking of water, staying hydrated is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. You sweat constantly from the heat of the machines and the physical work, but getting a drink means leaving your station, which means risking a lecture from your supervisor about productivity. You learn to gulp water like a marathon runner whenever you can sneak away for 30 seconds. Lunch break is exactly 30 minutes, and that includes the time it takes to find a clean spot to sit, unwrap your food, eat it, and get back to your machine. Most days, you consume cold sandwiches, oblivious to the fact that cotton dust and machine oil have covered your clean spot. Gourmet dining, it is not. The afternoon drags on endlessly in August. Your back aches from bending over machines, your feet throb from standing on concrete floors, and your hands are starting to feel like they belong to someone else. The clock on the wall moves with the speed of continental drift, and you find yourself checking it every few minutes, certain that it must be broken. By 6 p.m, when the final whistle blows, you've earned every penny of your wages and then some. Walking home is an excruciating experience, and the prospect of repeating the entire process tomorrow fills you with dread. However, at least you have Sunday off, a day you'll spend recuperating sufficiently to resent Monday morning once more. Working in a textile mill in 1911 is like playing a daily game called What's Going to Try to Hurt Me Today? The rules are straightforward. Every object in the mill carries the potential for danger. Other people's possessions serve as safety equipment, and your best defence is attentiveness and optimism. Let's start with the machines themselves, shall we? These mechanical marvels were designed by engineers who apparently thought safety features were for weaklings. Exposed gears spin happily at eye level, ready to grab loose clothing, hair, or any body part foolish enough to get too close. The spinning wheels and belts create a symphony of moving parts that look like they were inspired by medieval torture devices. Your fingers become precious commodities. Every textile worker has stories about someone who got too close to the picker or learned the hard way about the carding machine. You develop an almost supernatural awareness of where your hands are at all times, because losing a finger doesn't just hurt, it means you can't work, and if you can't work, you can't eat. Cotton dust poses a unique threat. It gets into everything. Your lungs, your eyes, your food, your clothes, and probably your dreams. You breathe it, you eat it, and you wear it home like the world's most persistent perfume. After a few months, you develop a condition that everyone politely refers to as mill cough, although cotton lung would be a more accurate description. It starts as a little tickle in your throat and grows into a reliable companion that accompanies you everywhere. Then there's the noise, not just loud, but the kind of loud that makes your ears ring for hours after you leave work. You find yourself shouting at home without realising it, because your hearing has adjusted to compete with the constant roar of machinery. The constant roar of machinery encourages your family to speak up during dinner, making quiet conversations obsolete. The summer heat transforms the mill into a sauna-like environment, complete with cotton dust and a constant risk of mechanical injury. The large machines produce heat akin to tiny furnaces, and when combined with the intense summer sun on the tin roof, the working conditions escalate from discomfort to potential death. Heat exhaustion regularly causes workers to collapse, prompting a response akin to resolving a machine jam quickly and returning to work. Fire is another constant worry, though nobody likes to talk about it much. All that cotton dust hanging in the air is basically kindling, waiting for a spark. The wooden floors are soaked with machine oil, the electrical systems are what you might generously call experimental, and everyone smokes because, hey, what's one more risk? Fire drills consist mainly of hoping nothing catches fire and trusting that you can run faster than the flames. The chemical treatments used on the cotton create their own problems. Your skin develops a permanent relationship with various dyes and treating agents that would make a chemist nervous. Your hands acquire captivating hues that remain unwashable, and you acquire the ability to distinguish various chemical processes solely through scent, not a choice, but a necessity. Accidents happen with the regularity of sunrise. Someone gets their sleeve caught in a machine, another worker slips on the oil-slick floors, or somebody forgets just how hot those metal parts can get. The company's response to workplace injuries is usually some variation of "be more careful next time," accompanied by a lecture about personal responsibility. Your feet, encased in whatever boots you can afford, spend 12 hours a day on concrete floors that seem designed to cause maximum discomfort. By the end of each day, walking feels like balancing on two clubs, and you develop a deep appreciation for any opportunity to sit down. The worst part is that all these hazards are just part of the job. Nobody talks about making things safer. They talk about being tougher, more careful, and more aware. You adapt out of necessity, forming reflexes and habits that could potentially keep you alive long enough to earn your wages, and tomorrow you get to do it all over again. Let's talk about money, because in 1911, your relationship with money as a textile worker is complicated, like being married to someone who promises to love you but keeps forgetting to show up for dinner. Your weekly wages sound almost respectable when the supervisor mentions them during hiring. Maybe $8 or $9 a week if you're lucky and experienced. That's real money. At least it's real money until you start trying to spend it on real things like food, rent, and the occasional luxury of soap that doesn't smell like lye. Here's where things get interesting in that not actually interesting, more like depressing way. The company has mastered the art of giving generously while simultaneously taking advantage of you. Sure, they pay you weekly wages, but they've also created a beautiful system of fines, deductions, and company policies that ensure most of your money never actually makes it to your pocket. If you arrive late at work, you will incur penalties. That'll cost you. Does the machine break down because of normal wear and tear? Somehow that's your fault too, and it'll cost you. Need to buy work supplies? Conveniently, the company store is conveniently located, ready to sell you everything at prices that would make a highway robber blush. Your thread, your needles, even your machine oil, all come out of your wages at rates that make you wonder if the children of the company store owner are planning to attend Harvard. The company housing is another beautiful scam. They offer you a place to live, which sounds generous until you realise they're charging rent that eats up nearly half your wages for the privilege of living in what amounts to a wooden box with windows. The construction of these houses reflects the meticulous attention to detail and craftsmanship of someone attempting to complete a project before lunch. The walls are thin enough that you know everything about your neighbours' lives, the roof leaks with artistic creativity, and the plumbing works on the same principles as prayer. Food becomes a daily exercise in creative mathematics. You learn to make meals out of ingredients that cost almost nothing and fill you up just enough to keep working. Potatoes become your best friend, beans become your steady companion, and meat becomes that exciting acquaintance you see maybe once a week if you're lucky. You develop cooking skills that would impress a frontier pioneer. How to make filling soup out of bones and vegetables that other people might throw away, how to stretch a small piece of meat across 3 days of meals, and how to make bread last longer by eating less of it. Your work clothes are another expense that nobody mentions during hiring. The machines are hard on fabric, the dust and chemicals stain everything permanently, and you need at least 2 sets of work clothes so you can wash one while wearing the other. Buying new clothes means going without something else, so you learn to patch, mend and wear things, until they're more patched than the original fabric. Saving money is like trying to hold water in your hands, technically possible, but requiring perfect conditions and a lot of luck. Most weeks you're doing well if you break even. A good week means you have a few coins left over for something special, like better food or maybe a newspaper. A bad week means choosing between paying rent on time or eating properly. The really frustrating part is watching the mill owners drive past in their fancy carriages, wearing clothes that cost more than you make in a year, living in houses that could fit your entire neighbourhood. They talk about the dignity of work and the value of honest labour while paying wages that make dignity feel like an expensive luxury you can't afford. Medical expenses are particularly cruel. Get sick or injured and you lose wages for the days you can't work. Need to see a doctor? That costs money you don't have for treatment you can't afford. The company's solution is usually some variation of work through it. Or maybe you should have been more careful. Your financial planning consists mainly of hoping nothing unexpected happens, because unexpected things cost money you don't have. A broken shoe, a sick child, or a winter that's colder than usual, any of these can turn a tight budget into a financial disaster. But hey, at least you have steady work, right? That's what everyone keeps telling you anyway. Social life as a textile worker in 1911 is like trying to have a party in a library during an earthquake. Technically possible, but you're working with some serious limitations. Your social circle consists mainly of other people who understand why you smell permanently of cotton dust and machine oil. These are folks who don't judge you for falling asleep mid-conversation, or for having hands that look like you've been wrestling with mechanical equipment all day, because they've got the same problems. You bond over shared misery in a way that's both heartwarming and deeply depressing. The mill becomes its own little community, complete with all the drama, gossip and petty feuds you'd expect when you stick a bunch of tired, underpaid people together for 12 hours a day. You learn everyone's business whether you want to or not. Who's behind on rent, whose husband drinks too much, who's been sneaking extra breaks, and who's been getting cozy with the floor supervisor in hopes of easier assignments. Romance in the mill is complicated. Potential partners surround you, understanding your life because they share it. On the other hand, everyone's exhausted, stressed about money and covered in cotton dust, which doesn't exactly create ideal conditions for romantic relationships. Mill courtships tend to be practical affairs, finding someone who can help you survive rather than someone who makes your heart flutter. Your work schedule makes having a social life about as simple as juggling while blindfolded. You work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, which leaves you Sunday to recover, do laundry, buy groceries, and maybe, if you're very lucky, have something resembling fun. Sunday becomes sacred, the one day when you can remember what it feels like to be a human being instead of a machine tender. The company-town social hierarchy is fascinating in its own twisted way. At the top you've got the mill owners and managers, living in their fancy houses on the hill, hosting garden parties, and complaining about the difficulty of finding good help. Below them are the skilled workers and supervisors, who get to look down on the regular mill hands while still being looked down on by management. At the bottom, you've got the newest workers, the ones who haven't figured out the system yet and still think things might get better. Entertainment options are limited but creative. There's usually a company store that doubles as a gathering place, where you can buy overpriced goods and catch up on gossip. Sometimes there's a church, which serves as both spiritual comfort and social club. The really exciting social events might include a company picnic once a year, where management makes speeches about the mill family while serving food that costs less per person than most workers make in an hour. Drinking is popular, which probably won't surprise anyone who's spent 12 hours a day tending temperamental machinery for wages that barely cover rent. The local taverns understand their clientele, working people who need to forget their problems for a few hours and don't have much money to spend doing it. These establishments serve drinks strong enough to cut through cotton dust, and cheap enough that you can afford to buy a round for your fellow sufferers. Your reputation in the community is directly linked to your work performance and your ability to remain silent about working conditions. Complain too much, and you're labelled a troublemaker. If you make infrequent complaints, people may perceive you as being unresponsive to management. There's a narrow path between being considered a good worker and being considered someone who's given up on life entirely. Letters from family members who don't work in mills become precious treasures, offering glimpses into a world where people have time for things like hobbies, where Sunday is actually a day of rest, and where conversations aren't conducted through gestures over the roar of machinery. These letters remind you that there's life beyond the mill walls, even if that life feels increasingly distant. The social pressure to appear grateful for your job is constant. Anyone who suggests that working conditions could be better is quickly reminded that jobs are scarce, and there are plenty of people who would love to have your position. This phenomenon creates a community of people who are simultaneously miserable and afraid to admit it, which makes for some very interesting social dynamics. However, it's comforting to share your misery with others. By now, your body has become a living testament to the joys of industrial labour. If bodies were books, yours would be titled, "Everything That Can Go Wrong in a Textile Mill, A Personal Journey." Your hands deserve their chapter in this sad story. They've transformed from whatever they used to be into something resembling leather gloves that have been through a war. The calluses have calluses, and your fingers have developed their own independent relationship with pain. You can identify different types of thread by feel alone, not because you're particularly skilled, but because your nerve endings have been educated by thousands of hours of handling rough materials. The constant vibration from the machines has given your hands a permanent slight tremor, like you're always cold or nervous. This condition makes simple tasks at home surprisingly difficult. Eating soup becomes an adventure, writing a letter turns into an exercise in patience, and trying to thread a needle for personal sewing projects is like performing surgery while riding a horse. Your hearing is being subjected to an intensity that would make a prizefighter sympathetic. The constant roar of machinery has left you with a permanent ringing in your ears that sounds like a very small, very persistent bell that never stops chiming. You find yourself asking people to repeat things, not because you're not paying attention, but because normal conversation has become surprisingly quiet compared to your workplace soundtrack. Your lungs have developed their own cotton processing facility. The mild cough that started as an occasional tickle has evolved into a reliable companion that wakes up with you every morning and stays with you throughout the day. You produce more cotton-coloured phlegm than any human should, and you've learned to time your coughing fits so they don't interfere with machine operation. Your back has aged about 20 years in the first few months of mill work. All that bending over machines, lifting materials and standing on concrete floors has given your spine the personality of an angry old man. You awaken with stiffness, endure escalating pain and retire to bed with a sense of resentment. Your feet have their complaints to file. 12 hours a day on concrete floors in whatever boots you can afford has given you an intimate relationship with foot pain. Your arches have fallen, your heels ache, and your toes have developed their own survival strategies. Each day, you walk home with the gait of someone who has hiked uphill in uncomfortable shoes, a situation that is not far from reality. The heat and humidity of the mill have done strange things to your skin. You've developed a permanent light sheen of perspiration mixed with cotton dust that gives you the appearance of someone who's been lightly breaded for frying. Your complexion has taken on the pale, slightly greyish tone of someone who spends most of their daylight hours indoors under artificial lighting. Your sleep patterns have been completely reorganised around exhaustion. You don't wake up so much as get dragged back to awareness by the mill whistle, and you don't so much go to sleep as collapse into unconsciousness. Your dreams, when you remember them, often feature the sound of machinery and the feel of cotton dust in your throat. Your appetite has changed too. The physical demands of the work make you hungry, but the dust and chemicals you breathe all day have given food a slightly metallic aftertaste. Everything you eat seems to have a faint cotton flavour, which is less appealing than it sounds. The worst part is that all these physical changes are considered normal, even expected. Nobody talks about preventing them. They talk about enduring them. Your body is depreciating like a piece of machinery, wearing out from constant use under difficult conditions, and the general attitude is that such degradation is simply the price of employment. Your mirror becomes less and less friendly over time. The person looking back at you has the appearance of someone who's been through something difficult and prolonged. Your posture has changed, your expression has developed a permanent, slightly tired look, and your hands are always slightly stained with dyes and oils that never quite wash clean. But hey, at least you're building character, right? That's what people who don't work in mills like to say anyway. After months or years of this lovely life, you may be asking, does it get better? Well, that depends on your definition of better and your relationship with reality. Eventually, some workers manage to break free from the mill life, although the term escape may be overly dramatic. A few workers manage to save enough money to start small businesses, usually in textiles since that is what they know. Others marry into slightly better circumstances or move to different towns where the mills pay marginally better wages. These success stories circulate throughout the mill community like enchanting tales, instilling in everyone a semblance of hope to continue attending work. The really optimistic workers talk about their children having better lives, getting educations, and learning trades that don't involve breathing cotton dust for 12 hours a day. This notion becomes your motivation on the worst days. The idea that your suffering might mean something if it gives the next generation a chance at something better. It's a beautiful thought, even if the mill owner's children are already getting those better chances, while yours are learning to patch clothes and stretch soup. You develop survival strategies that would impress a wilderness guide. You learn exactly how to pace yourself to last 12 hours without collapsing, how to eat meals that provide maximum energy for minimum cost, and how to sleep deeply enough in 6 hours to function the next day. You become an expert in the art of functioning while miserable, which is a skill nobody teaches but everyone in the mill somehow learns. The mill community develops its own support systems. Workers share food when someone's family is struggling, cover for each other when illness strikes, and pass along information about better jobs or safer machines. You learn that solidarity isn't just a fancy word. It's what keeps you alive when the company sees you as expendable equipment. Some days, you catch glimpses of the world outside the mill walls, and remember that there are people living entirely different lives. They wake up when they want to, work at jobs that don't slowly kill them, and have money left over after paying for basic necessities. These glimpses are both inspiring and deeply depressing, like looking through a window at a party you're not invited to. Slowly, the political landscape is beginning to change. Labour unions, workplace safety laws, and the radical idea that workers might deserve basic protections are being discussed. These conversations happen in whispers because mill owners don't appreciate employees who think too much about their rights. But the seeds of change are being planted, watered by the shared misery of thousands of workers who are starting to realise that grateful for any job might not be the best approach to employment. Your relationship with work itself becomes complicated in ways that are hard to explain to people who've never spent years of their lives tending machines that seem designed to break down at the worst possible moments. You develop a grudging respect for your toughness, a pride in your ability to survive conditions that would break softer people. At the same time, you're acutely aware that this toughness came at a cost: your health, your time, your dreams of doing something else with your life. Years later, if you're lucky enough to have those years, you will probably have mixed feelings when you look back on your mill experience. You will likely feel a mixture of pride in your survival, anger at the conditions you endured, and a deep appreciation for any work that allows you to breathe clean air and keep your fingers intact. You'll tell stories that sound almost unbelievable to people who've never worked in heavy industry, and you'll probably downplay just how bad it really was, because some experiences are too big and complicated to explain to people who weren't there. The mill whistle, that sound that dominated your life for so long, will always trigger memories. Years later, hearing a similar sound will transport you back to those early mornings, those long days, and that particular combination of exhaustion and determination that characterized mill life. But here's the thing about surviving difficult experiences. They teach you what you're capable of enduring, and that knowledge becomes part of who you are. You learn you're tougher, more resourceful, and more resilient than you thought. And sometimes, on quiet Sunday mornings when you're not rushing to answer a mill whistle, that knowledge feels almost worth the price you paid for it. Almost.